Hello, my friend, and I'm truly excited to see you in the course. The first thing, we'd like to understand the basic concept of affiliate marketing and a very basic user journey of an affiliate marketer. So, if you don't know what is affiliate marketing is, it's pretty simple. So, in simple terms, affiliate marketing is the process by which an affiliate earns a commission for marketing another person's or company's product. The affiliate simply searches for a product they enjoy and then promotes that product and earn a piece of the profit from each sale they make. Now the question is how they will do it, right? So there are plenty of affiliate marketing platform where we can sign up and select the product we'd like to promote. Now when it comes to promote, there are plenty of options you can promote. Like in this example, we're going to take two approach. One is creating blog post and share our affiliate product links. Another one is creating YouTube videos as shorts by embedding the link in the description or comment section. There are plenty of other platforms as well, as you know, like it could be Instagram, Facebook, the list goes on, right? But if you understand the core concept as per this course, then you should be able to integrate any other platform or social media where you'd like to promote the affiliate product. So let's do one thing. Let me just quickly show you, as per this example, what an affiliate marketer should do on daily basis. So we are here in Digistore 24 application, and this application we'd like to take example in the whole course. So this is our platform to promote the affiliate product. So as an affiliate marketer, I should come here and figure out one of the niche from this list. There is no hard and fast rule like which niche you are going to choose. You can choose multiple niche depending on your requirement. As example, let me go to the food and drinks, and let's say I would like to search a product which I feel to make sense to promote it so that users can be benefited from that. Let's take this example of the first one. So what I'm going to do, I will explore this product information like the title, what description it's talking about, how much commission I will make from here, and also a couple of important things here like what is the cancellation rate, billing type, and other things. Not only that, we should also go ahead and click the sales page to figure out how this actual product looks like. So ultimately when user is going to click the affiliate link, finally they will end up on the sales page. So this is a very important landing page which depends on the cart conversion. So a good landing page of the product is definitely going to help you. Now think about this. Let's say I choose this product to promote. So my next task is to come, read about this content thoroughly and come up with a better content to create my blog post. Now if I go to my Blogger account, I want to create a new blog post for this specific product. So I need to come up with a proper title, then I need to create the whole page here manually. Creating blog post is not a tough thing, but the tough thing is to come up with the proper content, quality content. Now once you come up with the content, then you can start creating your page, like put some title here, then you can add some image. The multiple way, upload from computer or maybe your blogger by URL. So most of the time you need to fetch the product image from here, so that will give our user a good feel about this product. So if the same image we're going to use here, they will feel like okay, they're on the related page when they click and go to the sales page. So once you are done with title and image, then you need to come up with the proper description which will talk about this product, and mainly that description should focus on how this product is going to help our user. So that should be our main motto, right? And after that, we'd like to create some button for affiliate link. So people needs to click some button, right? So once you've created the button, you need to add the affiliate products link, affiliate link on that button, so that when user click on that button, they can directly jump to that product. You need to also add affiliate disclosure here. So that is required so that people will be clear about okay, this page is talking about this product, but we are going to earn a small commission if they are going to buy this product via our link. And after that, we'll also need to create sub article here to engage our audience. So this is, let's say, subtitle, and we need to create sub article. So this will be kind of not main articles which already we have defined here, but this is talking about different views of that product and how that is going to help you. Also, we need to take care of labels, like we need to create a specific category for this product. And finally, if you come down, there will be description, and we need to also provide some description here so that When users searching the content, the Google search engine can rank our page as well. That's a quite a lot of work, and trust me, if you sit and try to create whole thing manually, it will take minimum 30 minutes to 40 minutes to create one blog post for one product. But hold on, the story doesn't end here. Now, as an affiliate marketer, I would like to take the advantage of the huge user base on YouTube. So creating a channel is not a tough thing. It will take hardly 5 to 10 minutes. But the challenge here is create videos. So once you talk about the videos, there are multiple things. First thing, you need to come up with proper content for YouTube Shorts. Then you need to find out all the media, stock media, or maybe the media available in internet to create your videos. But here is a catch. You need to make sure you are not using any content that may create a copyright issue. Let's say you pass that step and now your time is to add voiceover, or maybe you're going to record yourself. And finally, you need a tool to add all those things, your image, your video, your audio, your captions, multiple things, and then it turns out to be one cool video which can be shared on social media. Once you do that, then you need to upload that video on your YouTube channel. Now, for each product, if we are going to create 2 videos, that will minimum take another 1 hour, because creating video is not tough, but searching the content for that and make everything together to make it a nice looking video will take time. So on an average, if I'm going to promote this product, I need to spend minimum 1 hour 30 minutes to create the whole content. Considering the fact like all affiliate links should be embedded and both our blog post and YouTube channel video should be SEO optimized. So you understand the basic concept of affiliate marketing user journey. If one product takes more than an hour to create the content, then in the whole day you will end up losing your valuable time just to create content to promote this. So that is why this course comes into the picture. Still, the basic concept will same. As an affiliate marketer, we should go and search the products we want to promote. That part is fixed, but rest of the part is completely automatic. So how we can achieve that? That is something we are going to learn this whole course. So without further ado, let's move to the next chapter and try to understand what exactly we are going to build here. Hope that makes sense. So let's move to the next chapter. Take care. Hello, my friend. So now we would like to talk about what exactly we are going to build here. So in previous chapter, you have seen the task normally an affiliate marketer will do on daily basis. That requires quite a lot of time, right? So we would like to build a system where we just want to spend 10 minutes a day on a specific niche or category and follow these 3 simple steps. Number 1, select the products we would like to promote on a specific niche from Digistore 24 application or from any other affiliate marketing platform. So here we are taking examples of Digistore 24 application. So once you selected your products to promote for your affiliate marketing, number 2 will come, write simple English-like commands to your robot. And that command will directly come from the products you already selected. And when you are done with writing the commands, then the third step is just click a button or press a enter to start the robot. So here my intention is I will provide this command to my robot and the robot will do everything from start to end. So let me discuss what are the steps in this pipeline fashion bot and how it is going to implement the whole thing. So here is my first step, and the AI powered RPA bot will go open this application Digistore 24 to fetch the products on a specific needs. Let's say we select one of the product from here, education. So it will go into the education tab and find out all the products which I already clicked to promote this, or maybe and find out the products which I have given as a command to this bot. In this specific niche or category, it may have like 70 or 80 products, right? But I would like to promote only 5 or 6. So it will go search all those products from here and fetch out a couple of information for these products. Number 1, this description of the product. Number 2, this image of the product, because this image we are going to use to create our blog post. And number 3, this affiliate link. This is important, right? Because without this affiliate link, if I go and create my content, doesn't make sense. Because I want my user to jump onto the sales page using this affiliate link when they're reading my content or checking the YouTube videos. That's true, right? So that's all about the first step. And then the bot will go to the second step. And here is my second step. And in this step, we'd like to use ChatGPT to create the content. But hold on, we need some context to give to ChatGPT because ChatGPT don't know about this product. So what exactly it's doing here? The information we fetched from the first step, like the product headings, description, image, affiliate link, we'll pass couple of things here so that ChatGPT have a clear idea about the context of the product. Point to note, we're going to tune ChatGPT for our custom needs so that we can interact with ChatGPT with JSON-like format. So once ChatGPT create the content for blog post and YouTube videos, the bot will go and take this information from ChatGPT window and store in data structure. So ChatGPT will create mainly two types of content here. One, the blog post content, which is kind of a paragraph kind of thing. And second, the YouTube script, which we are going to use to generate YouTube videos. So after grabbing the information from ChatGPT, the bot will go to the third step to create the blog post. So here in the third step, it will open the Blogger account which already I have created before, and directly it is going to use the content we created from ChatGPT to place all those information inside a template. Please make a note, creating clean content with all visuals and the affiliate link embedded inside this, taking care of search engine optimization, we need to use template. And this template already created previously inside our framework. So the bot will go take the template, replace all the values with the content it's created from ChatGPT and just push inside this block. It will take hardly a couple of seconds to create a complete blog post using bot. Where if you go try to create it manually, minimum it's going to take 30 minutes to 45 minutes to create a complete error-free blog post. Makes sense, right? Hold on, so it's not going to stop here. So now our intention is to create YouTube shorts. So it will go to the next step here. So in the fourth step, the bot is going to use InVideo AI application to create YouTube shorts. If you don't know about this InVideo AI application, they have an AI feature now where you can just enter text prompts to create your YouTube videos. But the trick here is you need to understand the way we are going to provide the prompt. What are the things you need to mention in the prompt, like your background music, voiceover, tone, iStock media usage, and many other things. Once you know how to use the prompt, then it's pretty easy for our bot to create the exact prompt, taking the information from ChatGPT and the template prompt and mixing it together to make a perfect prompt. Now, creation of the video is one point here, but we need to download this video as well, right? Because directly I do not have any option to share this video in my YouTube channel. Now, while downloading the video, we need to understand when it's going to finish and also need to keep track of the file downloaded path because this path of the video is important that I'm going to use in my YouTube upload. So we got the video now, right? So the next task is to go and upload the YouTube videos inside my studio. So in this step, we'd like to use already created channels and start uploading the videos. We can't upload all the videos in one shot, we have to do it one by one. And if you don't know, uploading video in YouTube is basically following steps. Like first you need to upload the file, then you need to provide a couple of settings and then set the visibility properly, like whether it's a public video or private video, and then publish it. It might take a couple of minutes to upload inside YouTube, but the process don't really want to wait for that. So you got the idea, right? What exactly I'm trying to do. So we are trying to create your own custom bot which will be running on a system and let you free. So your free time, your way. You can start other avenues and explore other opportunities while your bot is busy and doing the heavy lifting on behalf of you. So in a nutshell, we are going to learn this complete concept step by step. But please make a note, this course is not only talking about the concept of creating an AI-powered RPA bot which can only work for affiliate marketing. This course is talking about, this is one of the example. So when you got the complete core knowledge of the working principles of this complete pipeline bot, you can use it for any niche. So you may not be in affiliate marketing, you could have some other avenues. You can create your bot as per your need. So only thing will change in the right hand side here. So instead of maybe Digistore application, you will have some other application. Instead of InVideo, you have some other application to create videos, right? So you got my idea. So sounds exciting? Would you like to explore more on this? So let's join hands and start this journey with me, and I'll assure you what you are going to take away from this course will be amazing and set a solid base for you to create this kind of bots in coming days. Take care and keep learning. Hello my friend, and now we'd like to talk about the framework we are going to use to build this complete project. So this is a framework which I developed and share as a content known as Python driven AI automation framework, which are capable to handle multiple things at one time. So if you see in the left hand side, this framework have the capabilities to interact with AI. When I say AI, it could be like interact with OpenAI via APIs or interact with ChatGPT via UI. And the same way we can integrate any chatbot available in the market right now, like Googlebot, Hugging Face, AGI, anything. But if I classify the kind of work we can do using this framework on the AI side, like content creation, document parsing, text to voice or text to video, data analysis, and work as a personal assistant. Obviously, in this project, we don't need everything, so we need the subset of this, which definitely we're going to talk in details. And if we talk about the right hand side, we have the power of robotic process automation. Specifically, I have used BotCity, which is a Python RPA framework, and that is capable of doing multiple things, like you can automate any desktop application. Whatever visible on your screen, you can automate that. It need not to be a desktop application by nature. So what I mean by that, if you have a web application open on your system, you can also automate that using desktop library. It also supports other things like web automation. You open an application on your browser and automate it, document automation, Google Workspace plugin, bot orchestration. But again, we are not going to use all of the concepts here. As per this project, whatever required here, I have added all those chapters in one of the section of this course. Rest assured, you will be comfortable to use the parts I am using from this framework either from AI side or from RPA side. Now hold on, what about this the third thing? So let me share my experience here. Many times I have observed having the power of AI and RPA in a framework is good enough, but that's not all we need. Adding the third component here as a VM toolbox will increase the possibility of automation. In simple terms, what is this VM toolbox is nothing but a simple machine, or it could be a virtual machine where I have some simple pre-configuration before running the bots. It could be just open an Edge browser and open your application and keep it in that way, and the robot will continue from that point. Trust me, adding this third factor actually can do wonders. And needless to say, this whole thing is driven by Python. I don't really see you need an expert level of knowledge in Python, but rather I'm expecting you have basic understanding of Python, right? How to write class, methods and other things. Also, I'd like to set the context here. Since it's a huge project, I'm not going to write code in front of you in the chapters. Rather, I will explain the class, I will explain the methods and each and every line. That will save a whole lot of time. So the idea here is to give you the complete concept of this project so that you can use this concept to use your own project, or you can explore this affiliate marketing as I'm doing right now. Now, before we jump on to the next section to explore this project in details, in case if you like to have a complete grasp of this RPA framework, then you can jump onto this course. So this course known as Python driven AI automation, BotCity RPA and trending AI tools. Here you will learn multiple things to understand this complete framework like BotCity RPA and its all features, AI and RPA integration, OpenAI and Python to build your chatbot like a personal assistant, and finally this complete project package to set you start your AI automation journey. The course link given in the attached resource file in this chapter. I will appreciate if you want to decide to grab this course, kindly use my link. So we understand the backend framework we are going to use to build this project. And without further ado, let's move to the next section and start our awesome journey. Take care and keep learning. Hello my friend, welcome back to the new section of this course. Here we'd like to talk about the tools required to set up in our machine to carry out this complete project. So there are a couple of things we need to just install on your machine. The first thing is Python. Since the whole project based on core Python, so we have to install Python. I encourage you go ahead and install the latest version of Python so that the package manager will come with that. No worries, I will just show you in a couple of seconds. Second thing we need to install is Java. Yeah, I know we're not using Java as a programming language to develop the bot, but BotCity, the RPA framework, which requires Java to run on your machine. So after installing both Python and Java, we'll go ahead and install BotCity, specifically saying to BotCity Studio. That will help us to automate our individual module in this project. And then finally, we'll come back, and as per this diagram, we need to create accounts for each and every applications we're using here. So it's not really install, rather we need to create account and do the specific settings on those applications. Like we'd like to create account on the first step as Digistore 24 application, and then in the second step ChatGPT account and the required settings. We'll move on with the Blogger account setup. Next, we'll create account on InVideo application to create AI generated videos or YouTube shorts. And finally, we'll talk about how to create YouTube channels and branding it before we upload our videos. Makes sense, right? So let me quickly show you from where you can install Java and Python and what would be the validation before we move to the next chapter and start installing BotCity. Cool, so we are back, and first thing we need to install Python here. Since it's already installed in my machine, so I'm not going to repeat the process once again, but trust me, it's very simple. You just click on here, it will download a package, and then you need to unzip the package and just install it by clicking next button. And finally, when you are done, make sure you open a command prompt in your system to check Python installed properly or not, like this way. So the command here is Python 3 version. Don't worry about these three here. Normally you should try with Python. This is due to multiple Python versions installed on my Mac. But normally in your case, it will be just Python version. If you see this thing, then you are good. So as example, let's say you are downloading this package. So it should be 3115. Makes sense, right? Let's move to the next one. We need Java. As I told you, BotCity requires Java to run on the machine. Once again, pretty straightforward. You just need to download Java here and then follow the steps by unzipping the file and click multiple next button. Again, when you are done, you can do one thing. You come back to your console and just type Java-version and it should tell you the Java version installed here. That's it. That's pretty much you need to install the programming languages, and then we can carry out installing our software and creating account from next chapter. Cool. So without further ado, let's move to the next chapter and start taking small steps to reach our final goal. Take care and keep learning. Welcome back, and I'm truly excited to see you in the course. So let's begin our journey by creating an account in BotCity. So let's get started. So this is the URL where you need to jump in, botcity.dev, and we see the basic information here, like build Python RPA with enterprise level orchestration. It has like a huge number of Python libraries to automate your stuff, and you have basic other information as well in the page. A small overview about the BotCity framework. So this is the productivity for developers with frameworks and plugins in Python, Java and JS. That's true, it supports all three languages. And next is BotCity Studio. So build and automations on legacy, desktop, edge cases with our computer vision coding assistance. So this is truly powerful in BotCity. This is the docs page, runners. We are going to schedule our bots to run. And the BotCity Maestro is the orchestrator where we can orchestrate our bots to run at specific time with a frequency. So you can go through with other information in this page, but as of now, we'll directly go and try to sign up. So when you try to sign up, it will redirect you to this page. So we can see a link here as of create an account. So let me click that one. So I've entered my email address and choose a password here. So now you can see you have this page. Thanks for registering, but you need to activate your email. So let me quickly check my email box. And I've received one email saying activate your BotCity account. Let me check. Let's click this one, activate. Cool. So first time it is going to ask me some name to enter. So let me just create something like Sandeep, let's say RPA Tech, and let's save it. It might give you these videos, which is like to get you started. You can just click on next button to have a look what basic information it provides. Please make a note. Depending on like when you are checking this, it might be available or not, but this course will cover all these aspects.
So let me quickly click on next and go to the main page. So after we complete this one, it received one mail saying welcome to BotCity with some basic information here. And let's open this one now, BotCity Slack account, and you can directly create your account here to join this community. So let me try to do that. It will be truly helpful to communicate with the developers who are using BotCity on daily basis. Let me try to continue with Google. So I've entered my Google account credentials and let's see, let's click on the create account button now. So we are into the Slack now. I've created the account. It will give you some suggestions. We can just click on skip for now. And we are inside this community now. You have lots of channels in the left hand side. If you notice the general channel and the studio, dev Java, dev Python. Let me close these tabs. You can post your questions here. So this is the channel, all the channels here. Cool. So we logged in into our BotCity account, and the first thing we can see here, getting started, and it shows the basic information like what exactly we can achieve here. Like we build, deploy, manage and scale. And if we go down, we can see other sections as like build section, download the BotCity Studio SDK. So if I just quickly go through this one, this Studio SDK is an all-in-one package containing all necessary tools to build, deploy and run your BotCity automations. So it includes BotCity Studio, Runner and CLI, that is a command line interface tools. So we'll download this one for sure, but let me just quickly check what other information it has. So build your automation, build your desktop or web automation with our coding assistant BotCity Studio and unlock the power of computer vision. So that is one of the main feature of the BotCity, where it uses intelligent computer vision to recognize the UI elements in order to interact with them. And the way it will work, that's pretty amazing. Like we just need to select an element and in the background it will create the Python code or maybe Java and JavaScript code to automate our stuff. So let's go through this one. Speed up your development and reduce the time spent on learning APIs with our ready to use plugins for popular services such as Amazon, AWS, Google Suite, Microsoft Office, Slack and more. So what that means, it really has a bunch of plugins which we can use to build more sophisticated bots. And the next step is deploy your automation. So this part we're not going through right now. So we'll check when the orchestration part will come in this course. Welcome back. So let's get started. Cool. So we are ready now to download our SDK. So let's click here. So it will redirect me to this page and let me check download for macOS. You can choose other options as per your operating system. Well, the download finish, it's a zip file. And what I'm going to do, I will copy this zip file and take in a specific folder. So I've created a folder as BotCity and I copied this zip file here. And now what I'm going to do, right click and open with archive utility in Mac, and it create a jar file here. So let me just right click on this jar file and open with Java launcher. So it will give you this warning for sure in Mac. I'm just going to open it. So this is a screen you can expect when installing the BotCity Studio. When I'm recording this session, the version is 1.10. It could be different for your case. So the basic thing to give here is you need to browse the folder location where you need to install. So let me select my folder here. So I've selected the folder here and let's go ahead, click next. Please don't change anything about the server. It's talking with the developers.botcity.dev, and here you need to provide your email address and password which you use to log in inside BotCity portal. So let me quickly enter my credentials here and then I will click on next. It will take few seconds to complete this one. So it will ask you to select one of the runner, but in your case it will be like you need to create a new one here. Okay, since I have already created a runner previously, so that is why it's showing in the list. So let me just create a new one here. Let's see how it works. So I've given this name here, Shandeep Mac Runner New, and let's click on the next. And you are done. So it installed with the latest version. And you can see here there are multiple options. These are, you can think of shortcuts to open the studio and other. Launch BotCity Studio. This is the one which we are going to use most of the time. So when I'm trying to open this one, it will ask this to open the system settings to give the access. So let me try to open the system settings to give the access here. And all I need to do here, enable Java launcher. Let me enter my password. And hopefully that's all I need. Let's close this one. And in this studio login, again, I need to enter email address and password. Let me try to log in now. And there you go. Our BotCity Studio is installed and ready to use. So let's move to the next chapter and start exploring the real power of the BotCity Studio to automate any task on your computer with computer vision technology. Let's move on.
Hello there, and let's talk about how we are going to create an account on Digistore 24 application. So if you don't know about Digistore 24 application, it's a well-known affiliate platform where people can sign up and sell other products in social media. You can also log in as a vendor where you have the product and you would like to sell your own product on this platform. But here, as per this course, since we're learning how we're going to create an autopilot bot which will do the heavy lifting on behalf of you to create this affiliate marketing, so we'd like to create an account here as an affiliate. So all you need here is just go to digistore24.com, okay, and go and click on register now. So once you do that, you need to fill up very simple things like your public username, your email address, your password 2 times, and make sure you are selecting the second one because I'm an affiliate. I primarily promote the products of other vendors, correct? Just select the B2B contract and click on continue. So you might get an email on your email address to confirm the email address and then you are good to go. So let me go back to the home page and let me sign up with my login credential and then I'll show you what exactly we're going to do in this platform. So let me log in here with my credential and it will redirect me to the dashboard first. By default, it will be affiliate. But if you notice here, anytime you can change by these 2 things, vendor and affiliate, right? So we'll be on affiliate and we'll go to the marketplace first. And we can see the plenty of products here as per different categories. So our task is to figure out the product we would like to promote here. Let's say as an example, I'm clicking on animal and pets. This is one category. And I would like to promote this product. There are multiple attributes on which we need to decide whether I'm going to promote this product or not. That is something we are going to discuss in consecutive chapters. But here, the main intention is to figure out which product you would like to promote and then promote now. So what happens if you click on this button, it will just give you a link. So you don't need to copy the link because robot is going to handle everything for you. So that's all you need basically. So if you go to a specific section and let's say you select 2 or 3 products from here, just click on promote now, and that's all you need. Now before we move to the next chapter, I'll show you a couple of important things here. Like this is one product, right? And we have the title here, we have a good description here and the image. So we are going to take all those information from this application before we move on to our next step. Cool. And also you should know about these 2 things. One is sales page and another one is affiliate support page. Mostly the sales page comes handy when you do not have a proper description of the product. So you can go and copy this information from here. This is not a good example because directly it gives me the sales page where hardly anything is written. And I have the good description here as well. Like, let me show you something else. Think about this product here, how to train your puppy. There is no description and very less, right? But I need the description when I'm creating the content. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to sales page and figure out a couple of lines from here, which I'm going to create the description before running the bot. No worries, I'm going to cover all those aspects in details in specific chapters. But the point here is that's all you need on Digistore 24 application. Okay, so let's move to the next chapter and start exploring other applications and their process to create account. Welcome back. And now we are ready to create our account on ChatGPT. So all you need to do here is navigate to this specific URL
and then click on sign up button. If you're wondering how to reach there, it's pretty easy. Just Google it, ChatGPT login, and you can see chat.openai.com and auth login. Just open this link. Okay, so I have not created any account, so I'm going to create a new account from here. So let me click on the sign up button. The easiest way to go ahead with your Google account. So I've selected the Google account and it will redirect me to this page where it needs some basic information about the user. So let me just enter my details here. So I've entered my information here and let me enter my mobile number. Definitely it will send me a code and I'm going to accept that one. So I'll be back after entering my details here. So I've received the code now. Let me just enter that one. So you can see it will tell you the basic information, like this is a free research preview and our goal is to get external feedback in order to improve our systems and make them safer. So you can just read other prompt as well. So if you just click on next and done, and you are all good to go. So your basic ChatGPT account is set up now. The important thing to note here is I do not have a ChatGPT Plus account here, which is basically ChatGPT 4 and beyond. So all I need to do here, this button, upgrade to Plus. I definitely recommend you to go ahead with upgrade to Plus because we are going to use lots of plugins and other ChatGPT 4 features to explore. So let me just click on this button and let's see how we can do this. So this is your free plan as of now. Available when demand is low, standard response speed, and regular model updates. An upgrade plan, you need to pay like $20 a month, but you'll get lots of other things as well with this, like available when demand is high, faster response speed, priority access to new features. So let me go ahead and upgrade my plan. So in this page, it's talk about the subscription of ChatGPT. And I need to enter my card details here and then I need to check out. So now you can see I have entered my details on the card and it's going to ask me the purchase authentication. So it sent me a text message, an OTP, and let me just enter the OTP here. Let's hit confirm and we have created our ChatGPT Plus account, right? So let me just click on continue and now we can see there are two things. One is like which model you are going to use here. Our first test model, great for most everyday task, and that's like definitely free. And if you go to the ChatGPT 4, our most capable model, great for tasks that require creativity and advanced reasoning, and this is for the Plus users. So currently it's showing you are in a Plus account, and even if you go, you can select the specific model for your specific task. So that's all about creating your account on ChatGPT using ChatGPT Plus subscription, and let's move to the next chapter to start our journey with ChatGPT. Take care. Hello my friend, and let's get started to create our account on Blogger. So all you need here is just visit blogger.com in this URL, or you can do one thing, you can just log into your Gmail account and after that you will find out the option from this right hand side to go to Blogger. Either way it will work. So let me just try to sign in here with my Gmail account. Let me select one of the Gmail account. Let me enter my password here. Let's go ahead, click on next. Cool. So once you log in, you will jump on this page. So the first thing you have to do here is you need to create a new blog here. And inside the blog, you have to create the blog post. So let me go ahead and create a new one here. Let's say my name is Daily Tales and let's see if it is available or not. So that is the name and I need to choose a URL here. So as you see, this blog address is not available. So you need to keep searching as per your need what kind of address you want. So let me just try to add something here. So as you see here, I have added another 2 words and now this address is available. So you need to keep searching and make sure you choose the name properly. Let me click on save and then it will create a new blog for you with a new URL and it will be default selected here, right? So Daily Deals was the name, but actually the address was different. So the first thing you can check in the very down, you can see view blog. If you click here, it will go and open with your address here. So our new address was dailytalesgood5.blogpost.com. So this is just an example. The actual blog post I'm going to create as per this project, that is different, and that name is Good 5 Tales. So there are a couple of important things here before we start creating the post. So if you go to the theme, you have multiple options to choose from here. So depending on your requirement or your niche, you can choose a specific theme. Let me go ahead and just select any one of them. Let's say select this one. And once you select this one, just click on apply. And new theme applied successfully. So how to check this one? Once again, pretty easy. You go ahead and click on view blog once again, and it should update your, there you go, your blog post is updated with the new theme. But as of now, we do not have any blog post here to show. So the first theme is ready. Now, couple of important things here. If you go to the settings, there are various things which you need to update here. So I can do one thing. Let me go to my blog post, which we are going to use most of the time in this project, and I'll show you what exactly settings we need to do here. This is important because if you don't do these settings, then users will not be able to search your blog post, or it may not be ranked in the Google search engine. So let's go to my actual blog post, and then let me show you what exactly settings you need to do. So this is my actual blog post and the blog account where I have the name as Good 5 Tales. This is what I'd like to use most of the time. And you see, we have plenty of blog posts now, which created through a bot. And directly I'll go to the settings page. And let me quickly show you what else we need to do here. So first thing, this privacy section, you have to make it enable, visible to search engines, allow search engines to find your blog. That is important. Come down, make sure you should click on this one. We need HTTPS redirect. Let it be default. I have not done anything here. So this is important. Now you have to enable the meta tags here. So enable search description, this should be enabled. And if you click on search description, you can put anything in the search description which might be useful to search your blogs. But hold on, we are going to put this search description for each and every blog post. Okay. So that's why you can omit this one. I'll show you in a minute what exactly I mean by search description there. And if you come down, then this part is pretty important. Make sure these two things are enabled here. Enable custom robots.txt, and this custom robot.txt, you need to enter this complete thing by changing the sitemap URL here. So it should be your blog post URL, right? Something.blogpost.com, and rest of the things will be same here. So I can do one thing. I'll just copy paste the whole thing and add a resource file in this chapter so that you can copy paste the content and add it over here. So it's simple. If you just enable it and click on custom robot.txt, initially there'll be nothing. You just go and paste this content. That's it. Okay. So let me cancel it and make sure you enable this one. Enable custom robots header tags as well. Monetization part we're not talking about at this moment. Keep it simple. We'll talk about this later. So that's pretty much about the settings you have to do. Let me show you the layout part here. So in the layout part, you can actually edit multiple things here. Like I will show you my blog post first so that you'll get the idea. You see this above portion, right? So these things was not there. So that was like my header logo where people click and it will go to the home page of my blog account. So you have to come to the layout part, and you see this header part. If you click on this, then this is the title and you can put the description, but actually I'm not showing anything here. Why? Because I uploaded an image here which I created just using PowerPoint, and image URL will automatically come. You don't have to do anything for that. And if you see this image placement, so there are multiple options. Like you can tell, okay, behind the title and description, your image logo will be visible instead of title or description, which is selected right now because I don't want to put any text there. Just the logo will be clean and clear. You can also put the description placed after the image. So just have a look how you're going to place your things. Okay, I'm going to cancel this one. So in this way, you can change many things over here. So header I have changed here. Then sidebar you can also change, which we'll talk about later because we need to add multiple pages here. like the about page, contact us page, privacy policy page. There are a couple of other pages as well, which we're not going to discuss right now, but we can discuss in one of the section later. So that is the concept of layout tab here. And if you go there pages, I do not have the pages currently in my hand. So we need to create pages as I just explained. And earning things, I highly suggest don't go and connect your AdSense account or apply for AdSense accounts, because you need to complete multiple steps there before you can do that. Like all your supporting pages should be there, content should be neat and clean. So let our robot run for a couple of days or a week, let it create multiple blog posts, and we are going to create manually all the pages like privacy policy, about us page, just one time, and then only it will be good idea to go and apply for AdSense. If you don't know what is AdSense, it's simple. Like Google will provide ads on your blog post, and whenever people visiting on your page, you will get a little amount from that. So it's not a huge amount and it will take time to grow. And finally, if you go to the blog post here, post, it will show all the posts you created or our bot created here. So that's pretty much about the setup. It's not a huge thing. It's pretty simple. And when we are going to create a new post, our task will start from here. So after creating the new post, it will open a template kind of thing where you can enter multiple things. So we're not going to discuss in details right now, because anyway, we have multiple chapters for that, a separate section altogether. And I'll show you quickly one thing here. You see this search description, right? So that is coming since we actually on search description for settings. So now we have the opportunity to put the search description here, which will be easy for Google search engine to rank our blog post. Cool. So that's pretty much about this blogger account setup. Let's move to the next part of this course and continue our learning. Hello, my friend. Let's continue set up our tools. And in this chapter, we'd like to concentrate on InVideo AI. So we'd like to use this tool to create our YouTube shorts. So the first thing, you need to jump on this specific URL, ai.invideo.io. And all you need here, just go ahead and join with Google. That's all you need. So the concept here is you just need to make an idea what exactly you need to create and send your prompt, and it will come up with the complete video. So not only the media, it will add voiceover, background music, and you can also tune your requirement just using prompt. That's crazy, right? So let me go ahead and just log in with my Google account and show you how exactly we're going to use that. Let me enter my password here. So this is how it should look like. You will jump on this workspace, but if you click on this top icon, it will go to the home page as well. And I'll have just one option right now. In future, maybe you have a couple of other options here as well. So all you need here, just click on create AI video and it will come to your workspace. So here we have multiple options. You can select a workflow here. If you select a workflow, it will help you to give your inputs in UI format. Let me just quickly show you. Let's say I'd like to go for YouTube shorts. So you write your script here, and then you can select the gender. You can select a specific voice. You can select whether to show or hide the subtitles. And also you can mention like whether you'd like to use iStock or not. And this is a pretty important point, because as per my experience, even I have a Plus account, there is a limitation of number of iStock photos you can use on your video. And when you run out of your limit, every video generation will ask you whether you would like to boost your account by purchasing more credit. So I prefer do not use iStock. In that way, you will not run into that problem, but still your video will be good enough to publish on YouTube. So let me just close this one, and I'm not going to select any workflow in my case, because everything I'm going to do directly from here with just by prompt. Let me also show you this option, script to video. Here you can actually paste your script and it will use the video exactly using the script. Sometimes also we need that because we really don't want InVideo AI to change our script while generating the video. Just try with this one as well. There are multiple options, but as I told you, we are going to use this one. And you can see the history here. If you click on the history, it will show you all the previous generations videos here. Like if you can click here, so you can start editing the video on top of that, just giving the prompt over here. So it's not that complex since it's already doing the most of the work. So only thing we need to understand how to give a specific prompt so that we come close to our content. So without further ado, let's move to the next chapter and see what else we need to set up before we begin our journey. So let's get started and explore how we can create a YouTube channel to upload our YouTube shorts. The step is pretty easy here. If you are in youtube.com and let's say you are already logged in with your Gmail account. So all you have to do here is click this one and then click on switch account, and then you'll have the options here, view all channels. Let me click that one. And if you do that, it will come to this place, settings and account. Here we can see an option called create channel. So just click on the create channel, put a name here. So I'll choose a name here, a funny name called RPA bot show off. Click on this checkbox and then let's go ahead and create this one. And once you do that, you'll come to this page. The dashboard page will open here. So quickly check here, like this is our logo, RPA bot show off. The text is coming here. I do not have any videos right now. That's why this content is clean here. So once you start uploading the videos, it will come here. Other things are not that important at this moment. We are definitely not going to enable the monetization part as of now, because that will take time. Once you create a new channel, it will grow by the time with couple of parameters they need, like 4,000 watch hours and maybe 1,000 subscribers. So let's keep this part as of now. Let's go to the settings part, and here you can just select couple of things like basic info, advanced settings, features, eligibility. So the first thing here is you need to select here your residence. That is important. So let me select India, and that's all. We're not going to add any keywords now. In the upload defaults, I'm not going to set anything because every time I'm going to upload a video, our title, description and tags will be different. So skip this part as well. I think that's pretty much. Just click on save and then we'll come back here. So let me click now here on your channel and let's see what options we have here to our settings. So once I come here, it will look like this. So we can just click on customize channel, which will give us options to change the look and feel of our channel. I will show the actual channel where we are going to upload the videos. But here I'm starting with the clean slate so that you get the ideas. What are the basic things you have to do before we start uploading our promo content for affiliate marketing. So here in this page, you come to basic info, and here you can see you have the name, the handle. You can change this one because this is something you can share on social media so that people can come directly to this link to see your channel. So if you have some other characters here that may not look good, unfortunately this is available. So I got this one. Description, you have to put like, okay, what is your main purpose this channel? So I'll show you the description I have selected in my account. That's all you need here. You can put an email address here for your contact info. I think the same email address you can use which you used here for login. And then if I go to the branding, this is very important. This is where you need to upload proper images. You can create images as per your need, or you can take the online help to create your logo. But I suggest make it very plain and simple. Don't try to make it too fancy. In my case, I just created my logo on PowerPoint, as simple as that. And I'll show you those images in a few minutes. This is another important point, video watermark. So basically you need to use a very small image, 150 cross 150 pixels, and that will come the downside of your video. So when we're going to upload shorts, it will come extreme down on the right side. So it will help users to understand our branding on each and every video. So these three images are important. Layout side, I have not done any changes here. Just keep it like this. So now you can just publish it and all the changes will be applied. And now let's do one thing. Let me just log out from here and show you the actual channel where we are going to do our real work. So this is our actual account where we are going to upload our videos. You see here our branding here, good 5 deals. So let me show you from this customization part. So if I go here in the branding section, so you see I have uploaded a logo here. This is pretty simple. I just use multiple colors and simple tricks just show the deals in this way. And I have another image here. This is 2048 cross 1152 pixels. Not like that you have to create an image with exact dimension, but near about is required. So it will show you how it looks like in multiple devices. That's pretty good. And this video watermark, I've uploaded this small image as well. That is the same image, almost like a logo. And you can select where exactly you can place this specific branding on your video. Could be entire video, custom start time, end of video. Just keep it end of video, make it simple. And if I go to my content now, since our bot is working from last 2 days, so that's why it's uploaded multiple videos promoting the affiliate products of Digistore 24 application. So we'll see how to do all those things, and I can click here just to check how it looks like our channel. So this is our channel. So when someone will visit our channel URL, they will see these complete things. So mostly our videos are shorts, but I can directly go to the shorts tab as well to check the shorts I have uploaded or our bot uploaded. And also I have a link here through which I can go to my blog post account, so that user will have an idea like it's a related thing, and I have the same branding here as well. So branding part is important. Hope you get that right. So that's pretty much about the YouTube channel creation. It's pretty easy. Just spend like 10 minutes and you'll be done with all those things. You can always go back and change these things, even the name as well. Okay. So if you come to this studio once again and click on customization, and if you go to the basic info, these names you can always change, right? So it's not like if you create it one time, it cannot be changed, because this channel I created some other purposes. Then I realized I need to change a couple of things. So it's completely revamped now, and I have multiple videos uploaded as well. So hope you got the idea. So without further ado, let's move to the next section of the course and start exploring the core concepts to build this complete project. Take care and keep learning. So why this crash course is really important? To build something strong, you need a good starting point. It's not just about putting blocks together, but doing it the right way. It's like creating something very special, not just tagging things up. So this is pretty important to go through all the chapters in this section, so that you will have a pretty clear idea about the basic building blocks we're going to use to implement the whole project. Once you have a very clear idea about BotCity and ChatGPT, and with basic Python programming, then it will be much easier for you to grasp the rest of the content. So in this section, mostly we are going to talk about BotCity and ChatGPT, and maybe few chapters which will explain couple of Python libraries which we are going to use inside our bot, but majority of the focus will be on BotCity. So we are going to explore couple of aspects of BotCity. The first one is the desktop automation. So we'll learn how exactly we can drive any application on your desktop. It could be a desktop application by nature, or it could be a web application as well. In simple terms, whatever you see in your screen, you can automate that. That's the power of BotCity desktop bot. So that will be our first aspect, and then we'll explore the web bot. That is something equivalent to our WebDriver or Selenium. So we are going to open an application on browser, and then we're going to drive that application with XPath and Locator. There are a few other libraries we are going to cover as well on BotCity, like how to use bot files plugin. And then we're going to move to ChatGPT. On ChatGPT, we are not going to write any code here, but we would like to discuss about the concept of tuning the ChatGPT for our custom needs. So we'll focus mostly on the custom instruction, and we'll take examples as well. And as I told you, we may have couple of chapters like audio interface creation using Python code, which will be helpful when I'm creating the bot to add audio output, or maybe it will take the command from us through microphone. So hope you got the idea, the purpose of this specific section before we jump and start creating our affiliate marketing autopilot bot. I highly encourage you to be focused on each and every chapter on this section to get most out of it. But in case you would like to explore more on BotCity RPA and the integration with trending AI tools, I have a separate course altogether. And it covers detailed architecture to build AI automation Python framework using BotCity RPA, OpenAI, ChatGPT, and other trending AI tools. In case you'd like to explore this course, the link should be available in the attached resource file, and I will appreciate if you use my link to enroll this course. And here is another course in case you would like to strengthen your concept on ChatGPT 4 and Midjourney. But rest assured, the crash course I have added here, that should be more than enough to implement this affiliate marketing autopilot bot. But in future, if you would like to use this concept and create your own bot for your own niche, then I highly encourage you try out both the courses here. Thank you. So without further ado, let's move to the next chapter and start exploring our building blocks to build AI-powered RPA bot. Take care and keep learning. Hello my friend, welcome back to the new section of this course. Now we are ready to explore desktop automation using BotCity computer vision technology. Please make a note, I will use both Windows and Mac depending on the bot we are creating. So right now I'm in Windows machine and have installed BotCity Studio exactly the way we did it for Mac. There is hardly any difference for that. So if I quickly show you, if I click on download BotCity Studio, it will redirect me to this page, and I've downloaded the required file for Windows and I just double click and click next to install it. So this is the folder BotCity where I have installed the studio, and what I did, I just created a shortcut of this Bot Studio application so that it can be easy for me to open multiple times. Now before jumping to Bot Studio, we would like to understand the steps to create this project from scratch. So if you notice here, under resource section, you can find out developers portal. Let me click that one. And directly we'll go to the documentation section. Here you can see multiple options. Click on getting started, developing your first bot and using Python. If you notice here, it redirects me to the tutorial section where this one is highlighted, Python Hello Bot. So let's quickly do the prerequisite to set up our project now. Here are the prerequisites: BotCity account which we have created, we have installed BotCity Studio, and of course Python needs to be installed in your machine. Please make a note, both Java and Python needs to be installed to run your Bot Studio and run your bots. So the first step here is installing Cookie Cutter. The reason for doing this, we are going to use the template from the BotCity to create our project. So I'm going to copy this one. Let me open a terminal here. First, let me go inside the folder of BotCity. And let me install the Cookie Cutter now. Please make a note, if you are doing this first time, it might take a minute or so, but it should be completed without any issues. So I've installed the Cookie Cutter, and now let's move to the second part. Now to create the project, we need to just copy paste this command, which I'm using the specific file as a template from the github.com of BotCity dev, and it will give me the options to create multiple type of projects. Let's do it now. So here are four options as of now. Select project type. 1 is desktop, number 2 is web, 3 is both, and 4 is custom. We're going to explore all of this in different section. So here our focus is the type 1, that is a desktop automation. Let me enter 1. And bot ID, basically it's your project name. You can think in this way. So let me give my name as, so here's my name, first desktop project, and enter. Now, the moment you will do this, it will create a skeleton of the project inside this folder with a name first desk project. So let me go inside that folder and let's see the files created inside this folder. So we can see a file called bot.py, the main file which we are going to run, and we have supporting file as well. So let's jump back to the tutorial and let's see the next step now. Now here it is explaining all the files and the reason for that, which we'll see in later. But the requirements.txt file is pretty important. This file describing the Python dependencies for your bot. Now the next step is install the project. So as we discussed, the requirement.txt actually contains all the dependencies of Python libraries which you need for this bot. So this command will go and check this file and install all the libraries for you. So let me copy this command and execute that one as well. Make sure you are inside your project folder so that it can find out this file. So let me just copy this command. So it's installed many libraries from BotCity core and other dependencies, and it's finished as well. So the next step is we are going to open this project in one of the editor. So I am using PyCharm here, but there is no restriction like what IDE you can use. This is completely as per your choice. Also, I'm going to skip this installation of PyCharm because nowadays it's pretty common and everyone knows this. So you just Google it and it will give you some link and just install as per the steps. So here I'm going to click on open a project and we'll select this project we created, first desktop project. Let me click on OK. So it may ask you to create a virtual environment, but let me just try to cancel it and let's see without a virtual environment if it is going to execute properly or not. Let's quickly check this file now. I'm opening bot.py. So I can see an error here, no Python interpreter configured for this project. Either we create the virtual environment or configure Python interpreter. I will prefer to configure it here. So it's done now. And now let's quickly go through the file and let's see what basic information it's added inside this file. So I see lots of commented line here. First thing, we're going to clean up this file so that it will be easy for us to understand the code written inside this file. And let me import section as well. So it imported desktop bot, which is part of this BotCity core. And it also imported Maestro for integration with BotCity Maestro, which we don't need as of now. So I can directly go and delete these lines. It has only one main function. And again, these lines related to Maestro, which I'm going to delete for the time being. And I can see the code here. It's creating an object of desktop bot. So instantiate this class. So if you just mouse over on top of this, it will give you this summary base class for desktop bots. User must implement the action method in their classes. So if we are going to write your own class and inherit from this base class, then you need to implement the action method. That we'll see later. And let's see what other options we have. We can go to the source. And in this class, we'll able to see all the methods and attributes present, which will come back to this later. Let me go back. So what we're doing here, we're trying to browse a specific URL. You can put any URL here. Let it be like botcity.dev, and I'm going to remove another commented lines here. This method as of now we are not using, but we are going to use. And that's all about the code here. After cleanup, let me save this file. And before doing any changes in the project, our first task is to check whether this bot is running or not. So all it does, create the instance of the specific class, and using the method browse, we're opening the specific URL in a default browser in the system. So let me open terminal here. And I'm inside this folder. And all I need here is Python bot.py. So it works. So let us go back to the project now. Now let's say we'd like to improve this project and we want to add some actions here so that we can actually interact with the browser. Please make a note, though we are doing a desktop automation, which is basically for any desktop application, but the BotCity Studio has this ability to open the browser and load any URL and work that application as well as a desktop application. That's pretty cool. So now our task is, after opening this URL, we'll go click on Start for Free. And if I do this, it will definitely go to this Maestro account, and then maybe we're going to click on Dashboard. So this page should render, correct? So now our task is to identify this element inside BotCity Studio with computer vision technology and integrate that in our Python project. So let's do that. So I'm going to use BotCity Studio from this shortcut, and if I see the options here as a load project, so let me click on load project, and I'm going to browse this project. So here is our project. Let's select this file .bot project and try to open this one. Let's launch, and our project loaded here. So if I just open this file, I can see the bot.py file here and with other required file with this. Let me open the bot.py. Please note one thing, either you save the file from Bot Studio or you save the file from your editor, both are actually talking to the same file. So it will definitely reflect in both the places. So let me go back to the Bot Studio now. So let's come to this point. This line will open this specific URL in your default browser. Let's enter. Make sure your cursor at the right place where you need to add the next step of your bot. Now come to the UI section, and you see here there is no screenshot. So if you notice this button here, if you click this button, what it will do is it will actually take the screenshot of all the applications opened in your system right now and take it here. After that, we'll try to recognize element and create the code. Before clicking this button, make sure we have this page open in the browser. Let's go back to the studio and let's click this button now. It will give you some tips here which you can close here so that it will not come every time. So let me just close as of now. And we see it actually took the screenshot of that page and came here. Now our first task is click this button. To do so, you just need to click this button once so that it can enlarge, and then you need to select a region which you are going to use as a label of that element. So let me show you quickly. So I'm going to click maybe here. You need to adjust a bit. So this is the portion I'm going to use as the label to identify this element. So all you need here is just create this box or create this rectangular area, and then it will ask you to create the element. So let me put some name here. Let's say the name is start free button, and the action, what kind of action we are going to take. So we're going to click here, right? So not find, we're going to click. So let me just enter click, and it's an image, not text, and then submit. Without doing any other complexity, let's quickly go to the code and let's see what exactly it's added here. You remember we put the mouse cursor here so that BotCity Studio understand from where it's going to create the code. Sometimes I have seen if you're not going to put the cursor in right position, the code might be generated haphazardly. So that's not good. So make sure you do it as a best practice every time. Now let's quickly check this code. What it is trying to do now, it's creating a method called find, and this is your label, start free button. It has some other arguments which you really don't need to change every time. So matching is 0.97. That's the criteria of the percentage of match is going to rely on. And waiting time is default 10 seconds. If you need to increase it, you can change the value from here. And if not found, it is going to call this method and it will just print like, okay, element not found with this label name. But if it founds, it's gonna click that button. Make sense? So now let me enter once again and the new code will come here. Let's go back to the UI section once again. After clicking this button, it will redirect to the new page. And since we need to interact with this page, so definitely we need another screenshot, right? So all I need here, once again, go back. Make sure this is in your front page. Open this one, click this button, and it came here. Now we're interested to click on dashboard. Using your mouse pad, try to draw a rectangle, a tight one, and let's give the dashboard tab. And I'm trying to click this one as well. It's an image, and submit. Go back to the code, and if you see, it added the same kind of code once again, same snippet. The only difference here is the label. So let's save this code now, and it's time to come back to our PyCharm, and you see the code is updated here. Now before we go and execute this stuff, let's try to understand these methods and what kind of work it is doing. So if I go and try to go inside this method of this class, it will give you the detailed information of the method we're using. Like here, we're using browse. So invoke the default browser passing an URL. Let's go back. Let's talk about this find method now. So it's basically a find util method. And what it does, find an element defined by a label on screen until a timeout happens. So this is the label we're talking about. So here the label is start free button and dashboard tab. So internally with this name, it has the idea which image we're talking about. So you really don't need to take care of anything. This project setup will do everything for you. Let me save the file now. And if I open this resources tab, you see all those pictures we're taking as a reference that is defined here, but internally this text and this image has a relationship which we really don't need to take care. This library is going to take care of everything for you. So there are plenty of other methods as well in this specific class which we'll learn slowly in next chapters. So now it's good time to execute this bot and let's see how it's working. Let me open the terminal here, and my command is python bot.py. So it opened the page, click that button, and hopefully it's going to click on dashboard as well. And there you go, it's working perfectly all right. So that's all about a basic use case of how you can use a desktop automation using BotCity Studio and the concept of using computer vision to recognize element and take action on that. So let's move to the next chapter to build another bot using desktop automation project type, but not really opening any browser or any URL, rather opening a very basic application in Windows system. Let's move on. Take care. Hello there and welcome back to another new chapter of this course. In this chapter, we'd like to focus on how we can create a desktop automation bot using Python classes. So let me quickly go to the PyCharm here. And I'm creating the same project which we have created in the previous chapter of this section, and I just started editing the class bot.py. So if I quickly go through the changes here, the import is same, but now instead of a main function, what we have here is a class. So I created a class called calculator bot which inherit the class desktop bot from BotCity code library. Now if I quickly go inside this class, and the first thing you see here, this is the base class for desktop bots, and users must implement the action method in their classes. So that is the reason I create a method here called def action, and the signature of this method is first the self pointer and the second argument should be none. What I did here, just nothing. I put a print statement inside action method, and then I'm calling one method of this class as open calculator. Let's not focus about other methods as of now, just focus in one method. And the difference here in the main function, if you see, now we are calling calculator bot.main. So the way it works is, the moment we call this main method, it knows that it needs to execute the method action which is implemented inside this class. So that's the basic rule. Now what we're going to do here, we'll open the calculator application inside Windows operating system with the desktop bot classes. You see a couple of basic difference here. In the previous chapter, we have seen we created an object of this class and then use that object to call different methods like browse to a specific URL and then find an element from that page and so on, right? But here we are not really creating any object directly, rather we are just using the method directly with self pointer because now we are inheriting this. So all the inbuilt function which is present inside desktop bot is available inside our class as well. That makes sense, right? So let's quickly check what exactly I'm doing here inside Open Calculator. Calling this function execute, and we need to pass the complete path of the exe file. So in your case, if you really wanted to open some other applications which you install or downloaded as an exe file, you can give the complete path here. But since it's already default application in Windows, and we can open just using this command from your command line prompt. So I'm using directly calc, which definitely going to open the calculator application. And then I'm waiting for 2 seconds just to make sure the application is stable. So that's all I'm doing. And I have a method here, calculatorbot.main. So it should call this action method and it will internally call open calculator, which execute these 2 lines, open the calculator app. That's all it is. So let's go ahead and run this code now. Cool. So it is working here. If you see, it printed this inside action method and then it opened the calculator application. So that's all we did as of now. Now we'd like to implement a basic functionality here. Let's say we'd like to implement like 99 into 66 and then we'll press equal, and then our intention is to read the result from this specific text box, right? Remember one thing, using desktop automation, searching an element and clicking on that element is pretty easy because you have all the tools in your hand, right? But when it comes to read the content or text from a specific region of the window, that point it becomes tricky. Now, in case of calculator application, it works a little differently. Like if you notice, while the calculator application is in the foreground, and if you try to copy the content with your Control C, then actually it copy the content of the result. So I just did a Control C and I would like to see what really I copied here. I'm pasting the content here. So it is 6534, right? So that means a simple Control C will take this value from here and store inside your clipboard. So somehow if I can get the value of the clipboard, then I can read these results from this window. True? So now using another 2 method in this class, what we are going to do, we'll multiply 99 and 66, we'll press equal, and then get result method will go read the result and just print in the console. That's all we're going to do. So let's do it in these 2 methods now. So here is our multiply method, which is exactly the same thing which we created in our previous chapter, like searching the element as 9 and then choose this element to click, right? But one small difference here, you see, instead of click, I choose double click so that it can actually double click on this element instead of the single click. And then I did the same thing with multiplication button here. And if you see here, I just click on this and then I double click with number 6. So this one, and then finally I click on equal button. And then I wait for 1 second. So I'm not going to repeat this process once again because you already know how to do this at this point. And if I open the resources folder, all the image files are present here. And after doing this, our result will be ready inside this box, right? And I have another method here, which is called getResult. And here, if you see, this is pretty interesting. What I'm doing here, there are plenty of methods inside this class, which really help you to use your keyboard, mouse with full extent to talk to any application which is in the foreground. So I'm taking the advantage here and I'm calling a function called control_C, which will basically the copy. Now, if I just show you what other functions available when you press control, you see here, You have plenty of other things available in your hand. So depending on which shortcut keys is going to help as per your application, choose wisely. So as of now, let's go ahead with Control C. So it will copy the content in your clipboard, and we have another method here inside this class which is called get clipboard. So that means the content which already copied in your clipboard, it will return the value in a variable. So that's all we need, correct? And then I'm finally printing the result is and the text. So now our task is to call these two methods as well from our action method, self dot multiply and self dot get result. So now the flow is complete and we don't have to change anything else. So it's good time we save the code and run it once again. I can see it's doing the multiplication. It's done. And now let's come back to the console inside action method. So it's printing from here. And finally, the get result method is going to print this part as well. The result is 6534. So that means it's actually able to read the content from the specific location as well. Cool. So we learned two things here. The function which is helpful to open any application in your Windows system, either by providing the complete exe path or maybe the shortcut. And then different methods to actually interact with your keyboard and mouse to get a complete control over the application. Now, one pretty interesting thing, if we do not have this action method, still we should be able to execute this code to achieve the final result. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just comment out this part. Also, I'm going to comment out the below part as well. And now I have this 4 new line in this file. So let me explain what exactly I'm trying to do. So I off this action method here because I'm not going to call this calculator bot.main. Rather, I'm going to create the instance of my class and call this instance method one by one. So what I did here is I created an object of calculator bot and I have this variable in my hand, and then I call open calculator, multiply and get results. So if our code is correct, then it should execute in this way as well. So let's quickly check that part as well. I'm going to save the file and let's run it. So it's going to multiply now. And there you go. So we see the results here, the same result. So that's all about the concept of creating your own class, inherit from the required desktop bot class and create your method as per your need. And there are 2 ways you can call to execute your bot. So I hope you understand this concept. Let's move to the next chapter to find out something else. Take care. Hello there and welcome back. So let's continue our learning on desktop automation using Bot Studio. So now we'd like to create a complex script where we'd like to fill this form, and I'm using demoqa.com automation practice form. So you can just navigate to this URL and click on this practice form. It will open up. And our intention here, we'll fill this form with the help of BotCity Studio image recognition, and we'll learn how to interact with multiple element types. Please make a note, though it's an web application, but we are not going to use HTML element ID or anything like that. So that should be a separate section of our course as Bot Studio Web Automation. So I will continue editing the existing project we have, first desktop project, and I change the bot.py once again. So there is the skeleton. I have just a class demo QA bot which inherits from desktop bot, and I have just required 2 methods here, action method which we should implement as per the documentation of desktop bot class. As of now, it just has one print statement, and have another method not found which will be used when it fails to locate any element from the page. And inside main, I'm just calling demo QA bot.main. So that's the skeleton we have, and if I quickly run it, it should just print inside action method. So that's all it is, right? And now let's create our method one by one. and we'll learn on the go. So first method will be open demo QA app. Remember, since we are inheriting from this class, we are not going to creating any instance, right? So instead, we'll just put self dot and it will show all the options. So we know we have a method called browse, and straight away, we'll try to give the complete URL of this page. Now we can do one thing. Either we can put a hard-coded delay just to make sure the page loaded properly, or we can wait for an element. So let's go back to the page, and we know that we should be able to see the student registration form, right? So let's do one thing. Let's use now BotCity Studio to search this element and wait for this element to appear. So let's go ahead in BotCity Studio. Our code is already refreshed and it's a new one. The cursor should be here. Let's go to the UI where it is, and let me try to grab this area. I'm not sure if I can grab this complete thing, but it's okay. Let's try to grab as much as possible. Let's put a name here. This is registration form, and the action, our action is not really click and move anything, right? We just need to find out this one, and it's an image. Let's go back to the code. So it's trying to find out this element with the label registration form. Matching and waiting time is same. Here it's better to give a little time, 30 seconds, and if it's not found, then it will send this method to here. So it will just open this one and wait for 30 seconds till it loads. So let's quickly run it and let's see this part is working or not. So now we just need to call our method here, self dot open demo QA app, and that's all it is. Now it should open this in default browser. Let me save the file and it's time to run. So it's working. It's opened this file here, right? Let me close this once again. Let's go back to our Bot Studio. And now it's time to create another method. So let's talk about from this form now. What we're going to do, let's see, we have multiple methods to fill the data in each row. So for name, we're going to create one method. For email, and the same way, we have multiple methods here. So let's start with the name first. Now, what we can do, we can find out the element using this, where we're going to click and then send our text to this element. And the same way we can do this last name as well. Another way, we can find out this attribute name and we can click on a relative location from this specific place. So maybe we'll see both the approaches for other attributes here as well. But as of now, let's go ahead with first name and last name. So here is our new method, enter name, and the cursor should go at this location. And let's go to the UI section. I think we already have it, so let's not create another screenshot. Just try to grab this portion. And we'd like to take this one. Put the name as first name. We would like to click this one. Let's go back to the code. That's correct. And so we need to enter some data here. I'm just trying to put some comment as of now, and then we'll do the same thing for the last name part as well. So let's go back to the UI section once again. Let's click, create the rectangle area now. Let's put the name as last name. Would like to click once again, go back to the code, and it came here. So again we need to enter some text in the last name part as well. So our task from BotCity Studio is done. Let's go back to the PyCharm. So here is our new code, and after clicking that area we need to send this first name information, right? So we'd like to use a method called paste, which will paste the data or the string you are going to provide here. So let me enter my name. Let's say that's the first name, and the same way I would like to enter the last name as well, and let's copy it here. Let me delete this commented line. Cool. So my expectation here is now if we run this code, it should definitely enter both the data inside the text box, right? Let's not forget to call this method from our action. So enter name, and it's time to run it, and let's see how it's working. That's perfectly all right. So the first step is working right. Let's go back once again, and now let's talk about this row gender. I hope you will do the same thing for email as well. So I'll keep a method blank, and you can just enter your data as well. And then for gender, we'll select these radio boxes with relative location. So let me show you what exactly I mean by that. So let's go to the BotCity Studio, and this is our fresh code. So before that, let me create a method here. Let's say our new method name is select gender, and as per this example, we're going to select male, but you can of course parameterize it depending on which value you're getting, and then choose the appropriate element and select the radio buttons. So let me show you what exactly I mean. So this is our new method, and let's take the cursor here and let's go to the UI. I hope we have the screenshot here. Yes. Now what we'll do, we're going to first select this male, or just enlarge this one, make a right fit here, put a name male radio box, and choose click relative, and then submit. The moment you do here, it will show you this kind of pointer where you can say, okay, what is the relative location you would like to click. So I'm just taking the center position of this radio box, and that's all you need. Go back to the code, and you see here it's actually created the code here, right? So first it find that element as male from image comparison, and then it's going to the relative section of -23.9. So that means in the left hand side as a x-axis and a little down from this area. So that's a quick relative. So in this way we can pass some argument here, like if it is male, then this portion of the code will execute. If female, something else will execute, right? And let's save this code. Let's go back to our PyCharm. Let's call this method from this place. So this part is done. Let's not execute at this time. Let's go back once again, and now let's talk about select picture, this section, because it will be a little different, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to click on choose file, and definitely it will open here in Windows system. And if you notice, the moment you open it, the default cursor location is in the file name. So if somehow we can pass the file name inside this and click on open, that should do our job, right, to upload a file. So let's try to do this. So first task is choose this element, and we're going to click. So let's go back to the code. Let's create another method here, and as of now we're going to hard code the image file, but definitely you can send that as an argument here. Let me save this one, and also at the same time call this method from here, and that's all done. Save it. Let's go back to the BotCity Studio. So here is our new method, upload image. Go to the UI section now. Let's come down, try to click nearby area. Let's select this area now. Let's say choose file, and we need to click this one, submit, and let's see the code here. So it's going to click. After this point, it will open that thing, right? The file selector. So let me do it from here as well. Choose file. Now we'll not try to take any screenshot because since the pointer is already here, I hope if I just call self.paste, that will go and paste the file name, and default enter, a key press enter should select the file as well. So let's try in that way. So here is our file, and let me try to get the file path. Let's open the properties, and from here we can copy this file path. So this is our file path. I'm creating just one variable and the name is avatar.png. So let it be here. So the file path is given here, and now let's try to do the paste, sending the file path here. And we have a method here in this class which is called enter. So that is press key enter. So this enter method will do what? It will press the key enter on your keyboard. So that's all we need, and hopefully this is going to work. Cool. So here is our fresh method. So upload image, and just quickly check we are choosing the file, clicking that element from the application, and we have the file path. Then we are pasting the file path and self.enter. And we just need to make sure we are calling this method properly and here, right? So now it's time to run our code and see the action. So first it will go and enter the first name and last name, then it will select male. That's cool. So it click the choose file. Hopefully it will paste the element here. It didn't. Let me check. Okay, so there was some issues in the previous code of this method, and I feel after we click on upload image, it takes some time to open the file selector box, and that's why I try to keep a hard-coded wait here 3 seconds, and then I'm trying to enter the file path and press enter to select that file. So let's run once again. Let me save the file here. And that's all it is, right? So it's able to take this PNG file after selecting it from the file selector. So now we need to talk about these fields, state and city. It's kind of combo box or combo select element, but the way it works here, let's say if I click and let me type maybe the first one ends here. So either we click the search element just after this, or maybe we can just press enter. Both way it will work. First thing, we need to create another method here. So our method is ready now. I have created a new method called select state and city, and I'm calling this method from here as well. Let me save the file. Let's go to the bot studio now. Let it refresh. Yes, I would like to upload the new one and set the cursor here. Let's go to the UI tab. I hope that element should be present here. Yes, it is. So first we need to click here. So to do that, I need to select this portion. Let me put a name as select state. Action should be click and submit. Let's go back to the code. Once it click here, let me enter self.paste. Let's say that was the option. Paste ends here. And now after entering ends here, we need to select it, right? And now it will enter ends here, and the next task is self.enter. So it will select that specific state for us. I think that's all we need, and we can just quickly verify this part. Let's go back to the PyCharm. So I'm not selecting the city, and that I left for you to enter the details here. Cool. So we're all good, and just to make sure we're calling this method from here, let me save and run this file now. So it's entering the first name, last name, then it should select male. Let it select the file for avatar, and finally ends here, right? So I hope you got the idea how to interact with complex elements and the strategies to select those elements in different techniques. Please make a note, the more you explore this library or specific this desktop bot class, you'll get to know different APIs inside this. So it will open up the opportunity for you to automate any complex UI. Maybe a later part of this course will come back once again when we'll have good grasp about other different APIs to make more sophisticated bots. Let's move on as of now. Keep learning and take care. Hello my friend, and welcome back to the new section of this course. In this section, we'd like to explore more about web automation using BotCity. In a previous section, we talked about the desktop automation and we went through this specific link, right? And now we'd like to go through here. I hope most of the things will be same, but there will be little differences. Maybe we need to install something extra here to achieve the web automation. So let's start with the documentation now. So here are the prerequisites which we already have, and let's move on. So WebDriver. So we need to download the WebDriver, which we need to use the corresponding WebDriver to communicate with the browsers for automation. So as example, if I'm going to choose Chrome driver, then I need to download Chrome driver, and the path of the Chrome driver needs to be given in our bot so that the bot understands it needs to open Chrome browser to start the automation. So I'm going to download this one now. Let me download the latest one. In my case, I hope it should be max64.zip file. Let me go inside this. So these are the two files I received after unzip the file, and all I need here, this file, specific file, Chrome driver. So let it be open. We'll copy this Chrome driver in our project. So that is the first step. Let us go back. Let's come down now and creating your first project. So we have already installed Cookie Cutter in our previous section, so I'm not going to do it once again, but I'm going to use this template here because we need to create the project using template, and it will definitely ask the project type and the bot ID. So let me quickly copy this one. Here is our command prompt, and I'm going to execute this right away. Please note, if you need Python 3, the most of the cases Python command will work. So it is asking, I have already downloaded this one, which is sitting here. Is it okay to delete and re-download it? That's okay. Maybe we'll get the latest file always. And now it's time to create a web automation. So here, if you see, the option is 2. So I'll go ahead with 2. And a bot ID, let me create a project name here. So I've given a name as BotCity Web Project, and that's all I need. I hope it created a folder with the same name. And I'm inside the folder now. Let me clear the screen. And the first thing we'll do, we'll check the contents inside this project. So this is exactly same as our desktop project, but I'm sure if I open the bot.py, definitely the code will be different from the desktop automation. Before doing anything, I would like to copy the WebDriver for Chrome browser inside this project. So I've copied the content here. Let me quickly check now. And the Chrome driver is present here. So now our next task is to open IDE and load this project. So let's do it now. So here is our VS Code, and I'm going to open the folder from here. So this is our project, and let me try to open this complete project. Let's give the permission and trust this project. Cool. So our project is loaded now, and I see the Chrome driver is present here. So let's open botcity.py and try to understand what it is doing inside this file. As we did in the previous section as well, first task is to let's remove all the unnecessary lines from the code. I'm going to delete the code related to Maestro. So I have cleaned up the file now, and let's talk about the basic things inside this file. So first thing, we need to import webbot from botcity.web, and we have just one main function here. And the main instance we need to create for this class of the webbot. And there are a few important parameters which we need to set before we start our web automation. So first, whether we'd like to go ahead with headless or not. So if this parameter set to false, so that means it will open the browser in front of you. And if you make it true, then you will not be able to see the browser opening. It will happen in headless mode. And uncommon to change the default browser to Firefox, But the question is, what is the default browser in that case? So we can do one thing, we can jump inside this class and there should be, so here you go. So the default browser set as a Chrome. So we are not going to change anything for this line. The driver path, so this is important. This is what we downloaded here, Chrome driver. So I'll give the path here. That's all. I hope it will take. And it's opening the URL BotCity.dev and the method name is bot.browse. And of course, we need to implement our logic here. So let's wait for the logic later. And now I'm waiting for the 3 seconds. And finally, I'm going to stop the browser. So what's written here, finish and clean up the web browser. You must invoke the stop browser to avoid leaving instance on the WebDriver open. So that is correct. So after finishing my task, I need to close the browser as well. And it's time to install this project and run it to check our setup is correct or not. So I'm going to install the requirement.txt file so that it can update all the required packages for Python. It's done. And now let's try to run the file. Now I see one warning message here. Chrome driver cannot be opened because the developer cannot be verified. Now to remove this error, what we need to do, we have this Chrome driver available inside our project. So all we need is just copy this command. I got it from this specific website, and you might get this issue in your Mac as well because this binary needs to be trusted on Mac OS so that it can open the Chrome browser when we are doing the automation. And I just copied this thing. So it will not give you any response, but it's time for us to run it and let's see whether this fixes the problem of the Chrome driver or not. So we are back in our VS Code now. Let me try to open the terminal and let's execute this. To execute, all I need is Python 3 and bot.py. So as per this code, my expectation is it will open, yes, the Chrome browser, go to the BotCity.dev, wait for 3 seconds and then close it. Cool. So our basic stuff is working now. So project is set up properly. In this chapter, we'd like to go through this class and try to understand what kind of methods available inside WebBot. I'm sure you heard about other web automation software like the popular WebDriver, Playwright, Cypress, and there are plenty. So my expectation is it should not be very different from the original concept, but the only thing we need to understand the kind of methods it provides and how much flexible it is when trying to do web automation with the specific class. So let's quickly jump into inside this class. So it's an init function, that means it's a constructor. Let's quickly go down. These are all properties. The driver instance, let's go down. These are all properties. I'm trying to find out the methods here. So this is one of the methods, start browser, start the selected browser. I'm sure this is something it's calling from internally when I'm trying to browse a specific URL. So let's go down. Stop browser is going to stop it. We can also set the screen resolution, like if we really wanted to launch the browser with any resolution, I can see width and height. Let's move on. Get screen image. So capture and returns a screenshot of the browser. This is really helpful in a way like when you're running automation and you end up in some failure. So you'd like to understand the state of that failure and the reason for that. So this is one important method. Find multiple. So find multiple elements defined by a label on screen until a timeout happens. This is almost like same method in desktop bot. I can see labels here and then our optionals parameters. Find is a simpler one of that one. So find an element defined by label on screen until a timeout happens. This is a find text. So basically we'll try to find out an element on page with the text, not really any XPath or ID. I can see it's marked here browser, and let's quickly check what are the APIs available here. So page title, it will return the currently active page title. Page source will give you the complete HTML source. Yeah, this is important. If you don't know what is this beautiful soup, it's kind of a document object model structure. So it will give you the pointer of this complete DOM and you can navigate inside this. So that's pretty useful while you would like to traverse the complete document object model of your page source. Navigate to is basically another flavor where you can just type any URL and it will go to the specific URL. This is already we are using, right? Browse method to just send the URL and it will open the browser with that URL. But if you see internally, actually it's calling to navigate to. So either you use browse method or navigate to, both are same. And there are a few basic things like back, forward, refresh on the browser. You can also execute JavaScript. That is something similar to our Selenium WebDriver. This will give you a list of tabs handlers. So what that means, you might have multiple tabs in a specific browser. So it will give you a list of tab handlers in your hand so that you can change the control to multiple tabs as needed. You can also create a new tab here. You can create a new window. This is pretty important, what I see. Print PDF. Print the current page as a PDF file. I'm not sure how it is going to work, but we can try out later. I see another method here, find elements, which basically try to find elements using the specified selector with selector type specified by PyObject. So this is where it comes with the knowledge of XPath of element. It could be either ID, name attribute or something in your HTML source. So we'll look into that later. And find element is just to search one element using the same approach. But notice here we need to import by as well from BotCity.web package. So this is another important thing for the complex application. Like let's say you have a web page where you have multiple iframes. So you can switch the context between the iframe. So you can enter inside the iframe, you can leave the iframe. So it's not like always you need to use this, and it's very specific to your applications. And now I see header is mouse. That means all the method here will relate it to the mouse. So click on get last X, get last Y, mouse move. So you can go through this section as well. You have function like mouse down, mouse up, down, scroll up. You can also move to a specific coordinate if you want. And the next part is keyboard. So we have same set of method what I see here, like paste, KB type, copy to clipboard, tab. So they are trying to mimic the same set of APIs in both the classes, which will be easy for us to implement. Otherwise, if the methods name are different in multiple classes, we might need to like remember all those different method names. So it's good in that way. And finally, it's a miscellaneous section where we have like generic kind of method to wait, sleep, wait for, file, and so on. So that's pretty much about what kind of methods we have inside this class. So it gives us an overview of this. And now let's try to implement a very small use case here. And let me import first by. So let's come here and it's time for us to implement our logic. Let's do one thing. Let's jump to that web page and let's see what we can do from here. So what we're going to trying to do here, we'll click on the pricing part and then would like to find out some details about the community version. Maybe we just grab this data from here, we'll see. But before going to do that, let's find out the XPath of this element. I'm going to inspect it here. And if I see here, it's a link element and we have the text as pricing. So we can create a XPath like this. So it's a link element which contains text as pricing. And if XPath is correct, you can see it's highlighting over here. But one point you see here, this is one of three. So that means there are other elements in this page with the same XPath. But that's okay. I think it is the first one. So by default, if you don't provide any other information, always it should go with the first element to click. So first thing, I'm going to copy this XPath from here. Let's go back. And here I'm trying to find out that element, let's try with find element. We need to find out the signature of this method. So if you see here, it's a selector first. By is like, okay, what kind of approach I'm going to take to search this element. So this is the XPath. I need to check what I have here. So let's go ahead with first give the XPath here. This is my XPath. And I see the option here XPath. I think other parameters are completely optional. Let's not give it. And this will find the element and let's see the return value of this. So returns is web element and the element found. So here is one example. So it just gave the ID in this case, by.id, it's returned the element here. And this is our example, by the way, find element, the XPath the way we submit it, and by XPath, correct? So our code is correct, and let's go ahead, save this element in this specific variable, and now we are good to go. And let's go ahead and click this element. I hope this is the method. Let's save it and let's try to run it, and let's see if our concept is correct here or not. Cool. So I say it's working now. So it's clicking on the pricing. And now let's take it forward. We want to grab some data from that specific part. So let me go back to the URL once again. So now we should be moved to this page, and let me try to understand how we can grab the data for free community version. So if I just try to inspect this part, if you see here, we have multiple div element here for each and every element, but the whole part is actually inside this div box. So I've come up with this XPath now. If you see the div with class as MUI paper wrote some name here, and it actually occurs multiple times, 4 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's a upper layer box which have all the information. So my intention here is, if I can grab the complete data of the first one, so it should give me the complete information of the community free edition with all the text present inside this. So let's try out that one now. We are back in the code, and now we'll do the same thing. It's a new element. We'd like to find out the same find element. We have the XPath. Let's copy the XPath first, and we'll go by XPath. So it will search the element for us. Now the task is to get the complete text. I can see a method here, just text. I'm not sure whether it should grab the complete data or not. So let's run it and then we'll try to understand. So I'm going to just print it directly from here, and we're all done. It's time to check the code. I think it's crashed here with an error, so it cannot print in this way. So we had some errors in the code, and the problem was, after we find out this element, we were calling this text. If you notice here, it's not really a method, it's like a property, which this is a method, right, in this way. So you need to just call text, and it will give you the text of the complete element. So please remember this concept. In HTML file, if you pick any of the element from the page as a parent element, and if you call text, it will get the text element of all the child elements inside this. So what I mean by that, if I quickly inspect this one, and so this is our box, right? So these 4 boxes present here. So we search this element and call the text attribute on this specific element. So what it does, it basically goes all the child element inside this and fetch the text from there, and it will return you as a 1 element. So it's time to go and now execute our code once again. So let's see now. So it opened BotCity.dev, it clicked pricing tab. Now it should read the information from community version, and done. So it started fetching the element from here, community free. So we have like 1 automation, 1 agent, sign up, orchestration part. I think these are the orchestration part, and all other facilities you will get as per this community edition. So that's pretty much about the first chapter of this course. So we understand how to create a template project for BotCity web automation, and a basic stuff here like to open any application, how you can interact with XPath or any other locator. So let's move to the next chapter. Take care and keep learning. Welcome back, my friend, and let's keep this momentum to learn details of BotCity. So in this chapter, we'd like to create another web bot where we are going to mimic a complete user flow in an e-commerce site. There will be two major aspects to learn in this chapter. First thing, how we can implement BotCity web automation with Python classes. And throughout this mini project, we are going to learn various APIs available inside WebBot class. Before we jump into the code, first let's talk about the user flow in this application. So I'm going to use demoblaze.com, which is just a testing site. And as per the user flow, we'd like to do these steps as following. So first, we'd like to select one category here, maybe laptop. After selecting laptop, we'd like to fetch all the products available in this first page. So that method is supposed to scrap the data from this page and it will print the complete information for each and every product available. After that, we'd like to add one of the product into our cart. Maybe take example of MacBook Air. So we'll pass MacBook Air. It should go, select this one, click on add to cart. And this is a JavaScript modal box. And we'd like to accept this modal box by clicking OK or by pressing enter. After we do that, we need to move to the cart menu item and it should show this product added into the cart. Next, we'd like to click on place order. So it will open up this small form in front of us and we can just give the name and credit card. These two are mandatory field. So let me just enter some data just to show you. Say I have entered my name and credit card information 1234. And then we need to scroll down a bit to click on purchase. So let me click purchase. And once I do that, it will say thank you for your purchase and the information here about the order history. So we'll try to take a screenshot of this page and convert this into PDF file for our future reference. So I hope the flow is clear now. So the way we are going to achieve this step by step. So first we'd like to create a small class just to open the application and close it. And then slowly we'll move on building other methods in that class which will mimic this complete user flow. So let's jump into the code now. So we're into VS Code now and I have created a new project with type 2 which we used in the previous chapter. But instead of any main function, I've declared a new class here with name DemoBlaze. If you notice, I've not inherited WebBot class in this custom class. The reason I'm going to create instance of this class and then execute my method. So let's focus about these three methods initially. The constructor, open application and close application. Rest of the things we'll discuss step by step. This is the constructor and here I'm creating a new object of WebBot and storing inside a variable. The reason for storing with self dot so that I can access this instance variable throughout other methods in this class. And then I have declared these mandatory fields for WebBot class like headless equals to false, browser choice is Chrome and my driver path is Chrome driver which is sitting inside this project. And also I print DemoBlaze instance initialized just to make sure it's calling the constructor when we'll create the instance of DemoBlaze. And then I have these two methods just for open application and close application. This is straightforward. So we know this method, this browse method, where I need to pass the URL and it will open the Chrome browser with that specific URL. And then I put a 3 seconds delay here just to make sure it's stable enough. Note that we can also implement some method here which will wait for an element to appear. So we'll improve that code later. And then I have another method here as close application and where I'm just calling stop browser of WebBot class. So that's pretty much as of now. Let's not concentrate on other things. So here I'm calling these two methods in this way. First I've created the instance of my DemoBlaze class and here is the variable. And then I call open application and then close application. So let's go ahead, run this code and see as of now what we implemented is proper and working fine. And now all we need is Python 3 bot.py. So it's opening the browser with demoblaze.com. It will wait for 3 seconds and it will close the browser. So that's all it is. And now let's move on to improve this one. So first thing, we're not going to put this hard-coded delay here. Rather, we're going to wait for some element to appear in the page. So let's see how we can do that. Once it landed up in this page, we can see there are multiple elements for which we can wait till it's visible. So maybe just try to inspect this one. So this element has an ID called never. So I'm going to use this element here. Let's go back to the code. So I'm going to use find element, and all I need here just the ID, and we need to mention we are using by ID attribute. So let me take that element in hand, and now we'd like to wait for this element to be visible. To do that, we need this object pointer, and if you type wait, it will give you multiple options here. So the first one will go for wait for element visibility, and all it needs is basically the element or the web element object on which we are going to wait. So now our 3000 millisecond wait is not required. I'm going to delete it and just trying to run it to make sure like everything is fine. All good. So now let's move on. Now let's talk about a new method here, which is select product category. If you notice, I have passed one category name here, and then I'm using that string to create an XPath here. I'm trying to search that XPath with this find element, and after getting that element, I'm going to click on that. Once again, I have used 2-second delay here just to make sure like when we click, the filtering works properly. But you can omit this line and try to come up with some element visibility approach as well. Now the question is why I did in this way. Let me quickly show you. If you see the XPath here, I just removed that variable name and put a hard-coded value as laptops, and this is highlighting this one. And if I change it to the phones, so now it's highlighting the previous one. So in this way, my intention was to change this variable and make this XPath generic one so that we can choose any categories using that method. So after selecting this product category, we need to fetch all the product items in that page. So let's go back to the application again. Say we are going to select laptops, and it will give us all the laptop information in the product list. Now let me select one of the box here. And if you see, we have this element div whose class is card block, and this will be available for each and every item. So here as well. So we can do one thing, we can find out all the elements in this page with this specific XPath, and maybe we can iterate over that to find out the complete text inside this. So let's try to do this now. So here is our new method, fetch product items. And as discussed, what I'm doing here, find elements, not element, right? So this one will give me a list of web element as a return value. The XPath is simple. I have given the by property as XPath, and it will give me element object list. And this way we can iterate over this list with a for loop in Python. An element object will be a single element in that list. And I'm just going to print here in this format where I'm getting the text of that element. If you remember in our previous chapter, if you use this text property of any web element object, it will go fetch the complete text of that element plus all the child element of that particular parent element. So let's do one thing. We understand these two methods now. We'd like to call these two methods and see how this is working now. So I've added these two new methods now. Select product category. I have passed the category name as laptops and fetch product items. So let's go ahead and run this to check if we are able to fetch all the information from the page. So it's done. We just need to quickly check one of the information. Let's say MacBook Air. Its price was $700, 1.6 GHz dual core Intel Core i5. Let's quickly check if that information is correct or not. I think this is correct. We can see the same value over here. If we see the complete output here, it printed all the products available in this page. So in this way, you can scrap the data from the web page. Remember, this is just one example, but most of the time the concept is same. You need to find out a way to get all the elements and then iterate over this to create a list of elements available in the page. So now let's move on to the next part. Once we filter the product and get the information, now we want to select one product and add to the cart. So our new method will be maybe just add a product into cart. We're going to pass a string here like MacBook Air. So what it's supposed to do, it will go click this element, then it will click to add to cart. And this is just a JavaScript model. There could be multiple ways to handle it. We already have API in WebBot class, so we're going to use that. But in case if you see this modal box is complex enough to handle using WebBot API, you can use your desktop bot API as well. Like you can open BotCity Studio, scan this particular button with computer vision and then click on this. Maybe you can try out that approach from your end, but as of now, I'm going to show you the methods available inside WebBot class. So let's say we accept this one and it's added. So let's see how we can do this. To click any element over here, let me just inspect one of this. So it's a link element whose text is this. So let's see what we are going to implement in the method. This is our new method, add product into cart. I'm passing the product name, and as discussed, this is a link element contains text and the product name. The same approach we applied above. So using this string name, we are creating the XPath and then searching the element. And then I just click on that particular element. After you do that, we saw one add to cart button that is also a link element, which is straightforward. So again, I search a new button and then click. Now here is the trick to accept the modal box. So I've given a wait here just for 1 second so that the modal box can open properly. And this is a new method, handle JS dialog. So if I quickly go inside this, the default value here accept true. You can also make accept false. So accepts or dismisses a JavaScript initiated dialog, alert, confirm, prompt, or etc. This also cleans the dialog information in the local buffer. So hopefully this handle JS dialog is going to accept that modal box. It will be closed. After we add the product into the cart, next step will be purchase the item. So let me go back to the application again. So after adding the product into cart, we're into this page. And if you see here, we have multiple menu items. So first task is we'll go into the cart section. To do that, we need to select this element and I see a ID available here. So no need to create any XPath. We can directly use this ID. So let's see the code now. So first thing, I'm finding this element with by ID and click on this. Then I have a 2-second delay. Remember, all the delay you can remove with the concept of wait for an element. So I leave that on you to improve this code on top of this. Now once we do this, we need to place the order. So let's go back to the application. Say we're into cart page and we need to click on place order. I know I have added 2 times, so let me delete one. And the XPath of this place order button will be a button which contains text as place order. So let's quickly check the code now. So we are finding the element with this XPath and then click on that. After you do this, it will open up the form to fill here. These 2 things are very straightforward. Just have a look in the code. I have entered the name and credit card section, but the challenge was this purchase button was not visible. So if you directly try to search this element on click, it will throw you element not interactable exception. To solve this, we have multiple methods in this class. So as of now, what I'm trying to do, I'm going to scroll up with 5 times, that is a 5 clicks. And then the purchase button will be in the visible section. After that, we should be able to click on this button. Let's quickly check the code now. So this is find element for name, wait for element visibility of name field. So I'm waiting unless it's available. Then I'm sending the name here. Same way, I'm finding out credit card section and send keys will send the string to this particular text box. Please note, send keys is a function which will mimic the typing inside the text box. So if your string will go inside that text box as if someone is typing from the keyboard. And now this method scroll down. So if I go inside this method quickly, so it will scroll down by n clicks and number of times to scroll down. So n could be like 5, 10, anything depending on where is your element in the page. So here I have given click equals to 5 and hopefully that is going to work. And then the same approach, I am trying to find out the element with this XPath, which is a button, purchase button, and then I click on this. After we do this, we know we'd like to wait for this specific message, thank you for your purchase. And the same way I created another XPath here and then wait for element visibility of the specific element. And finally, I call a method inside this class which is print PDF. If you remember, we already discussed this method in the previous chapter. So what it does, print the current page as PDF file and it should be stored inside our project. So now it's time we call these two methods as well in the flow. So I've added these two methods, add product into cart, passing MacBook Air and then complete purchase. So now it's time to run the complete user flow and see things into action. Cool, so it's working perfectly all right. And now, if you notice here, I see a file called store.pdf. So let me just try to open this file. And this is what you will get as a PDF file here. Now let me tell you a few other tricks here. In case you would like to use both WebBot and DesktopBot classes inside your project, you are open to do that. So all you need here is the way I have created this object of WebBot. Maybe you can just create another object called as DesktopBot object. So I have created a DesktopBot object here with the class DesktopBot and I have imported this one. Now you are completely open to use this object and call its method in any of the method if you need so. It's not only limited to use only these two classes. You can use any Python library which you like to use inside your project. Because by definition, BotCity is a framework for the developers. So there is no restriction what kind of Python library you can use or you can't. Maybe we can use directly our Playwright, Selenium WebDriver classes as well inside this. Before we enter this one, I would like to show you one of the project type which is called both when you use the BotCity template to create a project, which will end up doing the same thing what I've discussed here. Let me quickly show you the concept here. Let me type yes. And if you see, the number 3 is both. So if you give number 3 and then a project name, you will end up with a template project where you will see both the things are imported and you have a main function. So that's all about this chapter. I hope you have the understanding now how to use widely used methods in these classes in different scenarios and complete the user flow as per your application. So let's move to the next part of this course and continue on learning on BotCity. Take care. Welcome back my friend, and let's continue our journey to learn few more plugins from BotCity. In this chapter, we'd like to concentrate on file handling plugin. So this plugin is going to be used for monitor your file system for new files, compress and decompress both files and folders so that it will be easy for you to handling multiple files to complete a workflow in your bot. So the first thing is we're going to install this library and it is straightforward, pip install BotCity files plugin. I already did so. So just copy paste this command and execute in your prompt. And the next part is then we need to import the plugin here in your code. I've also added this one in our class file. I'll show you in a minute. And now we'd like to start from the end because this is really a good feature from this plugin side and it's called waiting for files. Let me just go through it quickly so that we get the idea. In some cases, it is necessary to wait for files to be saved and available in certain folders, such as processes where files are downloaded from a website. And that's pretty important, right? I have seen in many times in my automation code, after I download a file from a website through Selenium or WebDriver call, you may need to write your custom code, go through the downloads folder and find out the last file created. So here, it will do the same thing for you with just 3 lines of code. So let's do one thing. Let's go to our code and I will simplify this logic here just to show you the working principle of this concept, and then we'll also go through the above portion like zip and unzip of the files and folders. So we're in the class file now. So I have my bot.py. I have imported this one inside my Python file, and then I created an instance of bot files plugin, and here is my instance object through which I'm going to call all the methods of this class. Let me show you the first example which we have explained, like waiting for files. So the way you should write the code using with block of Python. So the method name here is wait for file. So with files.wait for file, then we need to put the directory path where I'm expecting the file to be downloaded. So in this case, I've given my download section or download folder in my Mac. File extension I've given .mp3 and timeout given here default 300 seconds. That is too much. So it's good that sometimes it might take a little bit of time to download a file with big sizes. And now I'm just printing here downloading will start inside the with block. Now point to be note here, you have to write your code here to click the specific area of your website or the application to download the file. In this case, I'm not taking any example of opening any site, that I will do manually, but your click function will come here. Now think about this, when I download the file and it downloaded inside this specific folder, automatically this wait for file will come out. So the control will come outside of this with block. And then I'm printing download completed, continuing the process. So the now question is, with this object, how we can find out the file path and the name which downloaded inside the downloads directory. The method name is get last created file. So once again, you need to pass the directory path and the file extension. So with this code, it actually keep a track of what files created in the recent times, and when you call this method get last created file, it will return that value. And finally, I'm printing the file path here. So we'll do one thing, we'll just go ahead and run this code, and then we can download a file manually from our application to check the print function output at this last line. So let's run this code now. So as usual, it's printing downloading will start, and we'll do one thing here. I'm in my ChatGPT application and I was using a plugins called VoiceOver, which can convert a specific text given into audio or in specific to MP3 file. So my prompt was, please convert below text in audio. Don't have a good day, have a great day. And here is my output in JSON format. So all I'm going to do here, I'm going to click this one.
Don't have a good day, have a great day.
And then after playing this audio, I have the option to change the playback speed or download. So in this case, I'm going to download it. Now, as you see the output here, it's printed this line, download completed, continuing the process. And then after getting the file path of the last created file, it's printed the complete file path here as well. So now it becomes really easy for us to get hold of all the file paths which created for each and every download, or maybe we can create a zip out of all the downloaded files in one shot. Now think about this. Let's say in your process automation, let's say you downloaded n number of files and you have all the files path in your hand and you store inside a list variable of Python. So it becomes really easy for you to make a zip out of all those downloaded files. Let me go to the documentation part again. So as per this example, working with zip files, with this plugin you can easily zip and unzip folders and files as needed. So if you see here, there are two types of zip you can do here. One is you have a list of all files which I was explaining. So it's an array or list where you have the complete file paths present. And then all I'm doing here is files.zip files, passing this list of argument, and this should be the final file name after creating the zip file. Maybe we can pass the complete path here as well. So we'll try both the things. So another approach here, instead of giving off list of file names, we can directly give a directory to completely zip, and in that case you need to call the function zip directory. So let's try with this, the first option, and let's see how it's working. So here is my new code now, and what I have done inside my downloads directory, I have previously downloaded mp3 files which I just rename as song_a and song_b. So I'm creating a list of files where the previously downloaded 2 files present, and I also taken the new file which I just going to download, and that file path is also inside the list. And now all I need is zip files, passing this files path of the list of files to be zipped, and then I have given not only the file name, the complete file path here as well as a final destination. So it should be able to create this zip file inside this project. So let's try to run this now. Let me save the file. Cool, so it's waiting for the downloaded file. Let's go ahead and download the file now.
Don't have a good day. Have a great day.
So now we can see the output here. So first it printed download will start, it's completed, and then it's printed the latest file which we downloaded just now. And my expectation is it should create the zip file here as myzip.zip, and I can see the file here over here. So just to ensure like it's zip the all required files, we'll go to the location of this file, try to unzip this, and now we'll check all the 3 files here. So we zip song A, song B, and the latest file created. So I hope you understand the concept here. It's not that complex in nature, but it's truly useful when you are going to handle files, dynamically create files, need to zip all the created files from your bot automation, and then you need to send it to your stakeholders. That time it will play really a useful task. So let's move to the next chapter and continue our learning on plugins. Take care and keep learning. Hello my friend, and I hope you are doing excellent. And we are back again to explore another concept in ChatGPT Plus that is called custom instruction. So let me quickly go through what exactly it is. It's a new feature that lets you share anything you'd like ChatGPT to consider across its responses. So I see it as a first step to train ChatGPT with your custom data or your custom information. Now to enable this, first you need to go to beta features, and you remember the way we enable plugins and code interpreter, the same way there is a new option here, custom instruction. Just make this button enable. So let me close it now. Once you do that, in your left hand side, if you click this 3 dot, you will see this information called custom instruction. So I have already filled up the information here, but I would like to explain you how you should give this information for your case as well. The first part here is what you would like ChatGPT to know about you to provide better responses. Now it definitely varies depending on your profession or what exactly you are doing in your daily basis of work, but I'm just going through the example here for my case. And if you see here thought starter, so it will give you few pointers like what you should write. Please notice you have like a limit of 1500 character set. So try to use as much as possible. The more information you give to ChatGPT, the more it will be inclined to generate responses tailored to your needs. So that is what I explained, like it's training the ChatGPT with your custom information or data. So here what I have written, I'm a content developer working on artificial intelligence tools, open source, robotic process automation, and AI automation. My courses are informative and easy to understand. Below are few of my courses links that describe the pattern of my course. And what I did, I actually copied the links of my courses from Udemy and just post it here with numbering. And then I have written, I would like to create innovative content for my students on the latest technical topics. My goal is to become one of the best instructors in the online teaching community. Always open to learning new things and applying my knowledge to create the best content. Definitely you can just go on from here and write more things and cover most of the character sets. And the second part here is, how would you like ChatGPT to respond? So here I've written, I'd like you to act as an expert content creator in AI and RPA field. Always be innovative while creating the response. Make sure the tone will be formal. So I'd like to see the response in detail with bullet points and numbers. Responses should be easy to understand for students. Also try to add table format data when comparing multiple tools for their pros and cons. While creating a sales pitch for my content, please make sure to generate a response that is catchy, inspiring and niche. It will be better to analyze the response and create a summary as well. So that's the initial thought I have given to ChatGPT, or you can say trained ChatGPT for my personal needs. And if you see this button here, enable for new chats. So if you don't make this on, then this context will not be saved to ChatGPT whenever you are trying a new chat. So every time they need to tell about yourself and what kind of response you want. Make sure this is on and just save it. So let me just close this window. And now let me create a new chat here. Please make a note. Though the feature is available in GPT Plus account, but you can use this both in 3.5 and 4. So let me just choose anything. Maybe I can choose 3.5 and let me go ahead and create my first prompt here. So here is my first prompt. I would like to create a new content on open source RPA. Could you please suggest some of the most used tools for this topic? And let's see what information it can grab. So before you go to the answer, you see here model is 3.5 and custom instructions on, right? So these custom instructions will be applicable whenever you're creating new chat, irrespective of the model you choose. And now let's see the answer, whether it's creating with the proper format or not. Certainly open source RPA is a rapidly growing field with several popular tools, and some of the most widely used open source RPA tools are here. So you see how it's actually creating the content. We want the numbering system with bullet points. So it's created the pros and cons here. So it's UiPath Community Edition, then Automation Anywhere, Robocorp, Tag UI, Open RPA, Contours, QLEX and more. And interesting to see here, it's also created the sales pitch, which we can use after changing a bit depending on the requirement. And the last part is the whole thing as a summary. But what I see here, I don't see one of the open source tool called BotCity. So let me try to ask if ChatGPT can add BotCity as well in the above list. So here is my new prompt now. Please add BotCity in above list and create a comparison with all. So now I can see it's added the BotCity as well with its pros and cons and a new sales pitch here, which might be helpful as well. Now let's do something else. You remember I've added my courses links in the custom instruction. So why not take the advantage of that and ask some questions to ChatGPT to help me out which one is doing better. And here is another example. So I have asked, please create a comparison data of enrolled students of my courses. The first response was like, yeah, ChatGPT, sorry about this, as AI developed by OpenAI with last training data updated till September 2021. So I don't have the real time or personal data, blah, blah, blah. And then my next prompt was, please create a comparison data of enrolled students of my courses given in custom instruction. And now you see the response changes here. Although I don't have the real-time data of the enrolled students for your courses, I can guide you on how to structure the comparison data of your courses based on enrolled students. Let's assume that you have provided the following enrollment data for the 4 courses listed. So actually it knows what are the courses given in the custom instruction, and then it's creating a chart here to show you how I can generate this one. And some of the points you could make, like for each and every course, I've written like highest number of enrollments in this course, and so on and so on. So my next prompt here is, could you please read description of full stack RPA developer course and create a more enhanced one. So let's see how it will come up with the response. So now it is important to understand limitation of custom instruction at this point. Though I have given the course link in custom instruction, but ChatGPT is not going to parse the information from this page. Of course, we can do that using plugins that we have already seen, like web parser plugin. But here it is asking if I can give those description here, then it can definitely improve on that. So what I understand at this moment, custom instruction is kind of a new feature, and you can train it to ask what kind of responses you want, like the structure, the more details, the words should be more catchy or innovative. You can change the tone of the response and so on. But if you're thinking like you are going to upload a couple of your personal data like CSV, Excel files, or maybe the YouTube links and other things, so it's not really go and fetch all those information and create a custom database for you before giving the response. So hopefully that's on the way, and we'll update with more chapters whenever we see any progress in this line. So take care, keep learning, and stay blessed. Hello there, and we are going to discuss another use case of custom instruction. So here my intention is, whenever I'm going to talk to ChatGPT, always it will provide me the response in a structured manner. Reason for doing that, I can grab that response and use it programmatically. Otherwise, in normal cases, when you send some prompt to ChatGPT, it provides the responses with numbering, maybe bullets, with the chart information and plenty of text. And now all of those information I always want in JSON format to ease the parsing. Now to achieve this, if you notice here, I have this custom instruction settings panel, and I have edited this, the second part of this settings, where you want to tell ChatGPT how to respond back. Let me just quickly go through this part. Please make sure to respond in JSON format only so that I can parse the data. Do not use any numbering, bullet points, or free text in response. So let me save it and make sure like this is enabled for new chats. And now let me show you how it is working now compared to the previous way. So my prompt is, please tell me top 10 to do to clean a house daily. Make sure to add equipment required in the response. Now if you notice, it actually started talking in JSON format. Like the whole thing is a response body, and then daily cleanup routines is an array or list element, where each and every item in the list element is one to do or one tips. Like this is the task and equipment needed. And once again, this equipment needed is again inside a list. So now it becomes very easy for me to parse this data with simple JSON parser in Python, take one of the item and send it back to the prompt once again to ChatGPT to expand it further. As example, my second prompt in this chain was create a small write-up for below topic, where I just copied these two things from here. So that means I can do a follow-up with ChatGPT on this specific topic, creating another new prompt. But interestingly here, if you see in this write-up, the task detail is the whole thing, which contains task is one key, description is another, and the equipment needed is also added at the last. Let me show you a couple of more examples here. My new prompt here is, please generate 10 story ideas for any age which have some moral. Make sure to add a demo script for each story and main characters in that story. So let's see how ChatGPT is creating the response for me in this case. Now let's talk about the response here. The whole thing came as just JSON response, where story ideas is the main key here, which is a list. And each and every item in the list is basically one topic of the story. And as we expected, each portion is divided with multiple attributes like title, moral, main characters, demo scripts. And the same way, we have plenty of other things as well. Now we got the idea here from ChatGPT UI, but the question is how it's going to be beneficial for us when do something completely programmatically. So now we'll do the same thing through Python program, which makes more sense because just getting a JSON response in this UI part is not going to help you really. True? So let's jump to the VS Code, and I'm using the same class which I discussed in Python and OpenAI integration section in this course. So now we are back into VS Code, and this is the same code we used in our previous section as well. Please refer to the previous section if you missed that part. So we had this execute prompt method, which was taking the user prompt given from command line, and it's talked to ChatGPT and return the response here. Now important point to note here, we are passing this user prompt here, and I'm adding the suffix with that user prompt with the same thing which we set in the settings of custom instruction. So what that means, each and every time I use a prompt programmatically, it will add this extra information at the end of prompt to tell ChatGPT how I want to get back the response. I'm not sure if I can set the custom instruction programmatically at this point with ChatGPT 4, but this should work. I hope you got the idea. Let's quickly run this and let's see through program how we can achieve this part. So let me enter my prompt now. I'm going to use the same prompt which I have used from ChatGPT 4 UI, and we got the response back, and here the format is once again as JSON format as per our suffix given with the prompt, and I can see its story, script and the characters defined over here. So now all we need here is a JSON parser which can take the output response from ChatGPT and parse it for our own need. So what I've done here, so I just import one library called JSON and I tweak the code a bit here. After I'm going to print the ChatGPT response, I'm loading this complete thing to convert into the JSON format. So the call here is json.loads and the same response which I'm printing here. Once it loads the response in a JSON format, so I'm taking that output in a variable which is called response object. The first thing I did here, I print the type of the object I received in my hand, and I will explain the reason for that. And my expectation is if the object type is a hash map or dictionary, then I'm going to use one of the key from the dictionary to fetch one story item. So let me run this and then I will explain the output how it's going to work. So I've executed this one and my prompt was please generate 3 story ideas for any edge which have some model, and the same prompt which I have used previously in ChatGPT. Now if you see the response here, this print is coming from here, this line ChatGPT response, and by looking we can say it's basically a dictionary, right? But it might so happen this complete response may come inside a list element as well. Now think about this, you are not really sure the type of the object you are getting from the response. So your code for parsing should not be very static in nature. So what that means, first you need to check the type of the object and depending on that you need to iterate inside this. So as example, I've just printed this object type here which should print here after converting into JSON. It prints here this is a dictionary or a hash map. Now I have not given any code here, but the logic should be if it is a dictionary, find out all the keys available inside this dictionary and then do a recursion kind of thing for the data inside this each key. You got my idea, right? So here after printing this one, I just try to print for the story 3. So what I did here, response object and the key. And if you see here, this is the same script I got for story 3 inside this. So now I hope you got the idea. While talking to the ChatGPT programmatically, just tweak the response format so that it will be super easy for us to take the response in a structured format, parse it, and then follow up with the ChatGPT to get more in detail response. Maybe this concept will be very useful to create an automated bot for content creation. So let's move on to the next part of the course. Take care. Hello my friend, welcome back to the new chapter of this section, and here we'd like to talk about a new Python class which we developed inside this framework, and the name is audio.py. The main purpose here is to interact with our bot via audio and vice versa. So I have just 2 methods here. One is convert text to audio. So I'm going to pass a specific text or string and it will just pick that with the voiceover. And why I need this, because many times in our bot processing we need to know where our bot is currently in the state. So for each and every task, small task is going to complete, the bot will speak up, this is where I am and this is what exactly I'm waiting for and something like that. So mostly that is the purpose, and this method known as capture microphone audio, it will do the reverse thing. It will just ask a prompt or any string or any suggestion if I want to give to the bot. So it will ask the prompt with my microphone as a source device, and then it will analyze the prompt. Then finally it will use the Google speech recognition library to convert this into text. So that will be used mainly when I am going to interact with my bot and giving any commands. Now let's talk about this code quickly, and we need two libraries here, speech recognition and PyTTX3. So as usual, I have this requirement.txt file. Here I have listed down all the dependencies I need for this project. If you see I missed anything, please let me know in the comment. I'll just go and update this file as well. So you can just go ahead and install everything in one shot, or if you want, you can install one by one when you're doing a specific task. So now let's talk about the code here. So PyTTX3, this library is going to use to convert a text to audio. The code is pretty simple. I mean, it's just straightforward. I'm just creating an object by calling the init method. So this is my engine, text to speech engine. And this method .say, and after passing the text will convert the text into audio. Next method is run and wait. So it will wait until the bot finishes to convert the complete text into audio, and finally it will stop the engine unless I'm going to call it 1 second. That's it. And our second method here as capture microphone audio, and here we're using this speech recognition library. I imported it as SPR. So my first call was creating a recognizer object, and I store inside this recon variable. And then I have a with keyword, so spr.microphone as source device. So it will take my microphone, system microphone, as a source device. With that, it will do this task. So what it is doing, first I'm printing speak your prompt. At the same time, I want my robot to speak up as please speak your prompt. And then I have a pause threshold here for 1 second. And this is the main method, recon.listen. It will listen to the source device as we defined here. And finally, it will give the audio, but this is not text, it's in audio format. So the next task comes here. I'm analyzing the prompt and then calling reconObject.recognize.google, passing the audio data with a language. So here our data will be most of the time English. So I've given in US English, and it will return me this text, speech text. And then I'm printing here, and finally I'm returning this. As simple as that. We can optimize this, like we can create this object only one time in the constructor instead of creating it multiple times, and use that engine whenever I'm going to convert any text to audio. That we can do. But this stop should not be here. In that case, we need to create another method, and that should be called when our complete bot will be finished. But that's okay. That's optimization. I leave it on you. If you'd like to do, you can do this. And how I'm going to test it? Pretty simple. I created a temporary test.py file, and here I just imported the audio class here from lib.audio. I created an instance here, and then our intention is to just test these two methods here. Convert text to audio. I'm passing. We are going to build affiliate marketing autopilot. So the robot will speak this complete sentence, and then I have a capture microphone audio call, and that will capture the microphone audio and convert this into text. Cool. So let's go ahead and execute this code quickly to check how this is working before we move on to the real work, create our AI powered RPA bot. So all I need here is Python, and my file name was test.py.
We are going to build affiliate marketing autopilot. Please speak your prompt.
What is affiliate marketing? So it's working here, and that will be pretty easy to maintain and monitor the progress of our bot, because our bot could run for minutes and hours when we'll give multiple affiliate products. So let's move to the next part of the course and explore this exciting journey to create our first AI powered RPA bot. Let's quickly talk about the project architecture here, and I'm going to add the complete source code in this chapter as a resource file here. So you need to download the resource folder first before you move on to the next section, because now we are going to explore the real thing, like Python code, the flow for each and every module. So you need the code in your hand to explore this. Okay. Now, before we download this, let me quickly show you the couple of important folders in our project. By the way, this project created the same way you just learn about the BotCity desktop bot or web bot. Template doesn't matter, you just use any template and then you start copying my code here, or directly you can use my project. So the folders I'm talking about here is the drivers. So I downloaded all the drivers here, but frankly speaking, I have seen Gecko driver works best on Windows machine, but you can try out with other drivers as well if you need so. The second important folder is library, which is called lib, and here you will have all the required class files like to talk with ChatGPT or blog post account, InVideo account and more. Okay, so this folder will be pretty important. And then you will have another important file here called requirements.txt. This is something you just need one command, this command, to install all the dependent library of Python to run this project. But in case you feel I missed something, please let me know. I'm going to add this and make it complete. And finally, we'll have this real file, the bot file, which I'm going to run. So you'll have all the prompts ready here. These are all template prompts. You don't need to change anything here. And this part where you are going to add your product information before running the product. No worries, you will get to know everything in detail step by step in consecutive chapters. So just download the project and let's get started. Hello my friend and welcome back to the new section of this course. Now we have the background and the context about BotCity Studio, ChatGPT setup and few Python programs as well. With that knowledge, we can start exploring our first step to fetch products from Digistore 24 application. Now as I mentioned, I just need to spend 10 to 15 minutes a day and start the bot which will do the heavy lifting on behalf of me. So we'd like to focus our discussion into two parts. The first thing, what exactly the research I'm going to do before we start the bot. And second, as a first module of this pipeline bot, what exactly I'm going to automate and how I'm going to automate inside Digistore 24 application. So without further ado, let's move to the real game to implement your AI-powered RPA bot. Cool, so we are back in our Digistore 24 application. And first we'll talk about the research work which I'm going to do on daily basis for 10 to 15 minutes on Digistore application before we start the bot. So let me just log in with my credentials here. So I'm logged in into the application and I'm already inside affiliate part. All I do is go to the marketplace now. And now the real work. Let's say today my focus will be a specific niche from this digital products list of Digistore application. So let me choose one of the product here, let's say fitness and health. Now, as you see here, it's showing 77 results. So that means you can promote 77 products. But are you going to really promote all the products? Not really. So we need to choose which product we're interested about to promote in our YouTube channel and create a blog post for that. So let me search quickly a couple of products in first 3 pages and let's see if I can find out something which can align as per my purpose. So let me just go through a couple of them here. This is something talking about the physical product. It's a book. I'm not going with any physical product. This is something meal plan. Let me just scroll down. This could be a good option and I see the earnings here as well as a good follow. Per sale you will get around $21, so it's not bad. Let me go to the second page. This is something a very generic one, herbs for health. It could be for anything. Losing weight, I think most of the people are doing directly using losing weight and I'm not going for that. I think this could be a very good option, the air fryer cookbook, and the small description is here. The way I choose the product is a couple of things. The commission here is pretty cool as per the price of this product and popularity is okay. Cart conversion is 5%, which is not bad, and cancellation rate is 3%. So this product looks good to me. So what I do, first thing, I click on sales page and have a look the real sales page when people will jump onto the page, how they will feel. Cool, I see just lots of image here and definitely something will be written, yes. And there will be some links to click or buy the item from this page. So this page looks okay to me. So we are not going to do too much on this page. Let's come back here. Okay, and now if we are satisfied about this product and just click on promote now, we really don't need to copy anything about the affiliate link. So everything will be taken care by the bot. So that's all I do from the Digistore application. So I'm showing you just for one product, and definitely you can promote multiple products for this particular niche. And the next part I do, take the main keyword from here, which is air fryer, and I go to another application that is called ahrefs.com keyword generator. It's free, you don't need to sign in, nothing. Just go there and type your keyword. What I'm trying to search here is the keywords which people normally search from the Google search engine, or could be from YouTube as well. You can choose the country here, let it be United States, and if I click on find keywords, it will show me all the related keywords people are searching, their keyword difficulties, and the volume. So if you see here, the air fryer volume is too high, 292k is too high, but the keyword difficulty is 66. But you know, sometimes we need to really ignore the keyword difficulties if the search volume is too high. So that means these are the keyword if I put inside my blog or the YouTube videos, the chances of listing it on the top is very high. Please make a note, it's not mandatory. Even if you use all the keywords, your blog or YouTube videos will rank from the day one. Not really, but it will happen slowly. But the important fact is we need to find out the keywords, and these keywords should be present inside our content. Now, before we copy this, we'd like to search from YouTube as well. I'm going to enter the same thing, air fryer, and let's see what people are searching from YouTube side. It's kind of almost same, but I don't see the keyword difficulties here. That's okay. So we're going to copy the top 5 or top 6 and we'll take it inside our code. Now what we'd like to do after this, we'll take a couple of information from this Digistore application and the keywords we search, and we'll put this information inside a settings of our program file. So let me open up the Visual Studio and I will show you how I'm going to copy this information inside the settings. So we are back into our Visual Studio, and this project as AI RPA project created the same way as we created other projects using BotCity template. And then I added multiple classes here. So don't worry, I will explain each and everything step by step as we move on in the course. But as of now, just focus on the part I'm going to discuss. So here I'm going to fill up the data after my research on Digistore and keyword research. So first thing, I'm going to fill up the product name here. So this was my product name. Let me just remove the commented line. And SEO is basically the keywords I'm talking about. So it will help us to rank our blog post and YouTube videos depending on the keywords. Now before going to the SEO, we need to update this category. So if you remember, we came to this category, fitness and health. All I am going to do here, copy this complete thing. Make sure you are copying this text properly, because I'm going to use this text to click on this icon later in the automation flow. So here I'm going to update this category. Inside this category, I have this product, and I need just one key here as a SEO, and then to put all the keywords with comma separated value. So let me go back to this site, and I'm going to take a couple of things from here, like this 41k, 21k, and then slowly it goes down. So it will be a good idea to take the first 4 or 5. So let me quickly copy these things and let's take it inside my code. We just need to remove the extra lines here from here, and we are done. So that's all about the research I need to do on daily basis on a specific niche on a product. Now, if I'm going to add another product in the same way, I would like to add here. So we can add multiple products and the bot will going to handle everything one by one. But as of now, let's go ahead with one product for an example so that you can understand the complete flow. So that is the first part we talk about, how we're going to initialize or research on a product spending very little time. And the next part we are going to talk about the automation flow to fetch the information of the products on that particular niche and extract the data from this application and return me in my hand. So let's go ahead and discuss that flow now. Cool. So we are in the login page now of Digistore 24 application. And the first thing, of course, I need to log in the application to fetch the product information. So the flow starts with, I'm going to open a browser, most probably with a Firefox browser, and then I'm going to enter my email password here and click on login. I can definitely use the WebBot APIs to locate the XPath and drive it, but I'll do it a different way in this case. Since when I hit the login page, you see already the cursor is here, right? So I really don't need to search anything. Directly I can enter my email here and then press a tab. So it will come in the password section, enter password and then enter. I don't even need to click on login. So that's my first step, and let's do that and then I will explain the next step. Okay, so I'm logged in now and I need to go to the marketplace after selecting the affiliate from here, but actually I'm not going to do anything. I'll show you what exactly I'm going to do. If you see this URL here, so all I need to do after login, directly change this URL in the URL bar and hit enter. So it will go to the marketplace with all the products. So that is my step 2. Now, once I'm in step 2, it's pretty easy to find out where is my category in this list, and that can be done just using a simple XPath, because these are all links here, right? If you click, it will go to a specific section. So if I quickly show you here, if I inspect this element, so it's a link and I have the href in my hand, right? So I'm going to search this link element whose text is fitness and health, because that information is in my hand, and then I'm going to click this one. This step is done. So after clicking this, you actually come to this page where you have all the results. Now it doesn't make sense to move different pages to search the product you are going to promote, because you already selected that product, right? You don't see the promote now button. So now I have the product name and I have an option here to search the product directly. So let me just copy the product name. So this was my product name. So I will copy the name here and then click on this button. Of course, I need to search the XPath and locator, all those things. That's a different part. And I'll get my product here, right? Since I already click on promote, so I have the link ready. Now, from here, I need just 3 information. Please pay attention because this part is important. So what I'm going to take from here is this complete description of the product, the name already I have, and this link, correct? After fetching these 3 information, I will create a hash map and that will be returned in my hand. Now, if you have multiple product like this, then the bot will do it in a repetitive manner. What that means, I'm already in this section. So it will go and enter the next product name here. It will search once again. The second product will come. Again, it will read the description, name and the affiliate link and create the map. Ultimately, it will be just a single hash map which will be returned in our hand for the next step. Trust me, that's all I'm going to do with the Digistore 24 application, and it will be pretty fast. So we have discussed 2 parts here. What research we need to do and spend just 10 to 15 minutes, and then the automation flow we're going to execute on Digistore 24 application using BotCity WebBot. I hope the concept is clear. Let's move to the next chapter and start doing the automation. I'm sure you are going to enjoy this journey a lot. Take care and keep learning. So let's get started. So in this chapter, we're going to focus on the login flow in Digistore 24 application. But before we go ahead with the UI side, let me go to the Visual Studio and let me show you the project structure and the class required to drive this application. So if you notice here, inside my project AI RPA project, I have a folder called library, right? This is already we have discussed about this architecture, and inside this lib folder, I have all the classes which we are going to use to create the bot. So one of the class files we are going to focus as per this chapter, that is called digistore24.py. So let me quickly go through the basic things here. I have imported the BotCity web and I have imported these 3 classes from this package, and also I need desktop bot in case I need to drive anything inside the application with desktop bot APIs. And I have the constructor and couple of other methods. So we are going to explain each and everything step by step as we move on with other chapters in this course. And let's focus about the first thing. So my class name is Digistore24. Inside constructor, I just define 2 variables here, creating the object of WebBot and DesktopBot, and I store WebBot object inside this variable called WebBot object, and the same way I stored the object of DesktopBot class inside DesktopBot object. And I have a couple of other settings here for the WebBot object, like headless equals to false, browser I'm going to use Firefox, my driver path is drivers geckodriver.exe. So if I quickly show you, this driver is a folder here, this one, and inside drivers I have other drivers as well. We are going to use geckodriver.exe because we are going to try Firefox. And then I'm using the method open application to launch in the login page of digistore24.com, and I have a variable here which is a product map. Initially I have assigned with a blank hash map here. Fine. Now let's talk about this open application method. So this method will launch the browser with the URL given here. Then I'm maximizing the window, waiting for 3 seconds, because sometimes I have seen the browser takes a little time to stable down after we maximize the window programmatically. And then let's go to the code now, because from here the actual task started to log in inside the application. Now if you see here, I directly use type keys passing my username here. Now if you are wondering from where it's coming, I have declared a small hash map to store my Digi24 credentials here. This is username and password. So before I go and execute this code, I will change with my email and password. You should also do that. Let me just close this one. So coming back to this point, I'm directly using type keys because already this cursor will be here. So let me refresh the page once again. So once I jump into this page, the cursor is here. So if I do the type keys, automatically the keys will come here, right? Then I'll put a tab which will come here. Forget about this warning because it is not a real email address. Then I'm going to send the password here as well. So if I show you the code here, first I do the type keys, then tab, go to the password field. Once again, type keys with my password and then press enter. Then I'm waiting for 3 seconds just to make sure it logged in properly. So these two methods will be responsible to open the application, maximize it, and log in inside it. So that's pretty much our first step, and let me just log in manually here. Then we'll go to the next chapter to check the next part of it. So I just logged in inside the application. Please make a note, as of now I'm not going to execute any code. Let's hold on for that. After we discuss the complete flow, in the last chapter of this section, we're going to execute the code and see how we're getting the extracted data for specific product from Digistore24. So let's move to the next chapter for the next step. Let's talk about our next step in Digistore24 application. So after we log in inside the application, now our task is to go and search a specific product. Let me show you the code first and then we'll come back to this UI once again. So this is the class we started discussing from our previous chapter, and we already discussed about the constructor and open application. Now before we go to the next step, I'll just show you this method as close application. And with this method, I'm just going to stop the application by stopping the browser. And mostly we're going to call it after we complete the flow of fetching the products. Now, these two methods are pretty important, and these methods are actually going to search a product, fetch the information, and return a data map in my hand. So let's talk about the select category, this method first. This method taking a category name. So the category is coming from the data we provided after doing the research on a specific product. We'll show the test code how to call this method as well. The first thing, if you notice here, even after login, I'm calling the browse method and passing this URL. So let me just copy this URL here. And let's say from this point, I go and change this URL and hit enter. So when you say browse, ultimately it will do the same thing. So it will directly go to the marketplace of affiliate page. And then we have all the products available here. These are the niche or the categories. And I'm going to use the category name we provided to select a specific category from here. Let me go back to the code. So here I put just 1 second delay after going to this affiliate page. And then I'm trying to find out an element with this specific XPath. Let me do one thing. Let me just copy the XPath and I'll show you how it's going to fetch a specific category from the page. Let me just inspect anywhere inside this page. Let me do a search. And here I need to replace this category name with actual name. Let's say I'm going to copy this fitness and health. So if you notice here, after changing this with specific text, it actually pointing out this element. So in this way, if we are going to change the category name inside my method, it will point to a specific link, correct? So just to make sure it has just one element, and you see here it's one. So let's go back to the code. So after you find the element, then I'm just going to click on that element so that it reaches to that specific category. So let me do it manually as of now, and I'll go and click here. So once I click here, all the results will come here, and then my next task is to search the product, right? And that task will be carried out by this method called fetch product data. This method taking one argument as product name, the name I'm going to search, and then it will start its work. The first thing, I'm doing a find element of this specific XPath, which is nothing but the text box to enter my product name before searching. Let me quickly show you. I can just copy this one to show you where exactly it's pointing. So if you see here, this XPath is pointing to this specific text box. So here I'm going to write my product name to search for. So now if we come back here, after we find the element, I'm waiting for the element visibility just to make sure like page loaded properly. Now I'm clearing that text box. It might happen like I search an item already and that text box will contain some text. So before I go ahead and search a new product, so I make sure I clear the previous text inside the text box, and then I click on the text box. And then as usual, send case will send the complete thing like the product name inside the box. And next task is to search the product by clicking the submit button. Let me also show you this XPath. Let me copy this one. And this is the button, right? So I'm going to click on this button to search the product. And that's what I'm doing here, element.click, and then I'm waiting for 2 seconds. Let me quickly search a product in the application. So I'm going to search this product, Keto Air Fryer Cookbook, and let me click this button. So at this point, it will search the product and your product information will be available here. So our next task is to get the data of this searched product from this page. So as discussed previously, we are interested about a couple of things from here. Since name already in our hand, so we would like to grab this complete description. Then we'd like to take this link because we need to use this link when I'm going to promote this product by creating the blog content or YouTube videos. Also, I'm going to take this image because this image we're going to use in our blog post. So let's go to the code and see how I'm doing it. So we're going to search these three information now: product image, product description, and product link. Let's talk about the first element. I'm searching here with find element. Let me just copy this XPath and I'll show you which element it's pointing out. So now if you see here, this XPath is actually pointing out this image, right? And if I see this specific element here, we need to grab this source attribute value because this is the actual image it's pointing out. Let me try to just copy this one. So this is the image link. So I'm expecting to fetch this specific image source. Let me just try to open it in a different window just to make sure this image looks good. So this is the image I'm going to take. So as per this code, what I'm doing here, after finding out the element, I'm going to call a method called getAttribute. So this method will work on a specific web element. And which attribute I'm searching? Because I'm searching SRC, so it will get the value of that attribute and return in your hand. So that is my complete product image path. So my first value extracted for this product, and I'm going to store inside the product data. So you remember this product data is a hash map which we declared as a blank very first time. So this hash map is going to fill with the data now. So my first key is prod image and the image path will be stored here. Let's move to the next element here. Again, the same concept. I'm searching another element here. Let me copy this XPath. Let me try to show you where exactly it is. So this is basically the product text. That means the complete element. If you just mouse over here, it will show you the complete element. So I really don't need to find out any specific thing inside this. I will go blindly get the complete text of this product text to create the content in our next step. And the way I'm doing here is pretty straightforward. I'm just searching the element with find element. And then this is not a method like on a element object. On a web element object, if you use this property .text, it will grab the complete text of all child element as well. So this will be a overall description text, and the same way I'm storing inside my product map with the key as prod description. And the last part here is the product affiliate link, which is most important thing because that is the thing we are going to use inside our content. And I'm going to find one element with this XPath. Let me copy this XPath. Same way, I'm going to search it here quickly. And if you see here, actually it's pointing out this small button here. Like if you click this one, it will open up a new window with your affiliate link. But why I'm choosing this one? Because it's a link tag and I have a href inside this. So if somehow I just grab this link, that will be more than enough because that's my affiliate link. I can quickly show you by copying this one or just by clicking this link. It will open the sales page with my affiliate link at the end. So my link is correct. So by this logic, after I search this element, I'm going to fetch the href attribute value. And that exactly I'm doing here. The same way, after searching this element with this XPath, I'm taking the attribute href and I'm getting the product affiliate link in my hand. So this is my last data of the specific product to put inside the hash map. So I added this data here and then finally I'm returning this complete product data. So I hope you understand the flow. It's pretty straightforward, just like you need to understand the step-by-step approach and what are the specific elements I'm going to pick for a specific product. Now the next task is to test this complete class and see how exactly we're going to fetch the data and how it looks like. So let's move to the next chapter for the execution and validation part. So we reached at the last chapter of this section and now we have the complete knowledge about the class digitstore24.py. We have seen all the methods available there and now it's time for us to create the instance of this class and use inside our test code. So I have a new file here which is called digit24 affiliate marketing _bot.py. So this is the main bot file which will run in the pipeline fashion one by one. So as we discussed, our first step is to fetch the product information from digitstore24 application. So this is my first step here, or the first block, which will do the same thing. Now, before I go ahead and explain this code, let me just go up and discuss about today's context data part. Hope you remember we did a quick search on digitstore24 application and then we put this data on which we'd like to create the content for marketing this product. So this is our category and then inside these categories we might have lots of products, but as of now we just have one product with the product name. We just copy paste the product name from Digistore application and these are all my keywords. Now from here we'd like to move on. As of now we need just two instances of the class. One is audio, which we already discussed in the previous section, and the second one is the latest class which we are talking about. Now notice here one thing, the moment I am going to create the instance of this digistore24, what it's supposed to do, it will open the application and log in inside the application as well, right? So you really don't need to call any specific method. That will happen when it's creating the instance, right? Now the focus here is I would like to go ahead and iterate for each and every product inside all the categories present here. So it's nothing but just a for loop. So my first line here is convert text to audio. I'm using the audio object just so that the robot can talk before it start any action. Point to note here, since the complete thing based on BotCity's web bot and desktop bot, that means when the automation is running, you can't really touch your keyboard and mouse. That might increase the failure rate. So that is the reason we will not be able to go ahead and see the logs from the console. So better let the robot talk about all the steps it's executing in the complete pipeline process. So that is why my first audio here is digistore24 product fetch step started. So the robot will talk about this. And then my for loop starts here for category in today's context.keys. So what that means, this is the map, and when I say dot keys, that means it will fetch all the category available here. Since I have one category as of now, so definitely the loop will execute for one time. So this category, this variable will be nothing but this one, correct? Now, inside the for loop, the first thing, if I know the category, I'm going to select the category, right? You remember I have this select category method where I'm passing the category name. It will go to the affiliate page and then select a specific link of that category. Let me go back, and once I select the category, then I need to search the products which explained here. True. So I have another for loop inside this for loop, and what I'm doing here, I'm trying to fetch the keys, all the keys inside this category. So if you see the code here, today's context, category, that means this one, and then keys. So inside this category, all the product keys will be in my hand. So this product will be this value, correct? So if you have multiple products, the for loop will continue for multiple times, as simple as that. And I'm just printing here, fetching product information for this product. There is something like we can debug later, not at the time of execution. Now, I have a try-catch block. The reason for doing this try-catch block, let's say for a specific product, our bot is going to fail to fetch the information. But for that reason, I really don't want it to stop for other products. So that is the reason I put a try-catch, and in any time it fails, it will give me a warning by saying it, like warning, product fetch step failed for one of the product, and I'm also printing this exception for debugging it later. Now let's talk about inside the try block. So now we selected the category here, we know which product to search. So my next call is this object dot fetch product data, and I'm passing the product. And you remember, it will return me the extracted data for a specific product. And mainly it will return us three things like the product affiliate link, product image, and the product description. I hope you remember from the previous chapter. Now the thing is where I'm going to store this data. Since I may have multiple categories, and for each and every category I may have multiple products, storing those data properly is pretty important. We need to make sure the data for this specific product should come inside this small hash map. So what exactly this code is doing now, it's going to enter new keys as if like link, and then it will copy the link we got after extracting the product, and then same way it will put an image here, and then it will add the image source, right? In this way it's gonna adding more keys and values but inside this specific product so that the data won't be lost. Makes sense, right? And that's all I'm doing here. If you see it from here, after fetching the data from this method, so this is the main hash map to this context, inside category product. So now I'm here, and then I'm creating a new key called link, and then I'm copying the value which I received inside this data variable. Same way I'm going to push the data for image and the description. So after one loop complete here for this product, this specific part will be filled with multiple data here. So these things will keep continue for all the products, and then it will continue for all the categories. As of now, as per this example, we have just one product and one category. So let it just execute for one thing and we'll see this value at the end. So what I'm doing here, so after we finish the execution for this for loop, it will come out, and then first I'm giving a audio response of my bot just to say product fetch step completed so that I can understand where the bot is currently. And then I'm closing the application because our task with Digistore 24 application is done. We fetch all the product information, no need to keep the browser open. And then I'm just printing this hash map just for debugging purpose, but actually you don't need it. So that's the code we have here, and we're all set. We have the data. I just need to make sure like I enter the username and password here for my Digistore 24 application so that it can log in successfully. So let me just edit these things, and then I'm going to execute the code and check the print. So now point to note here, I would like to execute this complete thing in a Windows machine because most of the time I have seen BotCity web bot works perfectly alright in Windows compared to Mac. So let's move to a Windows VM machine, and I've shared the same project, so I'm just going inside this project and then execute it. Cool, so I'm here inside my Windows VM now, and this is the same project which we are working on. I can just do a dir to show you all the things I have here. So this is our file which we need to run, digit24afmbot.py, and my class files are in inside lib, right? So let's go ahead and execute it and let's see how it's working. I can see a print here, audio interface instance initialized, and the Firefox browser opened here. It should log in inside the application as a first step. So the login process is done. Now it will wait for a couple of seconds to settle down.
DG Store 24 product. Fetch step started.
So you heard it, right? So robot started talking, like it started fetching the product. It's going to the category.
Product fetch in progress. Product fetch step completed.
So each and every step the robot is going to talk, like product fetching progress, product fetching completed, and finally I can see the output here. So it's time we carefully check what data we got here inside the hash map. So this is our map. It was our category and this is the product. We already had the SEO data, but now you see here it added a link here, and this is our affiliate link. It added another key here as image with the image source, and finally the description. The whole description it will copy from the page. So in this way, if we have multiple categories and the products, it will iterate over all the things, fetch all the information, store inside the hash map, and close the application. So we have completed our first step here. So in this complete pipeline bots, our first step was Digistore 24 application product fetch, and the data is already in our hand. Now we will move to the next step to create the content using ChatGPT. So without further ado, let's move to our next section and start learning how we can integrate ChatGPT inside our framework to start creating the content for both blog posts and for YouTube videos. Take care and keep learning. Hello there and welcome back once again. So we're in the new section of this course and we reach to the second step of our pipeline bot. In the previous section, we have seen how to fetch product information from Digistore 24 application, and we store the data inside our hash map. So the next step is take all those data, go to ChatGPT and create content for blog posts and YouTube videos. So in this chapter, we'd like to see the initialization part of ChatGPT application, which is definitely a one-time process before you start your bot. So let's go ahead and see what exactly we need to set up in ChatGPT as a prerequisites. So we're back into our Windows machine, and what I've done here is open the Edge browser, log into the chat.openai.com with my credentials, and leave that application in this state. So why I'm doing this? When I'm recording this session, you can't really use ChatGPT 4 through APIs. Maybe in future that will be available. So what I'm trying to do here using BotCity desktop bot to automate this complete application. Point to note here, though it is a web application and it's open in Edge browser, but the power of BotCity desktop bot can automate really anything which is visible on your screen. So that's all my prereq about this application. It should be logged in and you may or may not take the browser in the foreground. That will be handled automatically. So that's all about the prereqs. Let's move to the next chapter and see what else we need to do. Cool. So let's go ahead and do the other settings. I hope you remember we talked about the custom instructions in one of the previous chapter in this course. Now let me show you how exactly I am setting this custom instruction in ChatGPT so that every time I talk to ChatGPT, it will give me a proper JSON response, which will be easy for me to parse and go for the next step. So this is the custom instruction page, and when you open this, there will be two parts. It is about you, what exactly you do, but the important part is here, how would you like ChatGPT to respond? Now let me go through this quickly so that you get the idea how I train ChatGPT to work as per my requirement. I would like to use ChatGPT as service. I would like to interact with ChatGPT via Python code and get back JSON formatted response.
Do not use any numbering, bullet points, charts, and free text and any special character inside JSON response. The reason for this, I have seen sometimes ChatGPT create the JSON response, but there are few special characters which might lead to failure when parsing the JSON response. And then always create the JSON response inside a code block and normal text outside the code block. This will ensure me the code block will contain only the JSON response, and any extra free text which normally ChatGPT creates, that will be outside of it. So once you do that, then you need to enable for the new chats and then you need to save it. Since I did not change anything, so that's why it's not showing me the save button. Let me just quickly check here. So if you change anything here, the save button will be enabled. I can do one thing. I can copy this complete instruction inside a resource folder in this chapter. You can just copy paste and set custom instruction as per this way. So our custom instruction is set, and that is also a one-time effort because you really don't need to change every time. Once you applied it, it will be applied for each and every new chat I'm going to create from here, or maybe changing from the URL. So let's move to the next chapter and see the automation process step by step with ChatGPT. Cool. So now let's talk about the most important part before we jump into the coding to automate ChatGPT. Now your response always depends on how we are going to interact with ChatGPT, and that is known as prompt. So I'll show you two prompts, what exactly I'm using and how they're creating meaningful content for a specific product. So I have two prompts here. One is Blogger prompt, another is YouTube prompt. So let me do one thing. Let me just copy the whole thing and take it inside ChatGPT so that we can see it properly. And then we'll come back to the code and see what changes I'm doing inside this Blogger prompt when actually I'm executing it. So now I'm in ChatGPT and default selected for ChatGPT 4. I'm going to copy this prompt here and then I'm going to show you. So the prompt is, please create a 120-word general article about the below product. So the product is not mentioned here, that I'm going to mention through my code. Make the vibes as to how this product can be beneficial for humanity. Do not talk about affiliate marketing of this product. JSON response format should be title and article. So I'm instructing through my prompt how I would like to see my response. Since already I set in my custom instruction to give me the response in JSON format in a block, and this is on top of that, I'm telling ChatGPT, you know what, these are the keys I'm looking for inside my JSON response. And finally, use basic spoken English style. Why this? Because when I'm creating the blog post using this content, it should not look like completely AI generated, but if you use this basic spoken English style, then it will try to create the content with a basic English flow. And after that, our bot will add the product information so that it can understand which product it's talking about and it will create the content related to that. So let me go back to the code now. So this Blogger prompt we are going to use inside this block. So create articles and script for each product using ChatGPT. So now I would like to uncomment this and then slowly we'll go through each and every step one by one in our consecutive chapters. But quickly I'll show you one thing here. So if I search with this Blogger prompt and let's see where exactly I'm using this one. So here I'm using it. So this Blogger prompt is the complete text which you have seen just now, and then I'm adding the product, which is the name of the product and the description. So if you remember, these two things already in our hand, correct? So we store this information inside our today's context hash map in the previous steps. True. So it will change the prompt after adding this name and description with Blogger prompt, then it will go and execute. So we're not talking about the execution right now. So let's talk about other prompt as YouTube prompt. Once again, let me just copy this and then we'll take it to the ChatGPT to check how it looks like. So here is my second prompt. So after it creates a general article about that product, now I'm instructing, awesome, now I would like to create 3 unique YouTube shorts for this product. Please create AI-friendly YouTube scripts that should grab user attention. Why I'm instructing AI-friendly YouTube scripts? The reason is we are going to use that script to generate the video from another tool. So if it is not AI-friendly, sometimes that tool might face issues while creating the YouTube videos. So once again, I'm instructing do not talk about affiliate marketing of this product, because sometimes I have noticed
if the description of the product in Digistore 24 application talks about affiliate marketing of that product, then ChatGPT had a tendency to create one of the YouTube shorts talking about how people can promote this product and benefit it with the commission of that product. So I really don't want that. So that's why specifically I'm saying do not do this. And then please note that each script should be minimum of 130 words of length. So I'm fixing this length, otherwise sometimes it will be too huge or too less. So ChatGPT can understand it will be near about 100 or 130, right? And JSON response format should be like this. Once again, this is important. So the way I want this is each and every script should be a hash map like title and script. In this way, it will create 3, but the whole thing will come inside an array or the list element. So in this way, I set the format of the response so that when I'm parsing or reading the response from ChatGPT, I have the idea what data structure is present inside the JSON response. So I hope you are clear about this prompt now. Please make a note, we're not going to add anything about this product here like we did in the first prompt. Why? Because ChatGPT create a session for each and every new chat. So what I mean, let's say I create a new chat, then I execute the first prompt, it created the article. In that chat, I'm executing this prompt. So it already has the context. So I really don't need to say, okay, which product I'm talking about and what will be the context of the video. It will automatically get that since it's a same chat session. And for each and every product, we are going to create a new chat so that it will be a new context or new session for ChatGPT. Make sense? Please make a note before we move on and talk about the coding part. Since I have the Plus account, so always I prefer to use this default option. But in case you do not have, you just need to change the code a bit with using ChatGPT 3.5 if you'd like to use from this UI style. Cool. So that's all about the prompt discussion of ChatGPT 4. It's not complex, but sometimes it takes a little time to tune your prompt so that the expectation can meet from the ChatGPT side, like the response style, the response format, right? So let's move to the next chapter and keep exploring how we are going to automate the ChatGPT application. Welcome back, and let's get started with our first step to create a new chat for every product in ChatGPT. Now, before we jump and see the testing code, let me show you the class file. All the class files will be present inside this lib folder. So I have this class chatgpt.py. Let me quickly go through the basic methods available here. We'll talk about this import later. So this is a API key, OpenAI API key. So that is required. We are going to interact with ChatGPT via API. So as of now, when I'm recording this chapter, only ChatGPT 3.5 can be accessed via API, not ChatGPT 4. So that is why we are taking the route to automate through UI. So in case you need to call 3.5 through API, you just need to provide your API key here. Now let's move on. We have this small class here, which will talk about the GPT-4 type. It's an enum. So if you don't know about this, let me quickly show you. So in case you are going to use ChatGPT 4, then you can click here. You have these options, right? Default plugins, and it was code interpreter, but now I see they change it as advanced data analysis. So if I select this one, actually it will give you to upload a file and then you can process on top of this file. So anyway, we'll change the code right now. We'll change this as advanced data analysis. But if you notice one thing, this URL, since I have selected this advanced data analysis, the URL prints as GPT-4 code interpreter. Now let me show you. If I select default, the URL changes here, right? So when I'm going to create a new chat for a single product, either we can click on this new chat, this button, or I can directly go and change the specific URL so that it will go to that page to execute our prompt. So let me go back to the code and continue our discussion there. Cool. So we're back here. I'm going to change this as data analysis. Cool, we're good. So where I'm going to use this enum variable, so I'm going to use here. So that means whenever I'm calling this ChatGPT new chat, this method, it will send this GPT-4 type as an argument, and depending on that argument, you see here I'm changing this URL part. So if we're going to use default of ChatGPT 4, it will go and change this URL. Don't worry, I will explain this code one by one. But as of now, I'm giving you the overview what exactly I'm doing here. Let's talk about the constructor. The main class is ChatGPT. And here I took one variable called model, that is text DaVinci 003. Once again, this is required only when you are going to call through API. So most of the time in our case, it's not going to be used. The token and temperature, another two parameters to control how we'd like to get the response. But important point, we need a desktop bot, right? BotCity desktop bot object, I created one object here and store inside this variable. We're not using anything called bird in this class, so let me remove that one. And I'm printing here, let's change it to the ChatGPT interface instance initialized. So that means when I'm going to create the object of this class, nothing really happens, right? It will just print this is initialized and I will have one object in my hand. That's it. So let me close this one. And if I go back to our test code, so this is the position where I'm creating all the objects. So in my previous chapter, we were working with two objects. Now I added ChatGPT instance and I store inside this variable. Of course, I added this package here from lib.chatgpt, this file, import ChatGPT, right? So we are all good. So when I'm creating the instance, definitely it will go and execute this specific code. So let's move on. Now we'll go to the block where I would like to create the content. Now, please make a note. The initial stuff is definitely same for each and every block because ultimately we need to traverse this today's context hash map, right? Because all my data are sitting inside this hash map. So I started doing the same two for loop. So I will get the keys of this today's context hash map. So that means all the keys are basically category. It will iterate for each and every category. Then for each category, I'm going to iterate once again for all the products available inside this. So if you see here, first loop, category, today's context.keys, each category. Then from each category, again, I'm getting the keys. That means for each product. So that's a two loop. I have a print here, create content for this product. I have try catch block. Intentionally, I just commented out this code as of now. Don't look into this because in this chapter, we'd like to focus how we're creating the new chat for each and every product. So every time this for loop is going to execute, for each product, it will go create a new chat first so that it will create a new session. I'll go inside this method in a minute, but instead of printing, I think we should use audio.convert text to audio so that the robot can talk what exactly it is doing at this moment. I think that should be more than enough. Content creation started so that we understand, okay, where exactly it is. And I can delete this one, but let it be because that might be helpful while debugging the code or any failure. So now it will go inside this ChatGPT new chat. Let me go inside this method. Let me open this one. So what exactly I'm doing here? So first thing, select ChatGPT window. So it will call this method, right? So before we go this part, let's talk about why I'm doing this. I will explain this code, but let me show you manually what exactly the idea here is. So we are into our Windows machine now. And if you remember, the way we executed the first step, that is fetching the information from Digistore24 application, is just by running our Python class. This one, right? Now think about this. If I run from this console, this command prompt will be in our foreground, right? And also notice here, this Edge browser is there in the foreground, but unfortunately, ChatGPT application is not in foreground, right? So that is the worst scenario. And from here, the bot needs to understand it should go to the ChatGPT tab of Edge browser before doing anything. True? And how I'm doing it, let's say the browser is also not in the foreground. So when I hit enter of this code, first it will check whether it can see this small ChatGPT icon in the screen or not. So in this case, definitely it will not able to see. So if not, then it will search where is this Edge icon. So it will find out the Edge icon here, it will click. So that means first thing, it will take the Edge browser in the foreground. Next, it will check if this is still available or not. If it is available, in this case definitely it will find out, then it will go and click here. So that's all. So once again I'm repeating, first it will check whether this ChatGPT icon is visible or not. If not, it will go select this browser icon, Edge browser icon, and then once again it will search and then click here. So in this way, it doesn't matter if your browser is not in foreground or in foreground, it doesn't matter whether this tab is selected or not, this simple trick will do the job. Now let me go to the code and I'll show you the simple steps I'm doing it just by using BotCity desktop bot. So this is the method we are talking about. Please make a note, these all codes are exactly the same the way we have done the desktop bot automation in the previous section of this course. So definitely I'm not going through once again like how to take those all small screenshots using BotCity Studio, how I'm getting this code, you know already. In case you miss those chapters, I highly recommend you pause it here, go back, learn the desktop bot chapters in this course, and then you come back here so that you will get 100% of this code, what exactly the logic here. So let's start there. So first I'm searching ChatGPT icon as I explained you. If not, then I'll do something. But in case I see this element is available, then I just go and click there. So that is the best part, like already your browser is in foreground and you just click on that tab, you are done. But in case it is not, if not, this desktop object.find ChatGPT icon, these are all default parameters. I'm waiting for 5 seconds. Then it will go find out the Edge tab, that icon. I'm again waiting for maximum 10 seconds. Click that Edge icon, so the browser will come in the foreground. Once again I'm finding the ChatGPT icon and then it will come out, and then click that button. Very important point to note here, whenever you find any element using this approach like .find of desktop bot object, if the element found, it will set the pointer for that default element. What exactly I mean by this, if you see here, I search this element but I'm not storing the element inside any variable. I go and directly click using the desktop bot object. So how the bot knows where to click, right? So that is my point. When you search using desktop bot object and if it finds the element, internally it will store that pointer. You don't have to think. You feel like if it finds, it already know where to click, just go and try to click or take any other action. I hope it's clear, right? It's not that complex. Let me quickly show you these images so that you will get an idea. I'll show you ChatGPT icon and Edge tab. Another important point, whenever you are using BotCity Studio, by default, it will go and store all the images inside the resource folder of this project. So that's not bad. Let me go and check where exactly it is. So this is one image and this small image you see this here, ChatGPT icon. And the same way I have Edge tab. Let me also search that one. This is the one and this is your Edge tab. So you understand how easy it is, right? So in case you are going to handle or automate any desktop application, these concepts are really useful. Cool. So let's go back to our point, how we're going to create the new ChatGPT window. So after we select the ChatGPT, then I'm trying to search another element, which is URL bar. What exactly it means? Searching this specific image. So I have this image in my hand, and the reason I'm doing it, basically I'm going to click in a relative position from that specific icon, this icon, and then I'm going to copy paste the complete URL to go to a specific section of the ChatGPT 4. Like as per this example, this is actually going to the ChatGPT 4 default, right? So I find out the URL bar, then I'm doing a click relative 11918. Don't worry about this variable, like when you're going to use the BotCity Studio to create the code, automatically it will come, right? That you have already seen, the click relative. Then I'm waiting for 1 second and then it's pretty simple. Like I'm checking, okay, what value I really pass here, this GPT-4 type.default, this one, and depending on the value 1, 2 or 3, I'm executing a command called type key. So type key will do what? It will go and type the complete thing as if like you are typing from the keyboard. Most of the time we are going to use default, and which is basically the 1, value is 1, and I already set this value with 1 because we really don't need to send each and every time. And it will go enter this one in the URL bar and then press enter. So as if like you're doing it by your hand and then wait for 2 seconds. As simple as that. So if I show you once again, so it will go click here, type the complete URL where I would like to go and then enter. That's all. So in this way, I have the full control in future as well, like if you would like to use the advanced data analysis or the plugin section. Cool. As I was telling you, in case you do not have the GPT-4, you can go and use this specific URL. So I hope you are clear now. And if we go back to our test code, in this for loop, each and every product now it will go and create a new chat in ChatGPT 4 default. So let's move to the next chapter and see the next step to automate this process. Hello there, and let's talk about the next step. So now we know how to create the new chat in ChatGPT for each and every product. And then I divide my code in two parts. This one to create the main article for the blog post, and this one to create the script for YouTube videos. So let's talk about this now. To create the article, we need to send the prompt like blogger prompt, which we already discussed, this one, the previous one, the first one. And then I'm adding the name of the product, which is this variable, and the description. So if you remember, we took the description for Digistore 24 application and it was stored inside my hash map, right? So I took the description, this is the one. So it is my final prompt to be executed. So I have a method in my class called execute prompt by ChatGPT, and I'm sending the prompt here. But let's say it sent me a response. But when I'm going to copy that response from ChatGPT application, it was not really a JSON format. It will be a simple text. So first I'm doing it, I'm converting that text into JSON format so that I can iterate or store that value inside my hash map, right? So every time I got a response, I'm going to convert it into JSON using JSON.loads, passing this complete text information, and it will give me a real JSON response so that I can fetch the data in this way. Makes sense, right? Now, as per our prompt, we instructed ChatGPT to give us title and article for the first prompt. So I'm fetching that information as title with the key and then article. And the same way I'm storing inside the same hash map which we are doing from the first step. So like category for this product, title, and then the title I got from ChatGPT. And for article part, what I'm doing, actually I'm overriding the description because it's of no use now. So I took the description from Digistore application just to provide it to the ChatGPT for creating the content. Since I already have the article, then I'm just using that same key and override the value with the complete article. Easy, right? Next part is almost same thing. So now I'm executing the second prompt, which is our YouTube prompt. And once again, it will give me a response. First, I'm converting that whole text into JSON, and then I'm creating a blank list inside the hash map with a key called YouTube. So let me show you what exactly I'm doing here so that you'll get the idea. So these are the keys, right, for this product. So this prompt will do what? It will go and create a key like YouTube, and the value will be a list. Inside this list, I will have the script in this format. True. And the format, if you see here, I already have the format mentioned in the prompt, and that will be this one, title and script. So basically I will have 3 hash map inside this list element. Correct? So that means we need to push this data inside this product. So now you will get the idea what exactly I'm doing. Let me go back to the code now. So after I got the response, I created a blank list here with the key called YouTube. Then I'm iterating for each and every script the ChatGPT created for us, and that is my JSON response. So it's nothing but an array, right? So for each script, so this is my script, I'm going to append inside that list. So here it will append one by one script, and this script is nothing but once again a small hash map, right? So that's pretty much I'm doing, and then finally I'm converting this text to audio so that the robot can talk saying, hey, content creation started, sorry, it will be completed. Cool. And also I'm just printing this one. In case of any exception here, it will just print content creation failed, also throw the exception. we can do one thing. We can just add a audio here so that we'll get to know if something is not going as per expectation. Content creation failed for one of the product. I think that will make sense, right? So that's pretty much. And then finally I'm printing the whole hash map to get a view like, okay, whether it's created the all article, all YouTube shorts or scripts properly or not. This is basically for the debugging purpose. So now the concept is, okay, how we are going to execute the prompt in ChatGPT. Let's talk about that. So this is the method I have to executing the prompt. So I'm getting two arguments here. One is user prompt and second is file path to upload. So basically it will handle each and everything like your code interpreter or advanced data analysis, plugin section, as well as default section. Most of the time we are not going here as per this project, but I just leave it for you in case you need it. But point to note here, first thing what I did, select ChatGPT window. It might happen in our flow like I go to another application and then I'm coming back to ChatGPT. So each and every time I go and try to execute something, I'll make sure it is in the foreground. So if you remember, this method will do what? It will make sure it will take the ChatGPT 4 application in the foreground, correct? So now our focus will be here. Execute prompt in ChatGPT 4 and then I'm printing the whole prompt. I think that is not required. It will take too much of area in the console. Rather, we can see it inside ChatGPT 4 directly. So what I'm doing here, find an element which is prompt text input. And then I'm doing a click relative of -124. Let's stop here and see what my intention here. So first let's try to search this specific thing in our image folder. So this is the one, and if you see this icon, right, now let's try to see where exactly it is. Now let's try to see where is this button and what I'm trying to do in ChatGPT application. Cool. So this is the button I'm talking about. So before sending the prompt, what it is doing, actually searching this icon and then clicking in a relative position here so that the cursor will come here. Definitely you can do it in multiple ways. Like instead of searching this one, you can search send a message, this whole thing as a text, and then click on this icon, right? Explore it because you know how to do this using BotCity Studio. So once I click here, then I need to send the prompt, right? Here, one very important thing, our prompt is really big. Like we have this prompt here as a blogger prompt, and then we're also adding the description and the name with the blogger prompt. So it will be at least maybe 100 words or maybe more than that. Now, if you go and try to type this using type keys method, it will take good amount of time to send the prompt in ChatGPT application. Instead, what we are doing is pretty interesting here. It's a concept of copying the whole text inside clipboard and then paste it inside that box. Let me reiterate once again. This is a module, paperclip, and if you call the copy method, then you can pass any text here. This text could be just a single line or it could be multiple lines. So what it does, it copies the whole text inside your clipboard. Now, if it is something inside your clipboard, then you just need to do a Control V or Command V to paste the item. So that is exactly I'm doing it. The next step, Control V. So there are multiple methods in desktop.object object class to access the special keys. Like if you just put control, then you see this Control A, Control C, Control F, Control P, Control V, everything. You just name it, it's there. So I thought, okay, maybe we need to speed up this process. No point of typing each and every character in that prompt box, rather paste it. So it will be just fraction of second, it will paste the whole prompt here. True. So now we did what? We click on that box, text box, we send the prompt. The next step will be enter or maybe click some button to start the executing of that particular prompt. Now what I'm doing here, next I'm searching another element called upload file button. Now before I show you this image, let me go back to the ChatGPT once again. Let me type something. This is a prompt, and if you see here, the moment you start typing or you copy paste the whole thing here, this icon changes with this specific purple color. So what I'm going to search here is where this specific icon is present or not. If present, then I'm going to click it. So now let me show you this icon here. So this is the icon button here, right? Intentionally, I did not take the whole thing, but that's completely depends on you how you are taking the screenshot when you are generating the code using BotCity Studio. The concept is same. So now after pasting this, I just search that icon and click it here and then wait for 3 seconds, because sometimes ChatGPT takes a couple of seconds to start the execution of that thing. Now I'm calling the last method here, which is fetch ChatGPT response. Hold on, we are not going inside this right now. We'll talk about in details in the next chapter. So up to this point, we understand how we are going to send the prompt in ChatGPT 4 and start the execution for it. As of now, you got the idea, like when I'm executing this method, execute prompt by ChatGPT, it will default return me the response as per this last line, right? So I really don't need to call another method for getting the response back. Automatically, it will fetch the response. It will wait till the response created and then it will return back. This part is truly important. And let's move to the next chapter to talk about in details. So let's get started with our last step in ChatGPT 4 application. So we know how to create a new chat, how to send a prompt and start the execution. Now it's time to understand how the bot will go and fetch the response back from ChatGPT 4 application. So let me do one thing. Let me just create a new prompt here, just an example prompt, and then we'll take it forward from there. Let's my prompt is create a small and moral. So let's say this is our prompt, and now it will click on this button. Now if you notice here, there is a button called stop generating. Now what exactly I'm searching to identify whether the response creation is completed or not is to finding out a button called regenerate. So let it complete, then I'll show you what exactly it's trying to search. And if you see here, it's created the response. So I will wait until unless I see this button regenerate. So let's hold on here. Let's go back to the code. Just check this part and then we'll come back to understand how we're going to copy this response from here. So we are back into our code here and we were talking about this method, fetch ChatGPT response. Let's open it. The first step is wait for response to generate. So this block, while block, it's a while true. That means it will just keep continue. And it is checking if this regenerate option, this button it's trying to search, right? It's nothing but another image. And if it is not able to find out this one, it will just continue. That means the loop will just continue and it will try to search when the button will come. Now think about this. If it found the button, that means it's already created. Then I'm doing a trick here, which is I'm finding out a button called go down, and then I'm going extreme down of that particular page. Let's say sometimes your response is linear. So that means this code block will take good amount of space in the screen. And in that case, this button will come here, this down button. So what it will do basically, it will make sure you are at the end of this page before you search any response of this specific prompt. Once again, I'm repeating, in case this JSON block takes too much of space and this whole response is not visible in your window. In this case, you can't see it because actually it's a very small thing, right? In that case, this button will be enabled here and you just need to click to go down, extreme down. Now, after I go there, we are doing something really interesting. Let me go back before I explain it from here. So here I'm searching the button regenerate option and then I'm clicking on a position in a relative of 0 minus 350. So what that means, after we come to the extreme down of the page, I'm searching this element once again and then I'm clicking a relative position of 0 minus 350. So that means 0 means no movement in the x-axis, but minus 350 means 350 pixels above from this button, correct? So I'm clicking here. You know why I'm clicking here? Because I need to scroll up to find out this response block from this window. And then I'm trying to search this specific icon, copy code, and I'm going to click there. See, now the response is copied. So I'll just show you after pasting it here. So I copied it, right? So let me just delete it. So that's the concept. And then the moment you copy these things, again it will come back down for the next prompt to execute. Easy, right? I know it is not the best approach to drive the application in this way, but it will give you another opportunity to understand in case you have a complex application and you cannot open that application using BotCity's WebBot library. In that case, these kind of hacks or small tricks will come pretty handy to drive any application you want. So now let's go back to the code and just try to match our concept. So after we click here, then we should scroll up, find out this button, click here. After clicking, we'll again go down for the next prompt to execute. So here we are. After we search regenerate option, then we go down and we click on the relative, then we break the while loop. So let's discuss about the next part now. So there is once again a while loop. First, I'm trying to search this copy code. So that is what I was talking about. Let me show you from here as well. Correct. So this is the button I'm trying to search. So if it is not present, most of the time it will be not present if the response is huge. Then I scroll up. So this is another method. And this number 2 basically number of clicks you do in the mouse scroll to go up. It could be 1, 2, 3, 5, any value. So I just give 2. So it will not be too fast or not be too slow. And then after scrolling up, I'll continue this. Once again, it will search if the copy code button is visible. If not, it will keep doing the scroll up until unless find the button from the window. After it got the button, it will just click this one. So my content is copied now. And then once again, I'm going extreme down after searching this button and click and breaking the loop here. Now, remember when you click this button, already your content is copied in the clipboard, right? Because that's what it means. So what I'm doing here, get clipboard. So this is a method in DesktopBot class, which will give you the content which already copied in the clipboard. So it will give me the complete response as a text value. True? So now if I go back and try to match here, execute prompt by ChatGPT, sending the prompt. So it will execute, search the response, scroll up, copy it, convert it in the text, and then return your hand. So that is the reason I am converting this whole thing in actual JSON before doing all those stuff. So I hope the complete flow is clear. It's not really a complete usual way to doing the automation, but definitely when you know the power of BotCity, WebBot and DesktopBot, nothing really can stop you to automate any application. So let's move to the next chapter to see the whole thing in the action, and we'll finally check the kind of article or the content we are getting from ChatGPT-4. Let's move to the next chapter. So we are ready now to execute our code, and we completed 2 steps. The first step is going to fetch the information from Digistore24, and then it will create the content using ChatGPT. We discussed each and every steps, each and every code here, and let's move to the Windows machine and start the execution. So we're back into the Windows VM now, and I really don't need to do any initial setup because already we have done this. Let it be wherever it is, it will start always from fresh. And let me open my prompt here. Let me just clear the console. So let's go and hit enter.
Digistore24 product fetch step started. Product fetch in progress. Product fetch step completed.
So first step is done, and now it should
Content
go.
creation started.
Cool. So it said content creation started, but it should go to ChatGPT. So now it selected the page. It will open a new chat. And now it should send the prompt for execution. You see how fast it is? We're not really typing it, right? So this is the scenario I was talking about. Like we need to come down to the page because it's a huge response and huge prompt as well before we search for the response back. So it will come extreme down when it is done. It is done. It's copied. It will go for the next prompt now. So now it's going to create the YouTube scripts.
Content creation completed.
So we are done, and now it should print the whole thing in our console window. There you go. We really can't see the complete thing over here, but rather we can do one thing, just check the response from this ChatGPT window as well. So let's go to the first content, so that is title and article. The title looks pretty cool and article also looks good. So we are not going to evaluate the quality of the content as of now. Hold on for that, because we are going to do that in our next section when we are going to create the blog post using our bot. But it looks good to me. I think it's already talk about this specific product, but does not include anything about selling this. Now if you go up, so this was our prompt, right? And these things it added as per the code, the name and the description which we received from Digistore application. Now let's talk about the script now. YouTube scripts is created 3 and everyone has his title and script. Now let's quickly check this part as well. Like we just wanted to check the data is entered in the right place. So it was our SEO keywords, link, this was image and description. So you remember we updated the description with the article. So this is the article now, and then I see YouTube started from here, and as we expected it's an array, and each and every script is basically a small hash map inside this. So we are good, and all our data pushed inside our hash map for the next step. Cool. So we have completed another step here in the pipeline bot, that is content creation using ChatGPT. So now our task is to use this content information and go create the blog post content. So in our next section, we'll focus on how to do one-time setup of Blogger account and all the step-by-step process to automate creating the blog content. Things will get more interesting from here because now we are going to see the result of our bot in terms of videos and content. So let's move to the next section and keep exploring this whole concept. Take care and keep learning. Welcome back to the new section of this course. After completing the previous 2 steps, now we have the content in our hand. So in this section, we'll focus on how to create the blog content using the AI-powered RPA bot. So we'll explore this concept step by step in this section. And in this chapter, we would like to focus about one-time browser setup of Blogger application in Edge browser. So let's move on and see the requirement for that. So we are back into the Windows VM, and the Edge browser already had this ChatGPT open and logged in state. I created another tab here. Go to blogger.com and log in with my Gmail account. Now please note, you might have multiple blog page. So select the one where you'd like to create the blog post and leave it in this state. So that's all you need to do the setup initially. Now from the next chapter onwards, we'll talk about how exactly our bot will go find out the specific page and start creating the blog post using the template creation. So let's move to the next chapter and start exploring this concept. Now let's talk about the next step. So here we'd like to understand how we can create the template for blog creation. So let me give you a couple of examples so that you'll get the idea how to start with your own template, or you can use my template which will be added as per resource in this chapter. Now let me show you opening a real blog post which definitely created with my AI powered RPA bots, so you'll get the idea how it should look like. So this is one of the posts, and if you go down, this section is actual the main article. So I have this big image which I took from Digistore 24 application, and then this content is the main article which is written by ChatGPT. After that, I have a big button called explore more about this product, And if I click this button, definitely it needs to go to the specific sales page of this product. This is mandatory, like you need to define an affiliate disclosure, like I have it here. This blog post contains affiliate links. If you purchase by clicking affiliate links, we may receive a small commission at no extra cost to you. Thank you. So this declaration is required so that users can understand this content is talking about a product, but when I click either an image or this button, they are going to use my affiliate links when they will redirect to the sales page. So this is my first article, and then I have small articles which are nothing but the YouTube scripts generated from ChatGPT. Now the question is how you are going to define this template. So the way I did it, first I create a blog post manually, and then I copy paste the whole thing into HTML format and start creating template from that. Let me show you that part as well. So if I click this particular blog post, so you can open this blog post in two formats, like this is the HTML format, or if you go to the compose view, it will show you the real view which you are going to see when after you publish this blog post. Now what I did, I actually created this small article first, only the first part till here, and then I went to HTML view, copy the HTML it created, and then I take it inside my framework. So let me go to the code and show you how exactly it looks like. So in my resource folder, I have this folder called Digit24 Affiliate Marketing, and I have two templates here. So after copying that HTML code here, I started removing a couple of things like product link, product image. Here it is. I have the keywords, which are nothing but our SEO keywords given in the program files, and few other things as well, so that I can use and blog article and few other things as well. So let me do one thing. Let me just copy this template and try to show you how it looks like. Let me go back, and this is my template just for testing purpose. So what I'm going to do, I will copy the whole thing here. Now let me go back to the compose view and show you how it looks like. There you go. So the image, nothing is there. When our bot is going to create this blog post, it will replace the image URL with this image. Article text will come here, and these things will be same, but only difference here is the link behind this button is also going to change. So either you click from image or you click from this specific button, you will reach out to the sales page with our affiliate link. Makes sense, right? And why I'm doing this creating template? And why really I'm doing the template creation? Because that is the easiest and fastest way you can create blog posts automatically. Now let's talk about the next part of the template. And if I go back to the real page, now this is one template. Like I have a big title here and then a small article, which is basically the YouTube scripts. So I need a very basic template here, right? I don't need any link, nothing, just plain text here. So let me show you the second template here. So this is called sub-article template, and as I told you, this is pretty simple. So here I have only two things, blog subtitle and blog article. The same way I created the real article first, then copy paste the HTML here, and then I remove all the articles and put this placeholder instead. So once I have the templates in my hand, I will just create different template files as I shown you inside my framework. And then we'll move to the next step, like how we're going to use that template to create the blog post. And if you notice here, this is one of the blog posts, as I mentioned, created by the bots. And frankly speaking, I see the quality of the content is pretty good. Not only that, when it's creating the content, it's already taking care of multiple things. Like if I go back here, let me go back to the main page. You see this tag here. So this is a label. So this label is coming from the category we are searching from Digistore24 application. So the bot will automatically take care to label each and every blog post it's going to create. So that is the first thing. Second, we need to make sure this blog post should contain the keywords so that in future it will be easy. The probability of listing this page on Google search page or maybe the YouTube search will be higher. Now where exactly my keywords are, if you just mouse over here, you see this. For this specific blog post, I had keywords like mantra, Gayatri mantra and blah blah, right? So all those keywords automatically added as an alt variable of this specific image. Not only that, it has this same variable as a title of the link as well. So that means I have 2-3 places where I put these keywords in the blog post just to make sure the SEO will taken care by bot as well. So that is pretty much about the template. It's not complex. It all depends like how exactly you would like to create your own template. You may find like free template online for blog post. You can start from that as well. But I suggest let's not make it too complex. If the content becomes clean and clear, your users will find it comfortable to understand the context behind it. And also a very important point, don't go overboard adding your affiliate link. So as I show you, I have only 1 or 2 affiliate link in that page, right? So in that way, it looks professional. It's not like you're shouting on the page like, hey, click this button and go to the sales page and try to buy this. So that will create a negative impact. Let's not do that. So I have just one button here, and if you click here, it will also go in that page, right? So I'm just showing you, this is one of the sales page of one product which I created through the bot. And the same thing, if you click here, it will also go to the same page with the same link. Cool. So we are good with that template creation. Let's move to the next chapter and start exploring how we're going to edit the template now. Let's get started. So I have a class here inside the leaf folder of the framework, which is known as blog_template.py. The class name is blog template. I have just to import here the desktop bot and paperclip. If you don't know what is this is basically copying the content or any text in the clipboard, and then you can take that clipboard copied value and paste it anywhere. So definitely we'll show you where exactly I'm using it to make the process faster when creating the blog post. So let's talk about the basic thing about this class, and then slowly in the consecutive chapters we'll cover a couple of other things as well. So let's talk about the constructor first. Here I have like 2 variables like article template and subarticle template, which is basically we have stored here, right? So these variables are going to hold the value of this file. So our first task is I'm going to open this file. So with open, with is a keyword. So this is a block. So with this block, whatever you're going to write inside, that will execute. So with open dot resources digit24 AFM, this folder, and then article.template, I'm opening this file in read mode as file, and then the file.read, this command or this method will read the complete thing as a text. So that's all I want. So my file content in my hand now. And then I'm storing this file content inside the variable article template. Same approach, I'm reading the subarticle template and storing the variable inside subarticle template here. And now I created an instance of desktop bot object because we're going to drive this application through desktop bot object. It's not mandatory you need to do the desktop bot way. You can definitely use web bot approach, but it's completely depends on you. I prefer this way because in this case, this is much easier and faster to drive it. So let's talk about the next method, select Blogger window. So this method is going to select the Blogger window from Edge browser before it go and start creating the blog post. So let me show you the concept from the UI first, then we'll just match this code. Think about the situation like we created the ChatGPT content and then it will be in this state. So the bot needs to understand it needs to go to the Blogger site or the Blogger tab here before creating the post, right? So my logic is first I'm trying to search this small icon, this Blogger icon. If it is visible, it will go and click. That's all, right? Then it will come to this page where we can start creating the blog post. But in the worst case, let's say this page is not in the foreground and even the Edge browser is not in the foreground. So then in that case, it will go click on this Edge browser first, then it will search this icon and click this one, correct? So using this approach, all the possibilities will be handled. So here the logic is Blogger icon, I'm searching that Blogger icon, and if it is not present, then I'm searching Edge tab, click on that, and once again I'm searching the Blogger icon because I need to click that one, right? And in case if it is present, then it will not go inside this block, it will directly come and click, as simple as that. Now let's talk about the next method here, create new HTML post. So after it reaches to that particular page, now it needs to search the new post button and need to click there. So basically when I'm going to call create new HTML post, first it will go select the blogger window. So this method called internally, and then I'm searching this image, which is basically the new post image, and we click on that. Then I'm searching a search icon. Let me show you manually how exactly I'm doing it. So first I click on this one. So it goes to this page, and this is the compose view. So my expectation is always it will be on HTML view. So if I do this once, then next time onwards, whenever I go click on new post, always it will come here in the HTML view. And this icon I'm talking about, this search icon. Why I'm searching this icon? Because I'm going to click on relative position from this icon. I need to enter title. So I'll click here and then I will come back down to enter the HTML content inside this box. Cool. So let's go back to the code now. So till here, I just searched this icon, I have not done anything else. Now let's talk about this method, set block title. So as I told you, we have this search icon, and then I'm clicking on a relative position 0 minus 80. 0 means no movement in x-axis, minus 80 means 80 pixels above that. So if I once again show you, so from here it will click near about this position. So the title text box is selected. And then it's pretty easy. We just need to send the title here, right? Which already we have in our hand from our hash map. So we are already sending this title as an argument, which definitely we'll see from the test code, but I'm just trying to explain the methods and their purpose here in this class. So I have the title. What I'm doing here, first I copy the title in the clipboard as I explained, and then I'm doing a control V. So basically, let's say you have something copied in your hand, just for example, and if I go back after clicking here, I just do a control V. That's it, right? So in this way, the title will be filled up here. And then I'm clicking on a relative position from this button on 080. So what that means, after I submit this, once again from here, 080 means down. So it will come here. So now we're ready to send our content inside this text area. Cool, so I'm waiting for 1 second before spitting out all the HTML content. Now we have another two methods here, create blog article and create blog sub article. So hold on for these two methods because we're going to discuss in detail how we're going to edit the template before sending the HTML inside the page. Also note here, we need to update the blog label and description. That is mandatory. So this method will handle that part as well. Let me quickly show you that part as well. So this is I'm talking about the label. So each and every post should be under a specific label so that in future, let's say you have 100 or 200 posts and you'd like to find out the post your bot created on a specific category, let's say health and fitness. So if you just click on that specific label, all the posts will be filtered automatically. So that's why label is important. So that method will go enter the label here. And then it will close the label, will go to the search description and enter the same title over here because this is required when you search something on the Google page, and if you see a blog post there, the description and title both will be displayed. So don't make it blank. If you just put the description as title here, that should also work. So these three methods we are going to discuss in our next chapter for editing the template HTML. And that's all we have. I think the last method was publish blog post. This is nothing but just go and click this button. That's it, right? So we understand the concept of block template class, and before we move into the next chapter, I think let's go ahead in our test code or the main bot file to check how we are going to call these methods to generate the blog post. So we're in the main bot file now, and after we create the content using ChatGPT, the next block is create blog post. Let me quickly uncomment the code here. So we need to create the object here. Let me create the object here. That's all we need. So our object created. So it will be initialized at the very first when the robot is initializing other classes as well. Now let's move down. So the first two for loops are exactly same as we discussed in the previous section. So I'm not going to repeat. For every category, every product, it will just iterate. And let me enter a voice here so that we understand where exactly the robot now. So I'm going to copy the audio.convert text to audio. So the robot will talk like blog post creation started. That should be enough. And then I have a try catch block for the same reason, so that if it fails for one of the product, it should not stop, it should continue for other product as well. So my first task is create new HTML post. We already discussed this part, right? So it will go and click on new post from the blog post page, and then I'm setting the blog title. Now let's concentrate the data I'm trying to fetch here. So today's context was the whole map, then one category, one product, and the title inside this, which we already set from here. Make sense? From when I'm creating the content from ChatGPT. So this title will come as a blog title. And then just skip this part as of now, because this is what we are going to discuss in the next chapter. Let me just comment out this section for the time. So after it creates the content, it needs to go and update the description as well. And then finally, it will go and publish the blog post. So it's pretty easy. The only trick here to understand how to create the template and how to edit the template. That's it. Okay. So this is the structure, and let's move to the next chapter to explore how we're going to edit this data on the fly and create the blog post. So let's get started with the last thing, where we'd like to update our template and create the blog post. So let me just uncomment the first part here. Let's divide this in two parts. First, we're going to create the main article, and then we're also going to use the YouTube scripts created by ChatGPT. That also we're going to add inside the content. We have this method, create blog article. So first, let's try to understand what data I'm sending from here. So I'm sending the product link, the affiliate link. We have the image, product image, which we scrapped from Digistore24 application, and then we have the description, which is nothing but the article of that product, and that's created by ChatGPT. And this SEO already we provided at pretty early stage before running the bot. So these four things I'm sending inside this method, and let's see what exactly I'm doing there. Let's open this method. What I'm doing here is pretty simple. Like in my template, I have these words like prod link, keywords, prod image, and blog article. Let me quickly open that template so that we can directly match from there. So this is my article template, and I'm going to, let's say, copy blog article. Let's search inside this article template, and I see it here, right? Blog article. So my intention here is just go and replace the blog article with the article we sent in this method. And before doing the replace, let's talk about the first line. We have this template in our hand, right? We already read this complete data, opening the file in the constructor and store inside this variable. Now I'm taking this variable in new variable because I really don't want to tamper the real template here. So better you take it inside a local variable and then start editing the values. So my first line was template.replace prod link with prod link. Prod link we already sent here. So this word, if I go and search here, prod link. So there are two links here. One should be from the image and another should be from the button. So you see here, this is the link, href link will be updated here, and the image is inside this. And another prod link is here, which is the button which we use to redirect the user in our sales page. In the same way, we are going to replace the keywords, the prod image, everything. After we replace all the things, I have the real template which is in my hand, which we are going to copy paste inside our blog post. Now, why I'm not doing a send keys? The same reason. This article is lengthy. It will be minimum maybe 200 or 150 of words. So it will take huge time to type all those things. But this approach will be super fast, like it will take less than a second just to paste your content. So I'm doing a paperclip.copy, the whole template I'm copying inside the clipboard, and my control is already inside the blog post page, so it will go and paste it and then waiting for 1 second. As simple as that. right? Now if I go back and do the same thing for YouTube scripts as well, let me just uncomment this part. So what I'm doing for each and every script I have for YouTube, I'm doing a for loop. So this is my script, and then I'm calling create blog subarticle, passing the title and the script. Hope you remember, right? Our YouTube script contains only two things, the title and the script. So if I go here, it will do the same approach, like I have a subarticle template, then store inside a local variable, then replace and replace. Let me quickly show you this value in that template. I think this one, and if I search this one, there you go, blog subtitle, and this is blog subarticle. And after replacing the thing, the same approach, once again I'm copying the whole thing in the clipboard, pasting it there. That's all. So now after you do that, as I explained to you, we need to add this description and label as well, right? So what exactly I'm sending as label and description? So I'm sending two things here. So if I go back to this method, so first thing is the description, second thing is the label. So the way I'm sending it here, so this is my description, I'm using the title as description, and label, you see, this is the category, right? Because the category I'm going to set as the label of that particular blog post. This is not complex as well. A couple of find click is there. Let me try to quickly describe this one. So I have the description, which is nothing but the title, and I just add read about just in front of that. Then I copy the whole thing inside clipboard, and now I'm doing the task here. First I'm searching blog label text area. Let me show you the image for this one so that we understand where exactly I'm clicking there. I think this one, blog label text area and separate label. So if I go back and show you from this page, it was like this. The separate labels here, this part. So I took the screenshot of only this amount of space, and then it will go click here, right? So once I click here, rest of the part is easy. Let me go back to the code. So I click and then type keys. Here I'm doing the type keys of the label because label is very small. It will be hardly like 1 or 2 word. And then I'm closing this part by clicking here. This is I'm talking about. Then I'm going to open the search description. Search the search description, click it, find the text, blog description text area. Let me show you this part as well. This is the one. Enter search description. I'm searching this specific text and then click it here. One thing to note, either we can search a specific image by the method called find, and if you took the image which is basically a text, then you can directly tell BotCity like, okay, this is the text but in the image format. So after you find that one, just click that one, wait for 1 second, then Control V because already I copied the description in my hand. And then finally I'm waiting for 2 seconds. So that's all about. It's not complex. It's just about you need to match these images with the code so you understand, okay, the flow, what I'm doing inside this method. So now we have the label, then we close this one, we open the search description, we enter the search description. And the last part left is click on publish button. I think that is the last method we have here. Let me go back to the test code. Publish blog post. This will go and click the publish button. So let's quickly check that part as well. That's all it is. So I'm just searching it, clicking it, waiting for 3 seconds. And then it will actually ask whether you would like to create or not. Just for the confirmation, just I press enter, then waiting for 5 seconds because I really don't want to the next post to create on immediate basis. Might take a couple of seconds to settle down and come back to the previous page. Let's go back to the test code now, and we would like to add an audio here so that we understand the blog post creation completed, because we're not going to check from the console output. So blog post creation completed. So that's all we need about this step and we're good to go. So let's do one thing. Let's try to run this bot from the very first step. Like we'd like to go ahead and fetch this information from Digistore24, then ChatGPT will create the content and then we'll move on and create the blog post. So let's move to the next chapter to run this bot and try to validate our results. So we have already explained all the steps to create the blog post automatically, And now it's time for us to go and run the code and do the validation of created post. So without further ado, let's move on, see the bot in action. So I'm in my Windows machine and all my initialization part is done. We just have one product inside our today's context for this category, and let's go ahead and execute the code now. So all I need here is Python and our file. This is the file digit24 afmbot.py. Let's hit enter and
Product fetch in progress. Product fetch step completed. Content creation started. Content creation completed. Blog post creation started. Blog post creation completed.
cool. So it's created the blog post from the ChatGPT content. And if we see the console output here, everything closed properly, right? So no error, it runs flawlessly. So now if you see here, first thing before you're going to open this one, fitness and health is a new category here. So it will be a new label inside my blog post. And let's go ahead and open this one to check how it looks like. So it has a huge heading, transforming health with the Keto Air Fryer cookbook, and then this image came from directly from Digistore 24 application. And if I just mouse over on this, if you see the small tooltip here, which is showing us all the keywords added inside the blog post. And if I see the overall quality, it's pretty good. In an age where health is a top concern, the Keto Air Fryer cookbook is a game changer. Crafted by the creators of the Essential Keto Cookbook, this guide elevates meal preparation to a whole new level. So notice one thing, it's not trying to tell you, okay, I'm going to sell this product on behalf of someone. Rather, what I'm trying to do here, give meaningful information to my users so that they can be benefited from that information. So, and the next part is, I have this button. Definitely, if I click this button, let me click and show you, it will go to the affiliate sales page. See, I have this link here, right? So this is pretty awesome. Actually, I'm not doing anything. So all I did, like, spend just 10 minutes and tell my bot what needs to be done, and it's doing everything automatic, right? And then if I go down, these are my scripts, YouTube scripts, which definitely we're going to create videos. But this is also pretty good, like, to know all those information, like unbox flavor with the Keto Air Fryer cookbook, a small article here, how revolutionize your kitchen with the Keto Air Fryer cookbook. So why the Keto Air Fryer cookbook is a must have, and this way. So this is good to have because it will give different views to our user why this product may help you in our daily needs. So that's all about creating the blog post using our RPA bot. And let's move to the next section where we would like to create the YouTube shorts as well to promote our product. The main reason for doing that, like, YouTube have lots of users on daily basis, right? So we really don't want to lose that opportunity. So for this course, we're going to cover both, like blog post and YouTube videos. It will be too interesting to see the videos created automatically through our RPA bot. So let's move to the next section to learn more about this process. We'll come back. And now we reach to the fourth step of our pipeline bot. In this step, we would like to create the YouTube shorts to promote our affiliate product. We already do have the content in our hand, which we created at the step number 2 from ChatGPT. So in this chapter, we'd like to focus the initial setup of InVideo in our Windows VM to carry out the automation task. So straight away we'll go to the Windows VM and quickly check the setup required for this tool, and we'll move to the next chapter to talk about the Python code to drive it. So we're back into our Windows VM, and this is the page of ai.invideo.io from where we'd like to start our automation. Now before we explain this page, I would like to show you how I ended up on this page. So if I go back to the main home page, and here one option I can see, create AI video. So if I click this one, it will create a workspace and then this page will come. I want this page to be here so that my automation can start from here, and after we create a video, then we can once again tune our bot to come back this page for the next video to create. So let me quickly show you what exactly we have here. So in this area, I would like to give the complete prompt, and if you notice here, it is now 3600 characters, and after you put the prompt here, you need to click on generate video, and then you need to follow a couple of steps, as simple as that. So it will create a promo video to promote your affiliate product that will be catchy and meaningful. Another one small settings here which I did for this specific application. So let me show you. If you click on this 3 icon and then go to settings in Edge browser, you will find the option called downloads here. There you go. So first thing I did, I changed this location. Most of the time it should be your downloads folder, but in case it is not, just have a look. So you can just click on change and then change the path where you want the file to be downloaded. And another point here is this one, show downloads menu when a download starts. So turning off these settings can make it harder to know when a file starts downloading. So the problem I faced actually when I create a video and download it, so it downloaded properly, but I see a small pop-up box here which is actually hiding a couple of UI elements for this application. So that is the reason I make it off. Now it might not happen for your case, but just have a look. In case you face any issues, just do these 2 changes. It should be okay. So without further ado, let's move to the next chapter and start exploring the class to drive this application. So let's get started to discuss about the class we require to drive InVideo application. So we have a class here which is called InVideo.py inside my lib folder. Let me just close this one. And first we'd like to see the basic methods available here. So I have 3 imports here. One is desktop bot, another voice paperclip. As of now you got the concept. This is for copy paste the content using your clipboard. And the next thing I have integrated here is bots files plugin. I hope you remember we covered a chapter in the crash course of this section. Make sure you complete that one to get the complete understanding of this class. Now let's talk about the constructor first. So my class name here is InVideo AI, and if I check the constructor, I have one object called audio object. So this is basically we are sending the audio handler inside this class so that we can put some audio print, so that robot can talk about which state it currently is. That's okay, we just save this variable here, and then I created 2 main objects. So these are 2 important things. One is desktop bot, another one is my bot files plugin. Then I have just simple print here, InVideo interface instance initialized, and then I have a prompt here. Let me quickly copy this prompt here and let's take it to the InVideo, and I'll show you how it looks like. So I'm back in InVideo.ai. Let me just copy paste this one and I'll help you to go through this part. Please make a note, you will get a better quality video tailored to your context. In that case, you need to send a complete prompt which explains the video type, the voiceover you want, the background music, and your theme. So if I just go through this one, use a 45-second YouTube shorts and use theme as given in the below paragraph. So the paragraph is not added here. So that is the last paragraph which I'm going to add through my bot. And this paragraph is nothing but the YouTube scripts we already created using ChatGPT. So I can do one thing, I can just copy paste one of the script from our blog post and then I will check how it's working here. Now before that, let me complete the prompt here. After giving this basic instruction, I started writing use a friendly male voiceover with polite tone, use soothing background music, make sure the video is catchy to grab the attention of users. Please make sure to remove subtitles or captions. This is important because by default, InVideo is going to add subtitles and captions, which sometimes really irritating to see as a YouTube shorts. So I specifically mentioned please remove those things. Also, note to add this line at the last of the video. So I'm instructing please add this specific text at the last of the video as explore our selected products which might help you. Links are in the description and comment section. I keep it very simple and straightforward, and in this way I let my user know I'm trying to promote a product but I'm giving some meaningful information as well. In case they're interested, they can go and check in the description or comment section of the video. And finally, my theme paragraph is here. So we're going to execute with a specific theme paragraph here, but before that, let me go back and show you the class structure. Cool, so we discussed about the prompt here. Let me close the constructor here. Next method is select InVideo window. If you notice here, the concept of selecting the InVideo window from Edge browser is exactly the same the way we did for ChatGPT and Blogger. So I'm not going to explain it once again from the code, but rather I'll quickly show you from the UI side. So the logic here is pretty simple. Let's say I am here in my Blogger post and I completed creating the blog post through AI bot. And now I need to select this tab so that I can start creating the YouTube videos. So my logic is I will search for this small icon. If it is visible, I will go ahead and click on this button. That's it. In case, worst case, this page is not invisible, then it will go and open the Edge browser first by checking this icon. So it will first click this one and then it will find out this icon and click here. So either way, it will come in the foreground. So that is exactly the way we are doing for other applications as well, right? So just have a look. All the images are in resource folder here in case you want to cross check. Next method is start new AI video. Hold on for this method because at this moment I can't really show you where exactly these UI elements are in the page because it will come only when we are going to create a specific video. So I will come back to this method later when we'll check how to generate a specific YouTube shorts from that application. And then finally we have this main method which known as create video using prompt. So here I'm sending the video script and my expectation here it will return the video which we downloaded from this application. So it will not only create the video, it will download, make sure it holds the downloaded path and then it return the downloaded file path in our hand to upload in the YouTube in the next part. So let's do one thing, let's move to the next chapter to check this complete process of creating the video and downloading it before we go ahead and execute the specific step to check the functionality of our bot. So now let's start and talk about this method create video using prompt. We'll do one thing, we'll try to match the manual steps with this code so that everything will be crystal clear. So let's talk about the first line. First I give a text to audio, so creating a new video using prompt. So the robot will speak and we'll get the idea where the robot is currently at this moment. And then I'm creating my actual prompt. As we already seen, AI prompt is this one, which is the template, prompt template, and then I'm adding my video script. Next task is to select this window which we already discussed, just to make sure this application comes into foreground before we start creating the video. And then I'm calling start new AI video. Hold on for this method because till now we don't have anything in the page to show you how exactly it's going to work. We'll come back to this later. And from here actual task is going to start. So what I'm doing here, I'm first searching a button called InVideo generate button. Let me show you this button. So this is the button we are talking about, generate a video. And after searching this button, I'm clicking on a position of 0 minus 122. It's a relative position from this specific place. I'll show you which position it is. But here my intention is to just copy this prompt and paste it. Then I'm waiting for 1 second and then I'm clicking the specific button. Let me show you the specific step manually so that you will get the idea. So my step was searching this element, click on this location, just a relative location, so that our control will come inside this text area so that we can paste our complete prompt. So I click on a specific location here with the offset of 0 minus 122, paste it, and then I'm going to click this button. That's all it is. That's all I'm doing. So let's do one thing. Let's open one of the blog post here. Let me try to copy a script here. Maybe the second one. This was my script. And let me take inside my prompt here. So it will be at the last theme paragraph and then I'm going to paste it. So this is my complete prompt now. So I gave a template first so that InVideo can understand what kind of video I'm looking for and other attributes, and then the actual paragraph to give it a context to start with. So let's go ahead and click this button now. So once we do that, it will take some time to analyze this and then another button will come to continue. So let it do that. Let us go back to the code and try to understand what we are doing after this step. Okay, so after this one, this block is a while loop and I have the index initially set to 1. I'm iterating for 20 times and I'm searching a specific item here with a waiting type of 3 seconds. So that means it will be 20 into 3 seconds means almost 60 seconds, a minute. Because sometimes I have seen it takes a little time to analyze the video. So I better thought give a specific time. Now, if it's not available, then it will just increase the counter and continue, right? Now, in case this button is available, it will not do anything. It will just go ahead and click. And I have a audio here, which will talk about video generation started. So this is the point from where InVideo will start generating our YouTube shorts. So this is basically waiting for some time and make sure like when this button occurs, we'll go ahead and click. That's it. So let me go back to the InVideo application now. Cool. So this is what I was talking about. It will take some time to analyze and then finally the continue button will come. Point to note, we can change these things, but I'm not going to change anything. Let it be default as InVideo is selecting by default. So I'm going to click on continue and now it will start generating the video. So definitely once again we need some logic to wait here, right? Because it might take 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But most of the time I have seen, since it is a YouTube shorts and it will be around 30 to 40 seconds, so it should not take too much of time until unless there are huge load on the servers. Now let it be create the new video. By that time, let's go back to the code and check the next part of it. So as per the next step, we have another while loop, exactly the same way we did in previous. But this loop counter is 90 because it might take good amount of time. And my waiting time is 3 seconds every time I'm searching a specific button here. This is the button which I'm trying to search to check whether the video generation is completed or not. So every time it will spend 3 seconds to search this button. If not, it will increase the counter and once again it will wait for that element. So it will be almost like 90 into 3000 milliseconds. Just calculate it. It will be a couple of 3-4 minutes. For that time, this while loop is going to wait. Cool. So now it's created and I can see this play button is actually visible here. Have you noticed like when it was creating the video, there was no play button or audio button, right? So my logic here to identify whether the video created or not, I'm just searching this play button. That's all it is. So that while loop will wait for this button and when this button will be available, it will just break the while loop. Cool. So now we are ready to export our video, but hold on, let's check the code first, then we'll come back here and do it manually. So we are back and after this step, we are in this block and let's try to understand what exactly I'm doing here. First, I'm searching the export button, which is straightforward, and then I'm clicking on that. So I'm searching this button and then clicking on this button. If we click on this button, we can see another option is coming, export video. I'm not sure about this concept. We could have downloaded the video directly after clicking this button. But anyway, since it's working in this way, we have to select this button as well. So my logic here is, since we already searched this button, and after clicking on this, we'll go ahead and click on a relative position. So if you see the logic here, first I click on this button, waiting for 500 milliseconds. Once again, I'm searching the same one and then clicking on a position of 88118. So this is kind of a position which will go in the below button. And then finally, I'm going to wait for another 500 milliseconds. So let me complete that flow from the UI. Then we'll come back for the last part of it. Let me click this one. So now this page will come. Please make a note. If you have a paid account of InVideo, then these settings will change. It will be no watermarks and AI branding will be none. But when I'm recording this session, I do not have a paid account of InVideo. So I'm going to change these settings manually just to make sure like we have a continue button to download it. Makes sense, right? So let me go ahead and check the logic now from the code and see how we are doing it. Please make a note. So if we are going to click on continue button, the file download will start automatically. Cool. Let's talk about this block now before downloading the file. Think about this now. As per the automation, when I'm running this complete set, when we download the video from InVideo application, we have to know the file name. If we don't know the file name, how are we going to upload the file in YouTube? So that is the reason we are using Bot Files plugin. And one of the good feature of this specific library is it has a concept called wait for file. How it works is pretty simple. Anyone can understand. So I started with a with block and my files object dot wait for file. What I'm passing here, the directory path, basically your download path, or the path you set in the settings of each browser where the file download will happen. Most of the time it will be your downloads folder, and file extension is .mp4 because we are downloading a mp4 file. Here my intention to tell this library wait for this file to come inside this folder with an extension of .mp4, as simple as that. Now inside this with block, I'm searching this continue button, the last continue button, and then I'm going to click on that. At the same time, I'm giving an audio here like video downloading started, so that we understand, okay, the video downloading process is started. The magic happen here when it will download a new file and the download complete, then this block will come out from here automatically. So that is the functionality of wait for file. Not only that, it will also give me the option to get the file name in my hand which created last in that directory. So that is awesome, right? That's all we want. So here, after we come out from this with block, I have a print here with audio, video downloading completed, and then I'm calling this method which is inside this library, get last created file, and once again I'm passing the same thing, directory path and the file extension, and it is the same value. So it will go search the last downloaded file or the created file, and it will give me the file path in my hand. I'm just printing it for debugging purpose, and finally I'm just returning it. Now let's do the same thing from UI so that we understand the flow here. So I would like to go ahead and continue now. Think about we have a with block which is looking for the new file creation in the downloaded folder. As you see, it might take a couple of minutes for preparing the media to export. So the with block with wait for file will definitely do the job here. So it will wait until the file is created on downloads folder. So let's hold on for a couple of seconds and see how it looks like. So as you see now, the video download completed here, right? And you remember we just unchecked one of the pop-up, and the reason for that, it was hiding this button create new. So first we quickly check the video downloaded in the downloads folder or not, and then we'll talk about this button to create a new video using InVideo AI. Cool, so I see it here, it's created. This is the one, Keto Revolution, the air fryer cookbook. So we'll definitely just quickly check this video from here. But before that, let's talk about this button. I hope you remember this method. As I told you, I'll come back to this later. So this is where this method is going to help us to create a new video by clicking the create new button. Initially, that button was not displayed on the page. It will only visible after we create a video. It will go check InVideo create new button present or not. If yes, it will just click. Otherwise, it has another option sometimes I have seen, which is InVideo create new button. So either this one or this one, which one is available first, it will go and click that one to make sure it comes back to the previous page before creating a next video. So let me quickly show you from the page now. So if I click this button, it will go to the previous one. But before that, let me quickly check the video format here.
Good day, health champions. We're diving into a game changer in the keto world, the Keto Air Fryer Cookbook, a digital gem filled with over 65 keto recipes that'll make you question if you're truly on a diet. Dreaming of chicken satay with peanut sauce? It's right there. Each recipe is a stride towards a healthier, more joyful you. This is more than just a cookbook. It's a catalyst for a better lifestyle. Grab your digital copy today and kickstart your cooking adventures. Bid farewell to compromise and welcome a universe of flavor and health. This isn't king, it's a culinary revolution. Explore our selected products that could assist you. Links are in the description or comment section.
So the quality of the content is pretty good. It's eye-catching, it will grab the user attention. At the same time, we will have the link of our product in description. So now let me click on this create new button, and you see here after I click it will once again come to the workspace to create my next video. So that's all it is, the overall idea how to create the YouTube shorts and download it. So now our task is to execute the complete step till the fourth one and validate if our concept is working through our AI powered RPA bot. So let's move to the next chapter and finish it by validating our output. Hello there. So we reached to the last chapter of this section and now we are completely ready to execute our bot and see how it's going to create the videos automatically. We can do one thing, since we already created the blog content at third step, we can make it off for the time being. But ultimately when we complete the whole flow of this pipeline creation, then we can have real examples of creating the complete blog post and YouTube videos at the same time. So just for the sake of time, as of now, I'm going to switch off the code block for blog post and going to execute only video creation through ChatGPT. So let's go ahead and do that. Cool. So this is our main bot file and we are already doing with this product. So let me do one thing. Let me go to this section. So this section was creating the blog post. We can do one thing, just grab it and comment out for the time being. We don't want to create the blog post once again, but we already have the YouTube scripts in our hand from ChatGPT. So this step is required. And then let's go ahead and enable this part. So this is the one which will create the video files from InVideo. So let's quickly check this one. This is pretty straightforward, nothing complex. But before that, let us create the object of that class in our initialization part. Here it is. So I've created an object of my class of InVideo AI and here is my placeholder. So I'm going to use this variable to call the method of this class. So let me go to that specific block now. And here I am. Let me change this one. So I have a blank list here. The name is video file list. My intention is to print all the file names stored inside the list. Then I have the same approach, like I have two loops for all the categories, all the products. And then for each product, I have a print here starting YouTube Shorts creation for product and the product name. But internally, we already have the voice over print. So I really don't want to put any voice here. And now I'm just iterating for all the YouTube scripts we have in our hand from our hash map. And for each and every script, I'm calling this function create video using prompt. That's it. So all I need here, call one method, create video using prompt. Internally, it will go select the window, make sure like it has the right page. It will do everything. And then I'm sending the script here. This script is going to append with the template script as we already explained, and then it will execute and download the file. Finally, my expectation is it will return the downloaded file path, which I'm going to add inside this list. Correct? So after this for loop completes, this video file list element will contain all the files which downloaded from InVideo app. So let's go ahead and execute the code now.
DG Store 24 product fetch step started. Product fetch in progress. Product fetch step completed. Content creation started. Content creation completed. Creating a new video using prompt. Video generation straight. Video generation completed. Video downloading started. Video downloading completed.
Cool, so it completed now. As I just minimize it for one video creation and I see the file downloaded here with this name, we can quickly check this name inside our download folder. So this is the last video created inside our download folder. So that means we are getting the right file path in our handbag, correct? So we got the idea how it's working and the complete flow. Let's move to the next chapter after we download all the files from InVideo and we're going to upload on YouTube. Cool, so let's move to our next chapter to start exploring the next part of the pipeline bot. Thank you.
Hello my friend, welcome back to the new section of this course. And finally, we reached to the last step of our pipeline bot. In our previous section, we have seen how we created YouTube Shorts videos from InVideo AI app. And now it's time, we can go ahead and upload those videos in YouTube Shorts. So let's move on and see the first step as the initial setup of the browser for YouTube Studio in our Windows VM, and then we carry out the discussion to automate this process. So we are back in our Windows VM, and the same way we have other applications opened in Edge browsers like our ChatGPT, Blogger and InVideo. We have opened studio.youtube.com and I logged in with my Gmail account. So we have to be on this page or dashboard page. In both the pages will work because ultimately I would like to use this button create. So to upload our videos, you need to click on this specific button and we need to follow few simple steps to make our video public. Intentionally, I prefer to be here on content tab so that after the robot finishes its task, it can list down all the videos here and it will be easy for us to figure out the new videos uploaded here or not. So without further ado, let's move to the next chapter and carry out the discussion to automate this process. So let's get started to discuss about the video upload flow. So I'm going to show you the complete flow from the UI, and then in next chapter we'd like to just go through our class and define methods to do the same. Now to start with video upload, we have to be on this page. So we definitely need a method in our Python class to select this window before we go ahead and upload the video. Now let's say I'm here, so we can just search this image or button and click on this. There are multiple options. We'd like to select the first one, upload videos. And here I'm going to click on select files. So the advantage of doing it in Windows VM is the moment you click on upload files, it will ask you to enter a file name here, but the advantage here, the mouse cursor is already here. It is by default. So I am not going to really search any file from here since we already have the file path of the video we downloaded from InVideo app. So directly I'm going to paste the file path here. That makes sense, right? And then I'm going to click on open. So as of now, let me just select any video here just to show you how the flow works. So after we select the file, it will take a couple of seconds to upload it. So we need to select a couple of parameters here to make sure it reflects properly about our video. So the first thing, we need to remove this title. So we're going to put the new title here. Let's say I'm going to just write new title as of now. With the title, it is important to add the hashtags here as well, because this is the best place to add the hashtags in case of YouTube Shorts. We can add multiple hashtags, so maybe we'll plan for 2 or 3 hashtags which define this video or the main purpose of the video. And then we'll come to the description part
though we do not have many things to add in the description. So here we'd like to just add our affiliate link and maybe our blog post link. That should be more than enough. And then we need to select another important parameter, which is down here. So we need to select no, it's not made for kids, because I'm not going to really create any videos for kids now. But the problem here is we need to do the scroll up and make sure this is visible before we click this one, right? Instead, what I did is, without selecting that one, if I select next, it will give me an error here. So if I click on this error, it will directly come here. It's not always like it will directly scroll to this area, but I took that advantage, so it saves us to scroll down that element to make it visible. Makes sense, right? So after I click this one, I go ahead and select this one, and then once again I click on next. So that is the first step about setting up the title, description, and few other normal settings. And then you don't have to do anything here. You can just go ahead and click next, and it will display here no issues found in case your video created properly. And then we'll go ahead, click next. And the final stage, we just need to click on public and then publish. So visibility should be public, otherwise people won't be able to see your video. So I'm not going to publish this now, since I already uploaded this video. So that's pretty much we would like to do. So let me just close this one, and I'll delete the draft from here. So we can delete the draft directly from here. And if you see, I have already created a couple of YouTube shorts using AI powered RPA bot, and you see already people having views here. It's not huge, but maybe in a couple of hours I'm getting good views. So without further ado, let's jump to the next chapter and open our Python class. So let's get started to analyze the Python class to upload the videos on YouTube. So I have a class here which is called youtube.py, and this is the class. I have just 3 methods because I really don't want to make it complex, and the flow is very straightforward. Now before we jump into the class and discuss about the methods and the way I'm doing it, let me go to the main test file, and I have the last block here, which is YouTube video upload. Now before discussing this one, I would like to show you a small change what I did from the previous section. So that means after creating the YouTube shorts, you remember it was returning me the video file path after it downloads the file from InVideo app, right? And we were trying to store the video file inside a list element, but that is not going to helpful. Why? Because it's not about only uploading the file, it's about when I upload the file, I should know the title of the video, the product links I'm going to share there, right? So a couple of things I need to handle it. So I thought it's better to store this video file path inside the same hash map of the YouTube script, so that it will be easy for me to find out this information later. So I'm going to delete this now, the commented line, and I'll show you how it looks like now. So after I get the video file path, I have the YouTube script, which we had like only 2 keys. One is title and another is script. Now this is the third item I added as a file path, and I added this video file path. Makes sense, right? So it will be easy in the next part to iterate once again and get all the video file path when uploading on YouTube. So now let's come back to the next part here. So I have the same way, 2 for loops, nothing new. And what I did first, for each and every product, I should have an affiliate link, right? And that's definitely don't vary for YouTube videos. So that affiliate link is specific to a product. So I got the affiliate link from my hash map and store inside this variable. So now my actual task start. For this product, I'm going to fetch all the YouTube scripts, store inside the hash map, and I'm iterating over that. The first thing I'm checking is if this YouTube script do not have a key called file path, then don't do anything, just continue. Why I did this? Just to like handle the error scenario. In some situation, if we have issues from InVideo app to download the video, then the file path will be nothing here and it might crash here. In that case, that script should not have any file path, right? So why I'm going to unnecessarily check these things. So first I'm checking if that script already had a video file path, then go ahead, upload it, otherwise just continue. Now let's think about the script have the video file path. And what I'm doing here right now, I'm just creating a new title, adding the actual title of the script, and then adding few hashtags here for the products. So from where it's coming, right? We have never seen this. Let me show you quickly how it looks like. So if I go up, now this is our today's context map, and I was working with these two products for the category animal and pets. And if you see here, for each and every product, I added a new key here, hashtags. So these hashtags will be added with the title when I'm uploading the videos. That is what I had already discussed in the previous chapter, right? And how to generate these hashtags? Pretty easy. When I'm creating the SEO tags, I will check 2-3 words which are like most visited by the people. So I will just create hashtags using that. I have added shorts as well, hash shorts. This will just to include like this is a YouTube shorts. You may or may not have these things, but adding these meaningful tags to your title definitely increase the probability of views. So let's go back to the point once again. So we are talking about this title. So our actual title will be the title plus space and then all the hashtags, and finally once again another space. And then I have the file path in my hand, video file path. So these two things I have, and affiliate link already we got for the product. Why these three things I'm interested about? Because I need these three things when I'm uploading the new video. So I'm sending the video file path, the title to be added, and the affiliate link of the product. That's it, right? And in case anything fails here, it will come and give us a warning with the exception message as well. And finally, when everything will be done and this for loop will end, it will come out, and I give an audio prompt here just to like understand everything is done, so we can start the robot with the new command as well. So that's pretty much about the test code, and now it's time we go ahead and jump into the main file. So here the class name is YouTube, and I have straightforward to import here, nothing fancy. And what I'm doing here, initializing the audio object which already I passed when creating the constructor of YouTube. I have the desktop bot instance in my hand. Once again I store it here, and just a print YouTube interface instance initialized. So let me close this one. Next method is select YouTube window. This is exactly the same approach which we took for other applications as well. Like first we search the tab is available or not. If not, we'll go to the Edge browser. Once again, we'll go to the tab of the YouTube Studio. And then finally, the YouTube Studio page will be in the foreground. And we would like to call this method inside this method, right? So upload new video. Every time I'm going to call upload new video, it will make sure the YouTube Studio tab is in foreground. So now our main method, which we are going to call from our test code. So we are calling this method. So we are passing file path, title, and prod link. So I break this complete code in multiple steps because it's basically multiple steps when you uploading the video, as we have seen in the previous chapter, right? Page by page. So let me just explain quickly. It's not tough. It just need to understand the logic behind it. First thing, it will say YouTube video uploading started, and then upload file from download folder. So remember, we are clicking the button to add the video and then waiting for 1 second. Then I'm clicking on a relative position of 094. Let me just pause here and show you what exactly I mean, and then we'll come back to the next line. So we are talking about this button. So we just click here, and then this is the relative position. So from here 094, I am clicking on this position. Makes sense, right? So the next step should be clicking on select files. So after that, we are going to click on select files, which will open the file selector. So I'm waiting for 3 seconds because sometimes it took a little time to show the file selector. I mean, that's okay. We can just tune our bot increasing or decreasing this time. And then we can directly paste the file we would like to upload. Hope you remember, this pointer will always go there. So what I'm doing here, I have the file path. First I copy it inside clipboard and then go directly do a Ctrl+V. Waiting for 1 second, and even I'm not clicking on the upload button, just hitting an enter, that should be more than enough. Let me quickly show you once again. So I was here. After clicking on select files, the mouse pointer is already here. So whatever copied in my clipboard, if I do a paste, it will come here. And then I'm just hitting enter. I'm not even going to click on open. So that should upload the files. So I hope the first part is clear. It's not complex. And then we need to add the title. So title we already sent with hashtags. Only thing I'm doing here is searching the title text box, clicking on that, and then selecting everything, then copy paste the title here. Why I'm selecting everything? Because you have noticed when I'm trying to upload a video, YouTube will automatically create a title based on the file name, which I don't want. So that's why in that text box, first I click, then select everything, and then I pasted the actual title over there. That's it, as simple as that. The same approach, I went to the description box, click there, and then I have the product link, right? So I'm creating the description first before going to paste. So what I'm writing here, explore these products here, and then I have the product link, as simple as that. This is my affiliate link. And then description equals to description plus another line. Maybe we can give another new line here. Explore exciting products like these here. So it should be our home page of the blog post, right? That's more than enough for the description part. And then I copy the whole description inside clipboard and then a Control V. And next part, if you remember, we need to select no, it's not made for kids, right? But that scrolling was a problem. So I directly go ahead and click on the next button, and I know it's an error. So that's why I'm clicking on that error logo now. It's a double click because sometimes I have seen single click will not scroll the page where the error was happened in the page. So I just do a double click here. And then I'm just searching no, it's not made for kids option and just click on that. Once I do that, then I'm waiting here for 8 seconds. It could be like you can increase or decrease this value. The reason for that, YouTube takes a little time to process the video. So that's why I'm giving a audio output here as waiting for video processing and then wait. Once I do that, then it's pretty simple. All click to next button, next button, next button. It's the same button. I'm just clicking multiple times because the page changes every time, right? So 3 times we need to click on next, next, next. That's all it is. And at the last page, I'm searching the public settings. So we need to select the visibility as public, right? Finding that one and clicking that one. Once I do that, then I'm finding the publish button and click. And at the end, I'm giving an audio prompt once again, video upload completed. After you do that, a small modal will come, just like where you can share your video with WhatsApp and other things. You can copy the links. We just need to close that modal box so that next time another video can be uploaded. Easy, right? So that's pretty much about the class discussion. So now we can do one thing. We can change a couple of things as a product in our today's context before we go and execute the whole thing. And I will do one thing. Since we're validating the only last part of YouTube video upload, I can just skip the initial part where I'm fetching the content, creating the blog post and other things, right? So let's move to the next chapter and see the complete bot in action. So let's get started, and we would like to execute the complete bot now. So I have selected a new product from Digistore 24 application. So I'll quickly show you the product information. Please make a note, I'm not going to record the complete working of the bots as of now, since as per this chapter our focus is only YouTube. So I'll just skip the initial part and we'll focus at the very end of the YouTube step. So let's move to the code and start execute the bot now. So here we are back in our Visual Studio, and I selected a new product inside survival category, and the product name is Home Doctor Brand New. I've given a couple of SEO keywords here, like natural remedies, home remedies, etc. And my hashtags are shorts, home remedies, natural remedies. Description I have given here, and the reason I'll show you quickly. So this is a product I'm talking about. It is inside survival. And if you see here, this description is not really clean. So it mostly talk about the affiliate marketing, which I really don't want to create content, because we'd like to create content about the product in a way so that it will be adding a vibes for good for the humanity. So what I did, actually, I opened the sales page and I took a couple of important lines here and just create my own description. So that's all it is. So you can also do that in case you feel like any product do not have a proper description here. So that's all about the settings here, and we'll go to the Windows VM now. So as per the validation, we'll check all the videos uploaded after this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and open our terminal here. Let me clear the console, and all I'm going to do here is just this. That's all. So I'll skip the initial part and we'll just focus on the uploading videos on YouTube.
Hello Sandeep, processing the input to start the automation. Product fetch in progress. Product fetch step completed. Content creation started for a product. Content creation is in progress. Content creation completed for the product. Blog post creation started. Blog post creation completed. YouTube video uploading started.
So now our robot is in step to upload the video. It selected the file. So it's now editing the title and description part.
Waiting for video processing.
Now it should go and fix the visibility part. This is the model I was talking about. It should close it and then it will show the video will come here. I think it should upload another video here as
Video
well.
uploading started.
That's true. Let it complete this one as well.
Waiting for video processing. Hello Sandeep, I have completed my work and ready for the next command.
So let's now go ahead and check both the videos here. Our intention here to check both the videos should be different because our scripts are different. So let's open the first one here.
Ever found yourself desperate for medical help but unable to get it? A chilling thought indeed. Enter the game changer, Home Doctor. A comprehensive 304-page guide brimming with doctor-approved advice for a multitude of medical scenarios. It's akin to having a mini emergency room in your own home. From a common cold to more serious situations, this book has your back. Discover alternative remedies native to North America. Empower yourself, ensure your safety, secure your home doctor today. Explore our selected products. Links are in the description or comments section. Ever found yourself...
So if you notice here, it just not only creating really good content with the good stock footages, but there are a couple of mentioned here like this book have 314 pages and things like that. The book contains what kind of topic that will also give you a vibe, right? So that was my intention, like create the videos in such a way it will talk about how this book or how this product can be benefited for humanity. Doing so, it will increase the probability of more eyeballs on our videos and eventually the click-through rate will also become higher. So now let's check out the second video it created. It should be different.
Caught in a pinch needing immediate medical help. A daunting idea, indeed. Enter Home Doctor, a comprehensive 304-page guide brimming with doctor-endorsed advice for nearly any health predicament. It's akin to having a compact emergency room at your fingertips. From common colds to more grave concerns, this book is your safety net. Plus, discover alternative remedies flourishing in North America. Empower yourself, safeguard your health, secure your home doctor today. Explore our selected products. Links are in the description.
So this is also really cool. Like I see both the content are very related to our product. So that's pretty much about this chapter and this section. So we have completed all the steps now, starting from Digistore 24 application to fetch the product information, affiliate link, creating content with ChatGPT, creating an automatic blog post, create AI videos from InVideo, and finally we upload this on YouTube. Not only that, we always considered the option for search optimization for both the blog post and YouTube videos as well. So let's move to the next section of this course, where we are going to talk about the best practices to maintain your robot, the schedule you are going to run it, how much time actually you are going to spend on daily basis, so that your content creation should be consistent enough. And since we have the power of this robot in our hand now, it will be truly easy for us to manage our time effectively. Cool, so let's move to the next section and keep talking about this.
Hello my friend. So let's talk about this question. How many times a day you should run your bot? Think about the situation. So now you have the complete robot in your hand which can generate content effortlessly without stopping in a day. But the point here is we are doing affiliate marketing and our intention here is focus on a specific niche for one day. So that means if you choose a specific niche, let's say food and drinks, and you selected 5 to 10 products on that niche to promote, then stick with that. The reason for that, if you allow the bot to run continuously to generate the content, then the probability of views on your YouTube shorts will go less. It's not about creating the content, it's about you have to analyze the content which is working and which is not working. So the way I'm using this bot is run this bot 3 or 4 times a day. As example, if I choose a category food and drinks and I selected 10 products, then I divide these 10 products into 3 groups. So for every run, I'm instructing my bot to create the content for 3 products in that category. And I'm choosing this time to run my bot effectively so that I can analyze which time the YouTube shorts are working best. Depending on that, I'm tuning my time. So in a nutshell, you spend your 10 to 15 minutes in the morning to figure out all the products, but run the bot 3 to 4 times a day with some time gap, maybe 2 to 3 hours. So that is a strategy I'm taking, but feel free to think as per your way and share your thought on this. Hello there, and now let's talk about this fact. Analyze how your content working. Though we are using completely automated system here to create our content to promote our affiliate products, but it is required for a human to go and check which content is working better. In that way, you'll get an idea which niche or category people are actually interested about. So you can tune your interest in those niche or categories in coming days. As example, if you feel like sports related videos or blog posts are getting more views, then you can tune your bot to create more content related to that. It will improve the visibility of your content and at the same time it will increase the possibility of the sale. Now analysis is not something only restricted just to check which contents are working better. You have to think in different ways as well. So when you start getting the sale on your affiliate marketing platform, analyze on that side as well. And then you can do a reverse engineering. If a particular products are getting sold and you are getting money as an affiliate marketer, then go back and check what are the contents you created to promote that product. You can use those strategy to prompt InVideo and ChatGPT to create content related to that. Hope you got the idea, right? So this is something I'm also exploring nowadays. You also go ahead and start exploring after you finish creating your bot. So we can work together to improve on these in coming days. Take care and keep learning. I love this question. What is next? This not only implies here, it also implies in our life as well. If you always keep thinking what is next, that will give us motivation to look forward. So let's talk about in this context. Now we know how to create AI-powered RPA bot which can automate this complete affiliate marketing process. I'm sure after you got the complete idea, you'd like to explore with your own setup of tools. Maybe you are going to add a couple of more tools or applications in this diagram to make it more robust. But that is one part of the story. Creating eye-catching and meaningful content is definitely the first step. But we need to promote this content so that it can reach out to more and more people. So that will be my next focus, how I can promote my blog posts, my videos, my Facebook Reels and other things to wider audience. I'll definitely come back and share my findings in this space and help you build your knowledge base. Let's work together, build together, and grow together. Take care and keep learning.